I'm okay if the 10-minute rule is not enforced. Sorry. Yeah. No, actually, I'm not okay. If I say that, everyone will jump out. Like, hey, I want to tell you why you should think about this and that.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We're slightly lower capacity today, but welcome to the very first Theme 2 workshop in-person meeting. We're very happy to have everyone here. And for those of you who don't know, Rachel Magai is the co-theme leader for this theme, and she and I have been very impressed over the last few years at the increase in quantity and quality of proposals and papers that have been submitted to our theme for the various workshops that we've had online up until now. I know she's very sad that she can't be here because of the time difference. She will be joining us via Zoom later on in the morning, I think for Kevin's presentation. And so you may hear her pop in and out. But I just want to, welcome everyone. We're very excited to put this program together. We have 9 papers today. In terms of the rules of the game, Felipe has an hour to present, so we'll give him like the first 10 minutes to tell us about his paper, and then I'm not going to moderate questions. He's going to be moderating his own questions, so jump in, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And first of all, thanks to you and to Rachel for doing this paper in the program. And thank you for all the organizers. This has been a fantastic experience. Hopefully we can have more fun during the dinner. So this is a paper with Bob. So obviously it is with great sadness here presenting this paper. Let me tell you a little bit about the story before jumping into the paper. So Bob wrote this book where he put his seminal work on the papers of economic growth, and in chapter 5, titled The Industrial Revolution, Past and Future, he started to play with several theories, trying to integrate these ideas of the quantity-quality trade-off into models of unified growth. So sometimes it's intimidating to write a model. Well, this chapter has 11. Okay, so as you go through the models, you start to see further iterations. And then during the pandemic, he started to revisit his work, and then we joined forces, and I helped, first of all, with some data collection, and then start thinking a little bit about this, and that's what I'm going to present to you today. It's still preliminary work, so I could really use your help. So let me motivate this in the following way. These are the development gaps. It's the GDP per capita ratio between the US and the entire continent of Africa. Okay, this is and what you see here is that in the aftermath of World War II, the development gap was already of 11-fold. So this is very big. And not only that, but it seems to be that the gap was widening as we entered the second half of the 20th century, to the point that it jumped almost to 17-fold differences in the 90s. So no wonder why so many authors around this time start to think of the quest of growth as elusive, and that the divergence is going to be big time with us, and the distance between rich and poor countries was further and further getting apart. However, just by a mere examination of this data and continuing looking at this trend, you see that most of the gap that was open in the aftermath of World War II between the US and the entire continent of Africa has been closed. Okay, we jumped from 17 down to 11. Still, it's a very, very, very big gap, but we start to see some progress going in the right direction. Obviously, there's a lot of heterogeneity. Yesterday about the business now, so those things are part of that. But you start to see corruption taking place in the continent of Africa, and this really is a process, an ongoing process that started early on in the so-called Industrial Revolution, the takeoff of the Western offshoots and then the better diffusion of these ideas. So you see, this is the line that I just showed you, okay? And then this is, instead of the US, we take into account English-speaking countries or the Western offshoots. And then this is looking at the Miocene data, the older data, and going all the way back far in time. So you see that at some point, the gap between the US, Western offshoots of Sub-Saharan African was or 20-fold. It's huge, but now it's starting to close. And not only the development gaps are now starting to close finally in Africa, but you see that this is a process that has been going in Asia, the region of Asia, and in the Middle East. So you start to see this pattern of the gaps widening up to the point that as more countries embark in their own industrial revolution, you see these gap closing. So what we do in this paper is, well, the first thing is we want to revisit the evidence on the industrial revolution. So think of this as the kind of evidence you want to put forth in an introductory class of growth. Where are the side effects? And it is very useful to keep updating these numbers. We were not aware of this, but then we saw this paper by Michael Kremer of convergence to convergence, which is the same paper. You have these facts based upon data that run up to the 1990s, and you get some kind of the world, and there's not much convergence, and then same econometrics, same tools, you just update the numbers 30 years onward, and you start to see the patterns of convergence showing up. So the evidence, as we put forth, is 1 to 4 are well known in this context of unified growth theory, stagnation to increasing income per capita, the fact that production is taking place out of agricultural, this is sort of transformation, a process of demographic transition, whereby the families, well, first they start to get bigger up to the point where you start to see the family size growing smaller and smaller, the human accumulation process, and the U-shaped female labor force participation over the course of development, which is something that has been covered by Alberto and recently by Rachel Ney and her co-authors, where we want to integrate these into a unified growth context. And once we have some sense of where the data stands today, we put forth a theory, unified growth theory, where our aim is to explain these patterns in a single framework. And the novelty of this aspect is we're going to have households that are composed by 2 parents. And that simple mechanism is going to allow to think differently about the quantity-quality trade-off and how households getting a corner solution can specialize, okay? Because when you have 2 parents, you can have one parent working in the traditional sector, another parent working in the modern sector, but also more importantly, you can have one parent taking care of showering activities versus the other parent working. So the trade-off, Gary Becker's trade-off of quantity and quality, starts to play an important role for growth for division of labor, which is something that Gary Becker taught a lot. Okay, and the aim is to show the mechanisms and to think about this model in a way that is useful for replicating the development paths, meaning we're going to calibrate this model to try to see if we can generate observed time paths. Okay, so there's some good progress here and here. I'm still working on this part. I think the 10-minute rule is over, so feel free to interrupt as we go, please. So I'm going to skip through this very fast for time. There's many papers in these areas, but what we're trying to do is to think about the quantity-quality trade-off, and we build heavily on Bob's work into it. Right.
Of countries, and as a result, in Table 6.3, you'll find the biggest GDP per capita difference across countries. Then starting in Table 7, where there's a new round of international conversion program, then the years later on, you'll see the smaller GDP per capita difference across countries. So I wonder for the figure you showed in the very beginning, could be related to that. Yeah, those are the years where the national comparison program, I forget which version it is, but there's one version that is the biggest if you have that use it cross country. So yeah, I don't know for those early years, maybe you can compare different versions of the table. So someone knows.
This is using mice and data. The extent of mice and folks are not an issue. I'm not aware, but this is my numbers. Okay, so that's definitely, I don't know. I'll have to check. Okay, but then I'll figure it out. So the literature then is the unified growth theory, the quantity trade-off, obviously, and then this idea of bringing together this in connection with the female labor force participation is something I think it fits well about the micro and macro and this polynomial state because it's like macroeconomy start now mesmerized with these new shit. Whereas this is just out there in labor economics and development, and it's like bread and butter of something really oh, what an interesting pattern. Let's think about it carefully. Okay, yeah, that was my labor economics study from this for a long time. All right. So what I want to talk today is going to show you some stylus facts. By the way, facts that you send me an email and I can give it to you if you want to use them teaching clip. Some of these, most of these are not original work, just trying to keep the data updated. I'll tell you a little bit about the layers of our theory and the very preliminary calibration. Let me answer these expectations right now. We're telling you that the way we think about this calibration is more as a proof of concept, whereby I want to see if the kind of model is generating out of the data, but it is not yet tested. I cannot tell you something that I want to tell, which is to what extent the model is success or not. But that's where I'm moving forward. And the conclusion is work in progress. So I'll tell you where I see this taking over, and hopefully I'm going to come out with a more complete list on this aspect. Okay, so facts. We have the following patterns in the data. The reason that I have focused here is in case you want to see this after the talk, but otherwise that takes me to a rabbit hole that I don't want to go. I just want to show you facts on number 1 and number 5. Okay? But these are all well known in the literature and in the paper. When it is available, you will be able to see them. So let's go to number 1. Think about the takeoff, and then we'll jump into the U-shape. So here is the figure that started this project. So there's 8 groups. In the original paper of Bob, there's 5 groups. But now, since much more interesting stuff has happened, we have now 8. So the blue guys are the Western offshoots. This is how you start a morning growth class. So go back in time and you start to see the sustained increase in standards of living. There's a little bit of action here. Not enough that we in growth care much about. And then you start to see number 2. So this is the Western offshoot. Number 2 is Japan. So Japan was singled out as a success story, but not only did not surpass the Western offshoot, but now it's falling behind substantially. Now, if you look at this trend of Japan now, it's well below this purple line, which is the Asian tigers as a whole. Okay. This group number 5 is the rest of Western Europe. Okay. And the group number, this one, number 6 is the rest of Latin America and the Soviet Union. Everything that we've not taken into account by singling out Japan and the Western offshoot and the rest of Western Europe, outside Africa and Asia. We also single out these red guys, which is China as a whole. And what's very interesting is these little 2 lines, which is, first of all, this is the rest of Asia. So we're going to take Asia and we're going to take the countries that we know that have been to some degree a success story. You get rid of Japan, you get rid of the Asian tiger, you get rid of China, and you still see that there's action starting to happen in a very similar pattern. It's very nascent, but you don't see the stagnation that we've seen in the data for a long period of time in this poor Asian region. And also, you start to see that the development is starting to rise in the rest, in the entire continent of Africa. Okay? Now, let's look at this in the same information, but presented in a different way. This is the famous parental record double times. So what you want to what you have in this axis is you go to the milestone data and you're going to ask, I need you to tell me when these countries got $4,000 of income per capita, okay? Which is about the same as the 2000 that percent with the $85 with the $90 and 99. This is of 2011. And then once we have that data, we're going to ask, now please tell me how long it took you to double your standard of living, okay? From 4,000 to 8,000. And this is the part that you get. And you see that the British were pioneers of this story, and they took more than 70 years in doubling their standard of living. The US start later and do it faster. And the pattern is that you see that as countries start later, they're able to achieve this feature way faster, okay? So when Parental Presto did this, you were able to see the success story, the so-called Asian miracle. But now, the interesting aspect of this plot is how many of these Asian countries outside China and Japan and Thailand, and how many African countries are in this region. So you start to see that these countries are able to achieve this milestone, not only an impressive milestone, but way faster, okay? It's not just, maybe we need to start thinking critically about miracle as it becomes a pattern, okay? So back to miracles. We want to ask the data if there's any way we can just count not only the miracle, but how many years each country has been in this so-called miraculous state. So this is more than definition, this measurement. And if you have better ideas of how to hear about this is not very controversial. The idea is we're going to label you as kind of miracle if you have been able to double your standard living per capita in 10 years or less. Okay? We don't want to be that sensitive to the business cycle. So we want to figure out a way to move. On the person would work fine. Here, what we do is the 5-year rolling GDP per capita average, okay, as a way to disperse a little bit the time series from the business cycle. It's not going to help us with the super cycle and super commodities, but well, you got to do it somehow. And then the dates that I'm going to tell you, I think, are going to show you when today's income per capita is twice as big as a decade ago, all right? Or more. So we're going to have a little start here for countries that belong to the OPEC. It is just fitting to be here in Abu Dhabi because I don't know what's your impression, but this idea of the curse of natural resources that oil does not lead to development when you're here it's challenging, to say the least. Here is the table, and you're not supposed to present these ugly tables because you barely can read these numbers, but I think that's kind of the point, that there's a lot of countries and a lot of episodes here that we're labeling as miracles. So, like the theory suggests, there's not which countries, Australia is the first miracle, which countries really don't do miracles, because you really need to have this stock of knowledge already operating so you can actually go on adopt. And thanks to the great keynote speech yesterday, the world record in miracles is South Korea. So let me point here for you, just to help you to read these things. 1971. This means that in 1971, South Korea had twice as much income per capita as 1961. Okay? But then that reality continued to be the case for 24 years. 24 years in a row that they look back, hey, I am twice as rich as 10 years ago, twice as rich as 10 years ago. 24 years. Even in the Chinese story, which is up to be an important miracle in just 2 years, by the mere size of the miracle. Okay, it just went up and down. But the interesting aspect of this table is how many countries you see in the region 4, which is the rest of the non-Western Europe and their influence, so to speak. Group number 7 is the rest of Asia. So here we are. This is, according to our data, a miracle, okay? By 2005, they had twice as much income per capita as 1995 after trending, so it's not just a business cycle. And you see a lot of stuff happening in some countries in Africa. Okay? So this is quite painful.
I think the definitions are the way you're doing this is a little bit confusing, but it's really for Australia. I mean, in 1941 is when they start growing miraculously.
Yes.
And then they keep growing until 1841, 1854, right?
Yes, 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 yes. Because yes, the compound effect of that growth, of that nearly growth, you have to see 10 years down the road. Yes, 100%.
Just a clarification. So from your earlier figures, I thought that this miracle peak is also time variant, right? So initially, countries were taking longer to double their GDP per capita. So why would you then take 10 years as like a constant, I mean, over time, it should be also there, no?
You're right, but I don't, this is how many years these countries took to double their standard of living. So the miracles would be below this line. So I wouldn't call the United States a miracle in this definition that takes into account the but of course doubling the standard means to the case story. Here is you want to think about the speed, okay, where you're able to have this duplication of standard living in such a fast way that even within a decade you have twice as much. So I don't think that's contradictory evidence. I think about complementary evidence. We just don't think of rich countries like the US and Great Britain as countries growth is miraculous. These guys have to really push the productivity technology to really their field, their growth. Okay. All right. What else? Well, I have corruption out of agriculture, demographic transition, demographic. Let me just tell you that some figure I'm not going to show to you, but something cool about the production out of agriculture is that if you look at the amount of people, not their share, but the amount of people in agriculture worldwide, we see that has always been growing over time, smaller share of the population, but growing up till the year 2004. Now we have fewer people in agriculture worldwide. It jumped from about 1.1 billion people employed in agriculture to about 900. So like the size of Mexico now is out of agriculture since 2005.
So I find that that
Wait. Hey.
That these 2 years that China doubled GDP per capita. Are you sure that's a fact?
No, I'll explain you why. So we did this from nice and big. What this tells you is that in 2010, China is already labeled a miracle, meaning that the growth rate started in the 90s. If you look at labor tables and maybe people in the help me to understand this, you're going to have more years in that as defined miracle according to China, but not a lot. Okay?
But I see. So the start, this is the I'm confused about the definition. So what's the definition here? So
the definition is in 2010,
yeah,
you had to double your standard living, which is what Joe is telling us. That means that your miracle started in 1990.
Oh, I see. So all those 3 years.
Sorry, in 2000.
In 2000, right? So I see all those 3 years, you were doubling your income 10 years ago.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
No, I understand.
okay, I've done the plots, I don't have them here, but imagine like you plot the ratio, so it's a cone shape,
Right.
and then at some point it crosses the first of two. That's how it happens.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Here is the female level force representation. So this is replicating, well, not replicating, looking at two different cross sections in the data. The earliest one that we have and the latest one that we have, 1992 and 2018. And looking to see if in the cross section, when you have poor and rich countries and you have the patterns of female labor force participation, you do see the evidence report by the Golden, and in fact, you do see the U-shape. So look at these, look at China here and India. Okay, in 1990, there were much more Chinese women in the labor force than in 2018. My first reaction to this figure is like, God, what we get the data, what are you gonna do with this? Because I was not aware of this U-shape, but then a friend of mine helped me to see this more carefully. And now we start to see that full countries in 1990, the women are heavily engaged in the labor force. This is mostly related with the fact that this is a state where these guys are poor and they're mostly in traditional agriculture. Then you start to see an important drop at middle income levels. And that's the drop that you see in China and India. Look, India here and here, dropping. China is dropping. And then as countries grow wealthier, women dropped out of the labor force and then come back, all right? If you click this button, what you're going to see is that you take all these years from 1990 to 2018 and think of them as panel, that actually is helping you with the within changes. So it's not just that some time effect or fixed effect or something about country characteristics. No, it's really the fact that development is changing the engagement of female participation. So importantly, you don't see any of these in male labor force participation. It's very flat. You don't see anything going on in terms of like males tend to stay at a constant fraction for the development path. I know that if you look carefully at the time series of the US, you start to see a small decline recently, but it is fairly recently. And I also know that if you looking at the time series, it can be a little bit complicated because you really need to take into account how you measure women's labor force and what Rachel is showing that once you take into account the fact that many women work alike, whether they get paid or not, you do see the U-shape. And she showed us the figure yesterday, so I don't need to show it today. All right. So that's more or less what I have to show in terms of data. There's more stuff going on in the paper. Most of it is not very original. We just want to
I was just gonna say, you know, if you look at the, put back in the figures and the youth shape of female labor force participation. I don't deny that those patterns are there, the U shape, but if you look at the figure, the other thing that jumps out is it's like a ton of variation. I just think like, in terms of how you deal with that fact, it's a little bit like the Kuznets curve or the environmental Kuznets curve. I can imagine it setting people off if you make it like a fact this is every country follows this pattern, this is the way it has to be, kind of a thing that some people are going to recoil at that. So I don't know, I think you at least need to acknowledge that there's a ton of variation.
yes. So I agree with you, there's a ton of variation, but as a non-econometrician, to my fellow non-econometrician, so this button at least helps you to see if there's something about country fixed effects or even time fixed effects, and if that's capturing part of the variation, or if there's really these mechanics between development and the female labor force. And you do see that these square, both the rectangular and the square, are robust to controlling for this. So there's some within stuff that this is capturing. I agree 100% with you. Okay. All right. So now let's go to the theory. So the idea is we're going to have, this is, well, for the ones who know the literature, is basically Malthus to solo with oil calor preferences with two patterns. That's it. Okay? So if you already know this paper, you don't need to pay more attention. But if not, let me just walk you through about it. So we have land and human capital. There's no physical capital, which is going to help us a lot thinking about the dynamics or lack of dynamics actually. And what parents are doing is we're going to have two parents choosing a two parents in the
Extending the growth point, is it as people look at this actually the dispersion in the labor force participation looks like it's dropping over GDP Africa. Is this going to be part of the theory, or is it a robust fact from the data or not? If I just do the standard deviation of the labor force participation of the GDP per capita, is it declining?
Well, I think I'm not too sure if it's declining. So the thing is that I have the same axis here for distribution comparable, but given that there's much more growth in development because of the definition, you're going to spread this far more in this plot. My answer goes back to the data that I showed you. Even though there's some home tree fixed effects and time fixed effects, there's something about time, norms, technology, all these things that are common across something. You still see the within variation between that. So and if I were the one making this call, and if it was our side fact, the paper would be about that. So we're borrowing what we know from the people that have really worked on this. It seems to be a very robust feature in the data. Not only by this plot, but by other people, like all the work that probably been done on this side.
What I meant is that like it seems like when you are poor, the kind of technology you can use, which is a mixture of man and labor, let's say that's the production function, it seems more random across countries. Whereas when once you become rich, there is one combination of man and woman, like, you know, much less dispersed combinations being used by countries. This is what I meant. This matters for what kind of production function you have in mind. And the second point.
So let me react to that. So that's an interesting theory. And you can think about that they started countries, not only they have the advantages of patronage in the sense that there's more stuff of knowledge that is more diverse. We don't have that in our theory, but that's an interesting foundation that, yeah, could be.
And the other thing was a very economy. So the other way, like a more pessimistic view of looking at them is that these are the economies that were stuck in poverty for centuries. So the longer you were stuck, then the higher the growth rate, right? Would this be in the model as well?
So in the we don't have the barriers of entry yet, but what you're talking about is consistent with the view of current and progressive, which is there's some barriers that are blocking you to start development to the point that just by mere fact of lagging behind, there's much more technology to cover. But then the miracle, I think, is still a good story in the sense that once you're able to enter, you're not going to wait 7 years to go to standard living. You're going to catch up fast. So pessimistic, optimistic, well, that's a label that we can disagree with, but we're talking about the same fact. Okay? All right. So the theory is science choose labor supply to use technology, and at some point in history, this technology is evolving exogenously, which is another reason why we're silent in the struggle. At some point, it's profitable to use the more technology, to start sharing some labor out of the traditional technology to a more technology. Okay? And also, you have this layer of the quantity trade-off, whereby parents are thinking what's best for their kids, and they internalize that in order to provide quality, they have to sacrifice time at that time, at the end of the day, it's sacrifice of output as they cannot continue working as much for their kids. And human capital formation demands parenting time. If you have two parents, you would be able to have the transition among these two elements with corner solution. Meaning, that perhaps given the study size and given the fact that men are talking about the labor force, intuitively, it is women the ones that are making all, for the most part, taking this big investment in child and human capital formation. Okay, so there's no leisure here, so all the time that you're going to have, you're going to either work or do childbearing, and we're going to have multi-solo. There's a single good that is produced in two recipes, a modern recipe, a traditional recipe. The key aspect, the Malthusian aspect, is that in the traditional sector, you're going to have land that is going to bring the marginal diminishing returns. We're going to block these property rights on land simply because we want to make this story much more simple, and we don't want to have this bequest motive of leaving children with land, okay? Because at the end of the day, that's an aspect of development that becomes less and less important when you jump into a modern economy, okay? You can do that. Lukas does that in the paper, but we're not doing that. Technologies are operated as long as they're profitable, and households are facing two dilemmas. So how much to work versus invest in children's quality, and which production technology to use. So as technology is changing, suddenly parents are adopting this behavior, okay? And we're going to exploit the preferences by the lower and wide to the point that we're going to have this sort of one-go aspect whereby parents care, strictly speaking, about their children's human capital instead of their lifetime utility. If you are curious, maybe you won't like that, and then we have some proof that mathematically that's still equivalent to thinking about this in a diagnostic approach where you don't think about your children's quality, but their utility and their lifetime utility. Okay, but since we want to calibrate it more and we want to follow through the transition, this is a much more easier one. Okay, so and here what we're going to do is we need to define types of parents. So going to the rest of this idea of holding, whereby in early stages of industrialization, you start to see that men have disadvantage in brute force. Okay, the fact that there's some activities, I think she called them brutish and nasty in the book, that really the brute force, the strength of your arms, is an important advantage. Okay, but importantly, very importantly, this advantage does not evolve over time. What does that mean is that as the economy starts to become much more human capital intensive, where you're strong, small, tall, doesn't really matter, okay? But early on, it starts. And to complement to that, although you only need one of these to generate a specialization, we're going to allow for that type 2, type 1 in the data is going to be like men, and type 2 is going to be like women. There's an advantage in childbearing. Let me just click here on this just to give you a little bit of intuition. I put this yesterday of what we're talking about. So when Diego Rivera, he spent a lot of time in Detroit thinking about the most magnificent city in the world, okay? And he went and he actually was commissioned to have the mural in the Museum of Art. And he spent a lot of time in the 74 to 79. And this is a good picture that you get. And what you don't see, what you see is all men, there's no women. And I think that the critical characteristic, in my opinion, is the arms of these guys. Okay? That's the kind of thing that I'm thinking. If you look, the whole mural is a whole room, and there are women in the painting, but in a gallery observing this marvelous assembly line. Okay? But obviously, this is not how we think about conference here, okay? Where these arms and how your strength is going to play any role. That's kind of the idea. And so we have our preferences. So we're going to have consistency parameters. And the idea is, okay, So parents care about how much they consume. This is the household, so that takes into account, well, the parents, sorry, how many children they have. Okay, that's the quantity of children, and also how much quality they invest in their children. And a key aspect here technically is that when you don't, you can think about a normalization of human capital to one, whereby you don't invest in children's human capital, and you still have some value out of it. Okay, the raw labor. So that means that there's a condition whereby, obviously, if you're poor and if this constraint is binding, what you're going to do first is really maximize the utility in terms of consumption and number of children. But as you grow wealthier and the marginal units of consumption and of having children start to go down thanks to the curvature utility function, then you want to start thinking optimally to invest in children's human capital. Okay? And then the technology is very simple. Two parents, and they're going to go and work in a marginal diminishing returns technology.
Our parents' max model, like, is it possible that both of them are type 2 or both of them are type 1? Or is
Type 1 and type 2.
And how are the subsequent generations? Like, they just randomly matched, and like each of them are just involved with?
Yeah, so a family both type 2. Yes, in this case. But I don't have, sorry, go ahead.
No, and the whole thing.
So in the theory, there's type 1 and type 2. And then type 1 has the comparative advantage in strength. Type 2 has the comparative advantage in child rearing. So yes, okay, and they compose the house with children. Okay, so obviously, if you think about, and this is the way, the first iteration of the model is a single time, okay, then you don't have the possibility of corner solution. That, okay, that if you have both times, but they're the same, then you just basically increase the measure of the household, but you don't do anything and you're not going to have corner solution. So you gotta have some type distinction, either here in the endowments, or you can think in a research framework where the different stops at the institutional framework, but you gotta have some distance to generate this U shape and this thing. All right, so here is the traditional technology. The strong assumption, in my opinion, is that whatever geomorphic strength does not play any role in traditional agriculture. Okay. However, it's going to be very important in the modern technology. But here's the important part of the model, I think, which is look that this delta 1 and delta 2, they don't have any times script. Okay. So these are only relevant at really low levels of human capital. But if you think about how technically it's similar to how the Stonegary effects vanish as you grow wealthier, here, whatever delta 1 and delta 2 are helping you with is going to vanish with the burst of human capital accumulation. And the limit doesn't matter. It don't exist. Okay? But early on, when you start the modernization, with no human capital, they're going to be just enough to generate all what I'm about to show you. Aggregate output, you add both technologies, and then human capital effort requires, so human capital requires time of parenting, and the reason that I put here not strict inequality, because you only need strict inequality in one dimension to generate the comparative advantage. But just to make this model more transparent, a little like that. And here is how you have human capital formation. So if you work all the time, then every kid is endowed with this raw unit of labor, okay, and there's no human capital. But if you start to spend parental time in the formation of human capital, then you're going to have a human capital accumulation technology that is going to yield human capital formation here. Importantly, here we're including the economies of scale in child rearing, which I hope they exist. But the idea is we're going to be a little bit more flexible on what are the effects of having many kids in terms of the quality per kid. So most of these statistical models assume it's linear, like the more kids you have, the harder it is because you have to devote an equal amount of resources and time to each kid. But if this, maybe Joe can tell you what's your gamma, but the idea is that if you have a gamma that is below 1, okay, each additional kid is less costly on the margin. It's still costly, but you still can leverage on the resources you have in the household to have human capital. Okay, so this is going to help you to think about carefully on the dimensions of having many kids versus one kid. Okay, not just linear. Okay. So the household problem at the end of the day is every period you get up and you have the human capital in stock because now you're buying. This is not a generation model, but basically finds leave human capital stock and then keep compliance and so on and so forth. So this human capital stock, this human capital stock, condition on the human capital stock and the state of technology, they're going to choose number 1, how much to work, vis-a-vis how much time to spend in child rearing, and where to work in the traditional versus the modern technology. Okay? Single parent household, well, you have interior solutions. But with 2-parent households, as long as there's 5 differences, you're going to be able to start this transition with corner solutions, meaning only 1 parent takes care of children versus only 1 parent goes 100% to work. And the timing of the transition is going to be also differential, depending on the productivity and the human capital. Parent households abide resource constraint, okay? This K is the cost of having children to feed them. So all the costs involved except the human capital formation, except the quality, okay? Here are no economies of scale. All right, so there's 2 problems that are independent and we can think of them as independently, and that's going to be very useful. So the way to think about this is let's figure out first the output optimization, where I'm going to deploy labor optimally, which doesn't really matter if you work 100% or not, because the optimal allocation is not going to change. And then you can choose which parent is going to spend more time with children. So the first thing to do is let's focus on the transition. So you're going to choose theta is the fraction of time spent in the traditional technology. When this is 1, there's no modernization. But as soon as this beta, as soon as this B is growing, then it is optimal to start to shed some labor from here to here to keep the marginal return of labor in optimization conditions. And the optimization is given by these equations. Okay? So notice something interesting, which is how the modernization of your partner actually, due to the marginal diminishing returns, put 1 member of the household more time in the traditional sector. Okay? Very importantly, because this is sort of not, there's no markets here, they're both during the transition are making the same marginal profit. Okay? It's just that 1 parent leaves from the traditional to the modern sector, and the mere act of leaving is going to increase the marginal return to labor in traditional by the diminishing returns to scale. And that's going to help us a lot. Let me show you that. So imagine, let's bring them up. Imagine as the level of productivity in agriculture is bigger than modern technology. The point that it is profitable to just stay in mountains for both parties. Okay? And then there's not much action, no fusion equilibrium. We do understand these dynamics. And now, suppose then that as B grows faster than A, over time, there's going to be a threshold where these inequalities will fall. Okay? At some point, given this delta 1 is bigger than delta 2, and strictly speaking, you only need an epsilon difference. The magnitude is not different to generate this. Okay? So as soon as this condition is met, what you're going to start to see is L1 becomes theta 1, all right, which is smaller than L1. And then this is going to be then how the marginal across technologies is the same. But as this theta 1 continues to go down, then this inequality is going to hold until this theta 1 drops to 0, not before. So as simple as this is already explained you some interesting feature that we want to test it against some data, which is the timing of the transition really is different between types, okay? And I know that there was a nice journal article paper a few years ago in Artisanal, who was documented that in Brazil, the gender composition in agriculture was weak. Okay, most men already have left, and women were the ones that were stayed there with Philipp. So this is trying to speak about this timing that the types are not being at the same moment. Okay, but very importantly, even when this is 0, you still have a timing when you have one parent engaged in more technology, another parent engaged in traditional technology, but that's just going to be temporal because at some point, this inequality will hold again, okay? And as D keeps transforming, then it's going to be optimal for the second parent to just go back to modernization until the traditional sector is almost completely out of there. And that almost is very important because whereas type 1 can live entirely, via marginal diminution returns, type 2 is always going to keep some positive, maybe not, maybe negligible, but positive amount. 10 minutes. Okay. This problem, once you have these thetas optimal from the previous equation, now you can think of this as a maximizer of production. And then condition on the maximizer of production, you're going to choose the quality trade-off. These are whereby here, this is how the scale and the quality affect the trade-off here. Because if you care about quality, then you're going to be persuaded to have fewer children. But also, it's gonna, give me 1 second, it's gonna be very important whether you have economies of scale in childbearing or not. If this is 1, then the effect of taste for quality is going to be direct. But then this is a regional margin. And then here, at the end of the day, the quality is mapped on how much you don't work and how much you drop out of the labor force to spend time in childbearing.
So this setting abstracts from match formation, and like there's no decision to be in a couple or not. So what I'm trying to figure out whether there's any value of the parameters, specifically like the growth in A relative to B, that makes it such that it's optimal to actually be like a single parent. No, right?
No. We abstract from that.
No, yes. I know you abstract from it, but I think whether, so my question is even if you didn't, there will always be only couples, right? Because it's always optimal. Like there's no way in which your utility is higher if you're the only one working. The sharing of consumption.
Yes. And that's the quintessential. Yeah, the quintessential gains from trade and utilization in the household. Yes, 100%. Yes. Or if both parents are doing exactly the same, and I think how they will look like this, like, well, it's not optimal in terms of resources. Okay, in this context, okay, there's gonna be a costing out. Okay, so these are the first order conditions. Let me just jump into this thing. Unfortunately, this model does not yield closed form solution during the transition. You can have closed form solution in maltose. You can shut down maltose entirely. You can have closed form solution in the modern technology. And what you see is that in maltose, if if the constraint is binding, then you're going to work all the time. Okay, but if not, if it's not binding, then you can solve this analytically. But you see, and then what you would expect is from maltose to the normal to drop in the amount of work. Okay, but you're not going to be able to generate a U shape because you really need to think about the transition. So, fair enough, we know how to deal with that. So this is the optimal number of children where the quantity-quality trade-off is present here, and also how much work you do where the income and substitution effect are prevalent here. So the idea is, well, spending time with kids is good in the small economy. It's something that you want to do. So as you grow well here, meaning in this case, as you depart from your subsistence constraint, then you're going to be persuaded to spend more time with children, and then you're going to drop time out of the labor force to do all these important problems. That's the income effect of this mechanism. The other effect is that as you drop time, then your time is more and more costly, because then here you're going to have a negative effect on your marginal productive labor. And obviously, once you start thinking about the transition, then this is going to be even more and more costly, because you're having the human capital accumulation process that is going to be played again against that, and that will start to go back to the labor force. So that's the mechanics of the U shape. And then this is obviously you have traditional and modern, and you have L1s and L2s all over the place, so you cannot, it's analytical, but computationally, like undergrad, it's super simple. You just feed the model with the time paths of A and B, and then solve every point how much L2 you need to get, and then that's going to give you all the implications. All right. So since we cannot have the computation analytically, we calibrate the model. So we're going to leverage this on the work done by Lagerlof, which is very useful for us because he spent a lot of time thinking about calibrating the preferences of Galore and Wild within the mountainous and solo as an impressive concept. Since I'm running out of time, let me just tell you that the consistency, the subsistence constraint is essential, and you can always pin down via the layers of productivity the timing of the transition to make sure that you start investing in human capital once you are in more economy. Okay? And also that you can fit in the time paths. We are imposing these, we're imposing just a 5% advantage in type 1 in modern production and a 5% advantage of type 2 in child rearing. These are free parameters, which I don't like, and that's what I'm telling you that this is still very complete, but this is enough to think about, even if it's just a small 5%, can we generate the patterns we see in the data. And since I'm running out of time, this productivity growth and these levels imply this thing. These are the productivity growth in enhanced compressor. There's nothing going on here. It's just plotting what I just showed you. So you see that the Malthusian technology is way more productive early on in time. We have 300 here, which I thought it was a lot, but now it's like we need to think between minus infinity and plus infinity. So we'll see how long the transition is. But then via the growth rate, at some point, this is going to cut. We don't need, actually, this is way past the transition, because it's not just comparing A and B in the transition. You also have the role of the land intensity. So here is what happens, and I think it's a very interesting implication of the model, which is the timing of the transition will differ across types. Number one, okay? Number two, so blue is type 1, so the transition is earlier. And then unlike Malthus to solo, the transition is super fast. Why? Because you don't have the marginal product of labor and traditional technology is slowing you down because there's another kind operating that technology. Boom. So super fast. And in this calibration, there are some periods where even when you have full specialization across technologies, okay, you don't need to have this. It could be sequential, but definitely one parent finishes first and the other one starts. Now, once there's only one part of the traditional technology, you start to see the transformation out of agriculture drops. But now, since you have the marginal diminishing returns in land, this is slowing you down, okay? And that's why you get the nice curve here. And that's why you see constantly in the numbers of employment in agriculture that they're not zero, they're not trending to zero, they're very small. And an empirical counterpart, that's something that my arrays are working on right now, because I think this is a neat prediction, is if this is the case in some data, okay? And if you see really the fact that early on in the industrial revolution, mainly women stay, and then what happens next. Now, with these numbers, and these numbers, I just show you, we can generate the entire model. So let's do a U-shape. And here it is. So let me just tell you, well, this is a U-shape, how it looks. So the one thing that I want you to have from this is, this is one, in the sense that there's no effort in human capital, and that's the Malthusian equilibrium. And this, the new equilibrium, the long-run equilibrium, is not going up to 1, but it is converted to the long-run value, which in this calculation is about 0.83. So you're not going to jump all the way to 1. Okay, just for have a better grasp of this figure, let me just overlap this one with the previous one. So you're just looking at the same two figures overlap. I looked at this fast drop in the labor force participation goes hand in hand with transformation out of agriculture by the partner, okay? Which is consistent with this idea that as soon as families start to think about modernity and they start to really think about the well-being of the children, and that implies that women are dropping out of the force here. But then you start to see that slowly women go back to a labor force. Okay, and this is the house law, because there's always this counter aspect of the marginal division in land. So this is not yet a test of the theory, as I said before, but this is interesting that with the numbers of Malthus to Solo, and the numbers of Lagerlof, we generate the mechanics that we're after that. So what I'm going to do now is to think about if we can fit in the model the observed time series for the US and replicate the U shape of racial name, number one. And number two, well, we don't need to do the time series. We actually have all these cross-country evidence we can use where we can think about the plots that I showed you on the female labor force participation. We can back out the productivity differentials and see if or we can generate that curve over the time period. I don't know if I'm going to get there, but clearly that's what I'm aspiring to. The last thing that I'm going to say is we can also use this model to characterize an endogenous takeoff, whereby we don't have B growing, but we actually have the human capital formation happening. And I close with this. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, David. We're gonna move on to the next presentation. Yes. In the interest of time, but I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions to follow up with over the break. Yeah. So our next presentation, Tsenguunjav, will be presenting, and he has half an hour. So we'll do it a little differently. We'll try and give him about 25 minutes to present, and clarification questions only during those 25 minutes. So he can get to the end of the presentation. We'll have Q&A for the last 5 minutes before the break.
Okay, so first of all, let me thank the Taryn and Rachel for inviting us and including this paper in the program, and thanks to all the organizers for putting us all together in this study. So my name is Tsenguunjav, and I'm a fifth-year PhD student at Cornell, and this is a joint work with Nguyen, another PhD student at Cornell, and the paper is about about the artisanal mining, female labor supply, and intimate partner violence. But and then, so yeah, that is the title. And if you recall, on Thursday, Melanie nicely set the stage on artisanal mining, so I don't need to talk too much about artisanal mining, but I'm gonna start the presentation or by motivated topic by describing two facts about artisanal mining and female labor. The first fact is that in contrast to the industrial mining, artisanal mining is very intensive. And the second fact is that artisanal mining employs relatively more women than traditional industrial mining. So these numbers basically shows you that the share of women in the workforce is higher for artisanal mining than the industrial mining, and this number is much higher for in Africa. Almost half of the mining workforce is women. And then why and how the so IPV is in the partner violence. So I'm going to use this acronym a lot in this presentation. So how IPV is related to artisanal mining and the subsequent changes in the employment. So according to the IPV literature, female employment and female income is one of the important determinants of. However, the direction of the impact is ambiguous. There are several theories about IPV, but one set of theory suggests that female employment reduces IPV through expanding women's outside options and increasing their household bargaining power. So the idea is that as the woman becomes less dependent from their husband, basically their outside option. And the second set of theory suggests that female employment could also increase the IPV through backlash effect if the husband uses violence as a tool to regain the power within the household. So basically, even if the woman becomes stronger, their income or employment gets better off, they might still suffer from the domestic violence. And so why we should care about IPV and especially in Sub-Saharan Africa is that to motivate that to answer that question, I'm gonna mention one of the highly cited statistic in the literature saying that 1 in every 3 women in the world have ever experienced IPV during her lifetime, which is shown on the left side. And in fact, Sub-Saharan Africa leads the world in terms of the incidence of IPV experienced in the last 12 months, with 1 in every 5 women experienced IPV in the last 12 months, is shown on the right. So, so basically, this shows that artisanal mining, female employment, and IPV is to understand these linkages. Sub-Saharan Africa is the most ideal environment to test this relationships. And I'm gonna briefly spend some time on the related literature on the link between mining, employment, and IPV. So we can divide the broad literature on mining impacts to macro and micro impacts. And this paper is going to be focusing on the second strand of literature, so bear with me. This strand of literature looking at micro effects of mining concentrates on the industrial mining because of the data availability. And this literature looks at various a range of outcomes from structural transformation or the employment shifts across industry and the gender-specific employment and domestic violence. However, this literature looking at artisanal mining is quite limited because of the data constraint. But in the light of this new data set on gold suitability that was first used in July 2023, there is a recent attempt to look at the impact of artisanal mining on not gender specific, but industry specific employment effects. However, there is no study yet that documents the impact of artisanal mining on IPV against women, as well as gender specific employment, except for Razor the Melanie here we had seen on Thursday. But the context and the designs are different from Razor 2023. So and basically this paper fills this gap in the literature by asking these two research questions. The first one is how does artisanal mining impact IPV against women, and what are the main mechanisms? So to answer this question, we first estimate the gender-specific employment effects across industries in comparison to the industrial mining, as well as other environmental shocks. And then we're going to provide the first evidence on the impact of artisanal mining on domestic violence by estimating this differential impact of artisanal mining on different types of IPV with different frequencies. And then we're going to analyze the persistence of the short-term impacts to say something about the dynamic impacts on the in the long term. Using all this result, we're going to try to draw some policy lessons for developing countries for empowering women. So to make sure that I deliver my message today, I'm going to briefly preview the main findings. So we have three main set of results. First set of results is on the employment effects, and we find that the male and female employment increases in mining, but it decreases in agriculture. And an increase in women's employment in mining is stronger than for men. And also we find that the female labor supply in sales or retail industry increases, potentially indicating that there is an aggregate demand increase, which is consistent with our result on the increasing household wealth impact. And in terms of industrial mining, we didn't find employment effects conditional on artisanal mining. And second set of results is on the IPV, and we find that artisanal mining reduces the overall and less severe physical violence with less frequency. And we consider that the main mechanism driving this result is increase in the woman's bargaining power within the household, potentially because of the higher earnings from the employment in mining industry as well as retail or state of industry. However, we find that incidence of some of the sexual violence increase due to the artisanal mining. And for industrial mining, we find that industrial mining has the opposite effect on domestic violence, meaning that it increases the domestic violence, except for sexual violence, so for which both of them have positive impact. And the third set of results, as mentioned, is on the long term. And we find that impact on the female employment in mining, as well as the less severe violence with less frequency, tend to persist over time. And in the baseline, we find no effect on the severe physical violence, but over time it becomes negative. So now I'm going to briefly describe the main data set that we use in this paper. So we have used several data sets from different sources, but I'm going to briefly describe four of them. The first is the DHS, and we essentially use DHS to collect information on our outcomes, the domestic violence and the employment, and the individual and the household level covariate. And the second data set is on the geographic information on gold suitability, covering the entire African continent. And the data is coming from the July 2023. And this data contains coordinates of the bedrock suitable for gold at the 0.5 times 0.5 grid cell, which is equivalent to 55 times 55 kilometer cell. And using this information, we basically construct the binary and continuous variable of the gold suitability at the cell level. And the third data set is on the industrial gold mining. Data is coming from the Barham. And this data contains a dummy variable indicating whether the cell has industrial gold. So controlling this variable is quite important in houses because we are not directly measuring the artisanal mining aspect. What we are doing is basically separating industrial mining from the gold suitability to isolate the impact of artisanal mining. And although it is indirect measure, the good thing about this measure is that it can capture both registered and unregistered artisanal mining, which is one of the main form of artisanal mining. The fourth data set is on the gold prices in the international market. They estimate from the World Bank. Before going into the empirical part of if we show you some data pattern, focusing on the treatment, the spatial and the temporal variation that we are exploiting. On the left, you can see that our continuous measure of gold suitability, and you can see that we have good spatial variation there. On the right, you can see the changes in the dynamics of the gold. Okay. Now I'm going to talk about the empirical strategy. So the main challenge to identify the causative impact of mining on selected outcome is the homogeneity due to several sources. And to get around this problem, we use the strategy similar to Gerard et al. That uses the spatial variation in suitability and then exogenous temporal variation from the gold price. In particular, we estimate this following specification, where the Y ICP is one of the outcomes for individual I living in cell C at serving year T. And gold suitability is either the dummy or continuous measure of gold suitability at cell C. Yep.
Like differences how you mine between industrial mining and artisanal mining in terms of like women and men have different comparative advantage in these two.
Yeah.
Is this part of the hypothesis?
Yeah. So yeah, as mentioned as a fact number 2 in the first slide, like the difference in terms of employment by gender is that it is the industrial mining essentially like basically industrial mining hires more men than women.
Is it due to some sort of technological, like how you mine, or like I don't know, side of the fingers, I don't know, something like physical?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that like men has comparative advantage in terms of skills for industrial mining, but woman has like comparative advantage in artisanal mining. But if you think about like the technology that being used in industrial mining, men, like if you're operating heavy machines, men could have comparative advantage in those in those tasks. But if you think about artisanal mining and cleaning the gold ores using hand, that is doable by a woman. So it requires less man-specific skills.
The last one. So you are considering all women, married or unmarried?
So this is only married couples.
So what you said that the control is the X is a control where you have marital status?
Yeah, so it is okay, so it could be
just have in mind, if you're not, like then like mine affects the age at marriage, it affects the whom you marry, and that affects LPD as well.
Yeah, it could be like divorced at some period of time or widowed at some period of time, but she might have experienced IPD while being with her husband and so on. Right. Okay. Thank you for that. And then gold suitability is, as I was mentioning, it is either the dummy or continuous variable and interacted with the gold price in the past period. So basically to allow for the local markets to adjust to the international price. And we have a bunch of controls at the individual level, household level, and cell level. And we have cell fixed effect and the country by time fixed effect. So if you think about flesh disease and the appreciation of domestic currency due to the mining boom and the change in the price of non-tradable goods. Those to be at least partially controlled by the conservative parties, right? So the main identification assumption that we are making is that the international gold price is exogenous to the local market, which we think is plausible because the cell level local markets are still small to affect the international gold price. However, there are several concerns that we should be cautious about, mainly around the attenuation bias or the measurement error. For example, some cells that we treated as suitable for gold might not be actually suitable because of some factors. So, for example, a river could move the gold ores. So we interpret our estimates as a lower bound. And then, for example, the second potential source of attenuation bias is that some gold suitable cells might not be actually reachable practically. And then also gold suitable cells with gold at some period of time might run out of gold due to the extraction of the gold. So our estimates are going to be likely towards zero. So we acknowledge that these are the potential biases in our estimate, but we consider it's not significant. Now I'm going to present the results. First, the employment effect. And we find that the overall employment, as you can see in column 1, the overall employment is not responding. And for overall and gender-specific employment, significant, but gender-specific employment in mining is increasing for both gender, and agriculture is decreasing in column 3, and then service employment is decreasing for men, and female employment in sales is weakly. Another thing to take away from this table to note is that increasing the extractive abilities by women is stronger both in magnitude and as well as in significance. As you can see, channel C in 2. And then we are also interested in how household wealth increases due to the artisanal mining, and it is robust to different certifications. And then our main outcome on the domestic violence, and we find that artisanal mining leads to a decrease in the overall IPV with less frequency, in particular the less severe physical violence. And we didn't find any impact on severe physical violence and sexual violence. And also we didn't find any impact on any of the violences, any type of violences that happen often in the past 12 months. So those violent behaviors are not really responding.
So quick clarification. So are you using a buffer, which to collocate DHS to the mine?
So so the DHS is the cluster at the cluster level, the PSUs, and then mining is at the cell level. So cells are 55 times 55 kilometer, which is smaller than the cluster. So we can match the two data sets without doing the buffer zone.
The display rate of the cluster would be outside cluster?
Those could be, yeah.
Cluster is displayed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to you on that. Right. And then to further look at the IPV effects, we consider 10 types of detailed violences. And then we find we basically summarize the 5 of them, which are responding to this. And we find that the likelihood of women being slapped and punched are driving the IPV reducing impact that we had seen in the previous slide. And in the previous slide, we didn't see any sexual violence impact on the sexual violence. But if we look at the specific type of violence, we find that the one that we have shown on column 5 is increasing due to the artisanal mining. And so then we look at why it's happening. And first we consider the women's intra-household bargaining power. And we have several proxy for women's intra-household bargaining power and also the aggregate index. And we find that women's bargaining power within the household is improving due to the shock. So we consider that is the main mechanism here. And because we didn't find any like overall employment effect, the increase in the woman's bargaining power is because of the increase in the woman's earning potential, not because of the higher employment. And we also checked the other mechanisms like the changes in the household wealth and changes in the compositions, and we didn't find that they are the main mechanisms. And also to further investigate the mechanism with the heterogeneous impacts, focusing on the place of residence and the woman's age, and we find that the impact is concentrated in rural areas and for women in younger age group. And then the third set of results is on the persistence of the short-term effects. So I have many figures, so I'm gonna just focus on the most interesting thing. And this shows that the female employment in mining is quite persistent over time. And then for IPV, we find that the impact on the IPV, less severe physical IPV and severe are is persistent over time, and the null effect on severe physical IPV that I've shown on the right becomes negative in the medium term. And then we checked a bunch of boxes checks. Well,
Quick question before you move on. Sorry. Yeah. What was time 0? Oh, sorry. No questions at all. Sorry. Come back and do it.
Yeah. We have checked this bunch of robustness checks, and the employment and the IPV results are robust. I'm gonna briefly conclude with main contributions and caveats to the future research. And we provide in this paper, we provide the first evidence on the I'm gonna just skip the main results because I have already previewed the results and discussed it. For the future research, one can use better employment and earnings data at the individual level to investigate the mechanisms better, and then also you can use the direct measure of artisanal mining to check whether these results are robust.
Thanks so much. I'm sorry, Tania. So we'll collect a round of questions and then let you give some responses.
Okay.
I'll give you the first one.
I just wanted to know what time 0 was in those graphs. Yeah, because I thought you were using the gold price. And then another, I guess, comment following up on a comment from before is I think the marital status is going to be an important outcome variable, like they said, because one other mechanism is a selection effect, like that they're marrying different men or men of different quality. So I think that could be important to explore.
I was just curious if data was anything about alcohol consumption, and the other thing is whether the drop could have anything to do with just in that incarceration effect that the partners aren't together as much.
So as far as I know, the theories on the link between income, household bargaining power, and inter-partner violence are quite varied, and some of them believe that positive income shocks at low income levels can actually increase levels of inter-partner violence because there's more to fight over. So is there anything that you can do to speak to that, and possibly by looking at the sample between different income categories. And similarly, those theories also really emphasize the importance of the plausibility of the outside option, which is divorce. And I wonder if maybe even this qualitatively, in this context, whether that's something that's a credible threat that women have over metrics, that could explain why it's a negative effect here.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting. I was wondering if you could maybe, as an additional interest, just compare some countries where artisanal mining for women is more encouraged, whereas there's some countries where artisanal mining, women aren't really allowed to mine artisanally because of traditional beliefs. And if, for example, in Nigeria, experienced that, for example, in certain areas, women aren't allowed to go in the mining field because they believe the gods will then take away the gold. That's like a belief they really have. And so, yeah, I think it's different across countries. So maybe you could do like case studies to investigate if there's different effects.
Okay, I think that will give you 2 minutes to.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to. So first T0 here, yeah, we are using gold price in the previous period, but the employment is also asking whether this person is employed in the past year. So in that sense, it is kind of overlapping in terms of time, so that's why we have T equals 0. The gap is equal to 0 for the first period. Gap between the gold price and the question asking the employment. So it is asking whether you have been working in the past year, in the last 12 months. Yeah. On the marital status as outcome, so we have looked at divorce as an outcome as part of our check on the composition effects, and we didn't find impact on the divorce, but we have found like negative impact on whether the couples are living together. So they're not divorced yet, but they are kind of separated. So not officially, but I think so maybe that speaks about the mechanism. So if the interaction is reduced, then that might lead to less argument or something. Yeah, that is a good point that we have looked at as well as an outcome. Alcohol consumption. So I think DHS has whether the husband and the man and woman drinks, but we haven't looked at it yet. But definitely we can. I think DHS has the data on the consumption, drinking behavior, so we can look at it. Thank you so much for that. And the incarceration effects. I think on the like living together outcome is also on that, right? So they are not interacting. They're less interacting. So that is on that. And the heterogeneous by income. The backlash effect might be different across the income distribution. We can definitely look at the heterogeneous impact around household wealth. So we're going to do that. And so the heterogeneity across countries in terms of favoring women to go to the artisanal mining, we didn't know that. So we're going to definitely look into that. It might be different. So if it's different, so we should be finding different heterogeneous impacts. So thank you so much for all the questions.
We have a break now for until 10:45. So go out, grab some coffee, and come back for Kevin's talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, welcome back. So this next session, which is, I guess we have two sessions before lunch. Kevin's gonna present the gender turnover gap across countries. And he's gonna have an hour to present, so similar rules as before. First 10 minutes or so, let them get through to the fraction, and then you can manage the questions, and I'll give you a 10-minute and 5-minute one.
Cool.
Thanks.
Can you get us the mic good? No? No. All right, shoot. Should I just hold? No, I don't really want to hold it. Let's see if maybe I could button my shirt higher. Right, that'll be it's the beard. It doesn't get any closer. All right, well, I'm just gonna shout. Is there a volume? How about if I just talk like this? Does that still doesn't work? Rachel's online. All right, I'll take the handheld mic then. Thanks. Okay. Nope, that's not on. Should be on. Hello? Okay. No? No? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's do it like this. Okay. Thanks, Taryn and Rachel, for putting the paper on the program. This is joint work with Annika and Philipp, who is on the job market this year. So if you're looking for a really good young macroeconomist, Philipp is fantastic. And Lukas and Todd, and Todd's not so bad as all people. So these are of course not the Fed's views. Okay, so what we're interested in this paper is the interaction of what I'm going to vaguely call gender distortions for now, and insurance motives within the post. And so the reason we're going to do this is both, as I'm sure everyone's aware at this point, we think sort of generally that the gender allocation of labor or skills is an important aspect of creating economic development, as you saw this morning. But also, I mean, sort of the reason we're interested in this topic specifically is just because there's an inefficient allocation of labor doesn't necessarily mean that the friction is in the labor market, right? Frictions in other parts of the economy can manifest in allocations of labor. And so in particular, what we want to think about here is how frictions in, say, the consumption smoothing market or consumption market affect the allocation of labor. And so we're going to be trying to do two things related to this. The first part is going to be mostly empirical. And what I'm going to show you is a bunch of patterns in how men and women differ in their flows into and out of employment across different countries. And I'm going to try and argue that this is related, or sort of looks like it's related to men and women trying to ensure household consumption, something that's the so-called added worker effect. And then the second part is we're going to sort of build those patterns into a model to try and link it back to this idea of talent misallocation. And sort of the basic idea that you should keep in your head for this entire talk is an idea of, husband's working, husband loses job, wife enters the labor market to help ensure household consumption, but doesn't take the job that's necessarily going to be the one that best makes use of her skills. But instead, she's going to take something that's perhaps easier to find, but doesn't allow her to accumulate as much human capital. And so that's going to be sort of like the underlying mechanism that's going to be for the rest of this. Okay, so let me just briefly give you what we're going to do on both of these sides. So on the empirical side, we're going to put together a bunch of data from rotating panel labor force surveys. This is based on some work that Todd and I had done earlier with Will Liu at the Central Bank of Chile. What's going to be new here relative to some of our earlier work is that we can link everyone who's in the same family. And so I can sort of look within households. And so what this is going to do is to give us a data set that's around 83 million people who we can track for at least 2 quarters in a row, so we can look at labor market flows. 43 million of those people I'm going to be able to match to their spouse. Okay. And at the end of this, we're going to have quarterly individual level flows from countries with GDP per capita, roughly starting around 4,000 and up through the richest part of the world. And I'll come back to sort of like you know, what you should be careful about and some caveats about what that lower bound represents. So what are we going to find? The first thing I'm going to find empirically is just that, like, if you look at exit rates, so moving from employment into non-employment, they are significantly higher for women relative to men in developing countries. This turns out to be entirely driven by cross-country differences in what I'm going to call marginal jobs among married women. By marginal here, I mean like low-paying jobs, informal jobs, self-employment, that kind of stuff. So that's on the exit side. I'm also going to show you that entry specifically into these marginal jobs is high specifically when their husbands exit. So women are taking jobs with really high exit rates, specifically when their husbands are losing their jobs. And so this is the sense in which we're going to think about this as a channel of insurance within the household. What this is going to give us is like, if you're sort of, I guess this is more of a business cycle thing, but this so-called added worker effect is going to be much higher in poor countries than it is in rich countries, except in specific countries that I'm going to be highlighting a little later, that we think have specifically high gender barriers. So think about places like Egypt and India. And we're going to sort of use that as our benchmark in the model to think about like what would happen if you remove gender distortions from India, how would that affect earnings with us? So how are we going to do that? We're going to take those comparisons, we're going to build that into something that sort of like looks like a lifestyle IAGARI model that has some search frictions. Unless you think I'm going to do anything complicated, the model is going to be pretty simple. We're just trying to work through some of the issues in the model. But it'll sort of give you the flavor of what we're after. So what's going to be the key friction in the model? Key friction is going to be this idea that you can't ensure your consumption, right? Just like in sort of any IAGARI model. And what that's gonna mean for us here is that the way you choose your job is going to be part of the way you smooth consumption. What types of jobs you take is going to depend on the state of your family, your asset holding, whether your spouse is married or is married. That would be tribute. Whether they have like what types of jobs they have. And so that's going to give us smoothing via the labor market. And then the way we're going to connect that to development outcomes is that these jobs are going to differ in your ability to accumulate human capital. Okay? So you're going to make job choices that aren't necessarily about, say, income maximization or something like that. They're going to have some insurance component to them. Those are going to get tied to your life cycle earnings via human capital accumulation, how that differs. Okay? I'm going to show you how we discipline this model with additional facts that we think are new about sort of how this added worker effect varies across the life cycle and what that sort of pins down within the model. And then we're going to do, I'll show you one counterfactual today. And I'm going to think specifically about like removing the cost of, I'm going to just like build in really high taxes on female employment in India, basically. And I'm going to say, well, what would happen if you're women? So of course, earnings for women is going to go up. But what I want to focus on instead, well, not instead, but in addition to, is that I'm also going to show you that this has pretty strong effects in terms of increasing male earnings as well. And so the basic idea here is that if you think about wives in this model as sort of acting as part smoothing technology, and then you say, well, in India, you know what, let's tax all female earnings away. That's like taking away a smoothing technology for the family. And then you're going to get this classic result in these kinds of models, where then that means also the husband's going to underinvest in his human capital. Okay, so there's going to be like within household spillovers that are going to be important. Well, hey, Rachel. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick question. So you mentioned that, say in Egypt and India, they have this distortion, therefore women do not come in as insurance. And especially on your last point, but do you have some empirical evidence? Do they really don't have like extended family trying to help, brothers or etc.? So if not, then is it very irrational in such a way to sustain such gender, barriers, not letting women to come in?
Can I hold that for like not even like 3 slides until I get to the appearance, and I'll talk about exactly how we deal with those kinds of issues? The short answer is yes, we control for that kind of stuff, and you still see sort of the same patterns. But I'll be more explicit in a few slides, and you can tell me if it's not satisfactory. Thanks. Just like that, you can sit here. All right, so let me just tell you briefly, I'll tell you a little bit about the data set we've been putting together and then walk through some empirics of the model. Okay, so what we did was we set out to try and find basically as many countries as we can that have rotating panel surveys. And so roughly the idea behind these surveys is that your individuals are surveyed for some number of quarters in a row. That number differs depending on exactly which country you're looking at. We're going to be looking at just 2 quarters in a row. And then you exit the survey. Okay, so these 49 countries were governments that were willing to give us the data, along with identifiers, which are critical, of course, to match people across time. And so, once you have that, basically we're just matching quarter 1 and quarter 2 together, then you match quarter 2 and quarter 3 together, etc., and you end up with a data set of quarterly transitions. What's nice about these data sets is that labor force surveys are not going out and seeking individuals, they are seeking physical locations. And so what that means is that an enumerator shows up to your house, and conditional on showing up to your house, they talk to everyone in the household, modulo issues that Torsten and Nicholas have been working on and scare me every time I see them through that. But setting that aside, what this means is that I can link husbands and wives, I know how many children they have. I know if they have extended family in the household with them, to Rachel's point. And so then a lot of what we end up doing is trying to do this kind of matching, and then also trying to harmonize all the other stuff that you would want, that you should, to use to compare whether there's any heterogeneity. So think things about demographics, so like whether education levels, obviously gender, issues of how much you earn, how many hours you work, what industries and occupations, firm size, etc. Okay. One big caveat that I should mention is that we're going to focus exclusively on the urban population. The age constraint is not such a big deal. This is just because a lot of countries don't survey you once you cross 65. Yeah. Sure.
Two quick clarification questions. One is on the panel. Should I understand this as I can see someone for Q1, Q2, and a bunch of people like that, or I can see the same person in some of your data for Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and Q5.
Good. Yeah, so it'll depend on the country. So if the panel is only 2 quarters, if the statistical agency is a 2-quarter panel, then it'll be like I see a bunch of people in Q1 and Q2, and then I see a new set of people that I match in Q2 and Q3. But if the panel, say in like Mexico, it's a 4-quarter panel. So then I would see Taryn in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and you would show up in each of those individual transitions. You would be in there.
Okay, and then that second clarification is about the identification within the dwelling. So the panel data that I know, the dwelling IDs are the same, but people IDs are not exactly the same.
Yeah, so there's 2 issues. So that's true, for example, in the United States. The individual IDs are not consistent. The dwellings are, to your point. And then that turns out to be sort of like not the norm. Most of these countries are pretty serious. Conditional on running one of these panels, they will sort of like have the roster from Q1 and they will rewrite the roster from Q2. But regardless, what we do is you can adjust these, like we do all the checks that you would do. So like I match people on the individual identifiers. And if you go from, a 26-year-old female to a 48-year-old male, I sort of know like clearly that's an issue with the matches. Those tend not to be that big a deal, and we can sort of adjust the weights to deal with that kind of issue. Good. All right. Okay, so what do we have at the end of this? We had to drop a few countries that don't have the household relationships. So 35 countries, 535 country years, about 83 million people, with GDP per capita ranging from sort of like 4,000 up to the richest country in the world. If you want some sense here, the poorest countries you have India, Nicaragua, the Philippines, all the way up from the US. Okay, so do I not have that? Shoot, sorry. Let me click this. Okay, so just to give you a sense of like what you should be careful about, especially in light of the earlier talk today. Here's that U shape. I'm sort of like, I'm not quite as confident in the U as but if you're interested sort of like in where our data lands in this U, these are our countries here in the blue. This is for single people, and the red over here is for married people. And then the gray is just every country here in icons, and this is female labor force participation. So, if you want to call this a U, we're like an upward sloping part of the U, and you should be careful about sort of like interpreting, or I should say extrapolating what we're doing to these kinds of countries, because as we saw earlier, like there are very different patterns in sub-Saharan Africa. And in particular, again, we're looking at urban areas. And so like, there's selection issues and all sorts of things that come into that, but just sort of to make you aware of where we are. And then I think, so just to highlight this here, even if you sort of, like this came up in Joe's comment earlier, even if you sort of look at countries at the same income level, labor force participation rates are like drastically different, right? And so that's sort of like what we're interested in here. We're going to be looking at things like, well, okay, what if we compare the Philippines to India? How do their patterns differ? And then what can we infer about the types of frictions that these countries are facing? And that's going to be sort of like the crux of the quantitative argument. All right, cool. All right, so let's do some empirics. Let me just show you what you're looking at, explain what you're looking at, and what it is. I'm not entirely sure if you can see these, but there are sort of like light dots in the background here. These are country years. So this is like a given country year mapped in GDP per capita. And then these are just averages for the countries, just to sort of give you a sense of what you're looking at with the country. So this is what I'm going to call the exit rate. This is the exit rate for for women relative to men. So what does that say? It says that if you look at India, the average woman who's employed is about 5 times as likely to move into inactivity relative to the average man who's employed. If you go down to, there's Luxembourg, countries like that, sort of like the US and Europe in here, that number is still above 1 for the most part, as you might expect, but much lower than this. That's sort of like the first step. Women exit at a much higher rate than. Yep.
Yeah, in the horizontal axis, you have instead of GDP per capita, you have the actual aggregate exit rate. Would you see that in line as well? So I'm wondering if the level makes the story.
Yeah, good question. The short answer is going to be yes, and there's going to be some outliers that move around because of countries like India and things like. No, sorry, that's for India. Right? So yeah, you get exactly the same thing. Yeah. Which is basically a statement saying, if I break this down, variation in male exit rates don't vary much across countries, and female exit rates do. And so that would be, so you're exactly right. Yeah. Okay, so that's aggregate. If you break this down, that's that black line I just showed you right there. This is the same ratio for single women and men, and this is married women relative to men. And you can sort of see all the action here is coming. So lots of exit for women relative to men. It's all driven by married women. And then let me show you the last part. Oops. Oh no. Yeah, Rachel.
I'm so sorry. It must be a very silly question. What I couldn't understand is from a search model point of view. When you have a steady state, wouldn't the exit rate the same as entry rate? So the fact that India has very high female relative to men exit rate, wouldn't that say, in equilibrium, from your model point of view, you will have woman entry rate to be much higher than men as well? Or,
No,
so what is, maybe I didn't understand the statistic very well.
That's only true of labor force participation. It's the same, it's not.
So the labor force participation is not in a steady state in the model.
So in a steady state, labor force participation is exit as a share of gross flows. So it's exit divided by exit plus entry. Right. And so in India, labor force participation is really low. So exit is really high, and then oh shoot, I don't have it on here. But if you look at entry, entry is really low, and that gives you low labor force participation. I see. Yeah, so you're right that if everyone had exactly the same labor force participation, what you described would be exactly true in a steady state.
I think of this law as sneaking effect when people being married, there's more resources in there that you can afford to either drop your labor force participation or leave out of before it was out of impossible. In the sense, you can think of married as a sneaking effect that might be stronger and open a set of choices that single.
I'm gonna answer this slightly snarkily, which is I've shown you one graph, you can interpret it a million ways. Certainly, I haven't shown you anything that would suggest insurance or anything else. At this point, you can have all the theories in your head that you want. And I'm going to show you a couple more that I think will sort of like narrow down the set of theories. And then I think at that point, we should have that conversation about like whether you think our theory is a good one or not, etc. Yeah. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to click the regression button. Let me just sort of posit that like this right here is all coming from women at the bottom of the earnings distribution. This is not about like women at the top of the earnings distribution exiting a lot. It's all self-employment, low-paying wage jobs, etc. So if you sort of believe me that that's true, I'll just keep going, but I'm happy to fight about that a little bit. Okay, so that's about exit. Exit is high for women in poor countries, mostly because women who are in these marginal jobs are exiting at like astronomically high rates. Now I want to tell you about entry. So I'm going to define the added worker effect as the change in entry, so moving from inactivity into employment, during what I'm going to call an adverse spousal labor market outcome, which is if your spouse moves from employment to unemployment, so they lose their job, or they continue in unemployment. And so the idea behind this is like, well, if you move from E to U, by definition, this means you're searching for work and you want a job. So this is probably not a great outcome for you. Or if you stay in unemployment, this means you are searching, you want a job and you are available to work. And the same is true here. And so chances are you were looking for a job and you couldn't find one. Okay. So the added worker effect, I'm just going to define as the difference in the flows. If your husband goes through one of these, I should say husband or wife goes through one of those states versus all the other states. And if you do that, you find something like, I don't know, I find this kind of story. And these are average across. There's like a very clear relationship. So what this says is if you look in the Philippines, married women are about 10 percentage points more likely to enter the labor market if their husband loses their job relative to not. Again, in the US, you know, these I should probably put some standard error bars around this, but it's like pretty close to zero. Yeah, that's right. So this is conditional on being inactive. What's the likelihood that you move in to employment? Okay, so that's my trend. And then to Rachel's point about India, you look at these two countries right here, clearly they're pretty far off. And so these are going to be sort of like my countries that I'm going to think about as having large barriers, and I'll sort of like formalize what I mean. Okay. In particular, oh yeah, sorry. No, so you can do that too, that's fine. So we can, so just, I'll do the technical part first. What I literally mean here is the husband transitions from employment to unemployment. That is what I mean. If you look in, so for a lot of these places, if you're unemployed, they'll ask you why you left your job. The answer is mostly firing. Because they're moving to unemployment, right? They're not moving job, something like that. People are losing their job and then entering unemployment and searching for work. So it's mostly involuntary.
Because these are like there is no filing.
No, so it's not quite like that, because we know what contracts people are on for the most part. And it's not just like they're all day laborers, and so like they were working today and then they're not working tomorrow or something like that. It's just that these jobs have like a ton of turnover. Which suggests something that the surplus is small, which I presume is probably true with most day laborers as well, but it seems to be broader. Okay, so added worker effect big in poor countries. And in particular, oh Jesus, I just realized what happened. I sent an old slide there. All right, so that's all right. All the rest, yeah.
So my turn to go, or you see this?
Good. Let me show you.
Oh.
All right, so the same thing in regression form, but now instead of looking at flows into any employment, I'm going to break up where they actually go. Right? So the thing you should be sort of interested in here is this number right here. If this thing's negative, this is what I just showed you in graphical form, is basically that negative slope. This is saying like in poor countries, the added worker effect is bigger than inflation. Now, if you sort of like go through here, let me just pick out a couple of these. Notice if you look at flows into sort of the bottom of the earnings distribution, there's no longer sort of any relationship with GDP per capita. All the action is here, which is saying like all the cross-country variation in flows to the bottom of the earnings distribution is coming from differences when your spouse loses their job. Okay? So again, exit from these jobs is very high for women relative to men. This is saying all the cross-country variation entry into those jobs is coming when the spouse loses their job. Now, we can't do the same thing for self-employment if we don't observe earnings very well. So I just broke it up by hours to give some sense. You see something kind of similar here. It's not quite zero, but sort of like this is where, you know, there's a non-trivial amount of action coming from here. And then if you look at sort of like high earnings jobs or like full-time self-employment, there's just not a lot of cross-country differences based on sort of the added worker factors, your spouse losing their job. That's not to say there's not cross-country differences. So I should have a negative sign. But that all the cross-country variation in the added worker effect is sending people to sort of like marginal work. Oh, lots of questions.
Okay, like coming back to previous question. So imagine that I lose my job and I actually got fired. Like, I was an engineer. I'm not. It's not socially acceptable when my wife now started doing like a domestic help or like a margin for menial work. So it has to be that, you know, like most of husbands must be working on this way.
I disagree. I think there are specific countries in which what you are describing is true. I'm going to call those barriers to gender employment, and I'm going to use those to think about like what the consequences of that issue is, right? So like, forget about the engineering person. Just think about like anyone who's in like a mid-level job. I agree. We don't want to think about like day laborers. But I lose my job. The household's not rich. I have two choices. I can run down my savings, or my wife can go take a domestic job, let's just say, right? Some places that's illegal or not illegal, but, you know, norms, whatever that means, would stop that from happening. And in other countries, that's available to me, or to, I should say, to the family. Those are going to have different consequences. They're going to have different consequences for how she chooses to work. They're going to have different consequences for how I choose to work. They're going to have different consequences for the amount of assets that we'll. All of those things are going to combine when you think about like a household trying to make an optimization decision. And what we're interested in is the difference between what you're describing, which sort of shows up this, and what we sort of see in a lot of other countries, which is that there are huge flows into employment when their husbands lose their job. And I should say, when I do this stuff, I'm controlling for the husband's job and their earnings and everything. So that's sort of like fundamentally what we're.
What you are actually fetching is short-term movements, right?
Good.
You don't know what's going to happen later. So
we sure don't. At this point, there's no chance I'm going to get to my conclusion slide, but there's a lot of that discussion on the conclusion slide. I'm happy to talk about that afterwards. We're trying to pull in like longer-term panels that we can then sort of say something like that. So like the model is going to be doing all That's important to know for sure.
Yeah. You can defer this.
No.
You should be able to create a child link because in your model you're going to have really household problems. So some of these countries where wives on work, kids can be a margin.
Good. Yeah, and this is where I want to get back to Rachel's question that she asked earlier as well, which has some of the same flavor. Maybe not kids, or maybe kids, but maybe uncles, or even, for example, forget about somebody else in the household entering the labor market. You also might think like having a grandparent in the house who could watch the kids would then allow the wife to work. And so we've looked at heterogeneity. So I should say all of those things are being controlled for here. I know the age distribution within the household. And so I know if one of your parents is living with you. I know if you have kids in the household, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the answer to your question, but just to say like, at least I'm controlling for them. We've looked at heterogeneity based on these things, and you sort of don't find as much action as we thought we were going to. And when I get to the model, I'll sort of point out why that's confusing in the sense that, like, for example, one of the things we don't find heterogeneity based on is how many kids you have, or even whether you have kids. Just fine. People have found that in the United States too. But that's actually sort of like a hard thing to get out of the model, because the model sort of like wants to make kids matter a lot because they cost a lot. And so there are some tensions there, but at least in the empirics, there's nothing that sort of like obviously jumps out along those dimensions. Maybe we need to do more work on it. Maybe it shows up in the longer panels or something like that. But yeah.
Just really quick point. Some help interpreting the magnitude with coefficients the same average.
Yeah, good.
And then just also how much does it keep from
I'm not. Yeah, I'm going to defer the second one just because I'm not going to do the econometrics in my head. And my initial thought is like, I don't know, that line looks pretty straight to me, but like Ed Prescott was my advisor, and so I'm very much of the Minnesota school of eyeball econometrics. So I'm not entirely sure. On the magnitudes, thank you. That's a great point. Forgot to mention. So the way you should interpret this is roughly the 90-10 ratio. I gotta stop moving this mic. The 90-10 ratio of GDP per capita in our countries that we have is around a factor of 2 to 2.5. So like it's like 2.4 or something. So if you just multiply these by 2, you're gonna get a rough sense of sort of like what the gaps are between countries. So this is saying something like between the richest and poorest countries, this is saying that difference here is somewhere around like 8%. And now I'm looking at my table and realize I should have that, which is on here too, to give you some sense of it. But you can sort of see from this one, 8 percentage points. You grant me Philippines back for a second. That's like pretty close to what you're seeing. Yeah, thanks for good. Okay. What's that? This would say like sometime at some point in the future. Okay, so I've reached the conclusion of my empirics. So this is a bunch of new facts. And now what we want to do is we want to think about what this represents in a model to get to some of these issues about like, what does it mean to be in a country where it's socially unacceptable for the wife to take a job, that kind of thing. So let me I'll go through some value functions and stuff like that, but let me sort of give you a sense of what we're after here. So we're going to write down a model where there's going to be married couples subject to incomplete markets, frictional job finding and losing, and human capital beyond the job market. The first one is what's going to turn on the importance of labor markets for consumptions. The second one is going to give us trade-offs in the types of jobs people take. Third one is going to give us sort of like misallocation and slow wealth accumulation. Okay, so that's sort of like what each of these pieces are doing. And as was just pointed out, these are short panels, and so like the structure of the model in a serious way. So we're still trying to do more on that and sort of tie some of that stuff down, but for now, countries are going to differ in a few different things. They're going to differ in TFP. They're going to differ in gender taxes, And I'm also going to allow for some savings distortions. Those are going to turn out to not be very important in the model, so I won't talk about them much, but I'll sort of show you where they show up. And then what's the basic trade-off? The basic trade-off is you have two ways to smooth consumption. You can run down savings, or you can change your labor market choices. The incentives to use these two things are going to differ both across countries, because the poor are going to use the labor market more than in rich countries, and also over the life cycle. And that's mostly going to come because young people don't have a lot of assets, and so they're going to have to use the labor market more to do their smoothing. This is going to be really useful when we start thinking about what the values of these things are, and that's sort of what we're going to use to calibrate those. Okay, so there's a bunch of households. They differ in a lot of different ways that I'll explain. But for now, just think about them as living for a bunch of periods, and then there's some retirement periods where they just have to run down their assets. Men, male and female consume, and then they have different employment states, which I'll explain in a second. One thing to note here is that the economy is, or the allocation within the household is efficient. So there's no inefficiencies in bargaining or anything like that. They're going to get some utility from their employment state. Roughly, you should think about this as the value of being. So something about sitting at home, whether it's leisure or home production or something. They're going to accumulate savings, A. There's going to be some gross return, R. And they're going to have human capital, which is going to be sub-indexed by their sex. It's all going to come in learning by doing. And so if you see a Z, a bold Z, that's just a vector of human capital. There's going to be 4 employment states. There's going to be job 1, job 2, unemployment, and inactivity. Jobs are going to differ in their job finding rates, how likely they are to be destroyed, and also the way they allow you to accumulate human capital. And then non-employment is going to differ in terms of the utility that you get in the job finding. So let me just give you a sense of what that offers. Imagine you're choosing between being unemployed and inactive. What's the trade-off you face? Potentially you get some unemployment benefits. B, those are going to be 0 in developing countries. And it's also easier to find a job. So if you think about the job finding probability for some sex S, looking for job 1 or 2, coming from, say, inactivity, that's going to be a fraction of the same job finding rate if you search for unemployment. So it's just going to like pull down the job finding rate relative to unemployment where you're actively searching. The trade-off is that inactivity gives you some utility. So if you're choosing between unemployment and inactivity, you're choosing between the ease of finding a job and the utility benefit that you get from not having to search. On the other hand, what's the employment? So 2 technologies for the same good. One of the things on the slides I thought I sent was we stopped calling these 1 and 2 and we call them traditional and modern. So for now, they're just 1 and 2. They're going to be 2 technologies for the same good. Job 1 is going to be like the good job. Okay, that one's going to use human capital. Job 2 does not. Okay, so if you want to use human capital, go to job 1. You're just going to get paid marginal products, net of some gender-specific taxes, which is how I'm going to think of distortions in this model. And then, like I said, job 1 is going to be more productive. So just on average, people produce more. It doesn't get destroyed as much, but it's also going to be harder to fund. Okay, so I'm sort of like building in exogenously what I showed you in the empirics, where I'm just going to say like, look, there are good jobs that sort of you get to hang out in for a long time if you find one, but you got to go fund one first, and they're sort of hard to find. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
You have.
I can repeat your questions too. It's like a soccer game. I want like extra time.
I'm trying to think about that.
In your model, do you have home production?
Only if you sort of believe it comes through here. So it doesn't, you can't, so actually this is going to be important. I'll say it again when I talk about the value functions. But actually this is the key thing about this home production technology, if you want to think of it like that, is that it doesn't show up in the budget constraint. And you're familiar with this, it's sort of already obvious. You know, if you want to get action out of this model, you can't let people sit in inactivity and earn something that replaces income. Okay. And so that's sort of like what the trick is here.
Right, because I saw that would be an additional
cost, like, because maybe wouldn't have competitive advantage in total production.
So that's
what's you.
Good, so that is gonna be in here, so I'm gonna show you sort of like that this thing, the value of being inactive for a wife is larger than for a man, and that's gonna be the thing that sort of turns on the gender differences. Basically, what's gonna happen is that there's gonna be some comparative advantage that comes through here, then we're gonna lower TFP, and that's gonna take like a small comparative advantage and like explode it. But then I'll come to the budget constraint issue, because that's actually sort of an important smoothing issue.
I just wanted to get some intuition for what you mean by tax selections.
I mean, yeah, I literally what I mean is this: I'm going to tax wages of women.
Yeah, why?
There are, yeah, I don't know. There are costs. There are costs associated with norms or something like that, and I'm just going to run them through the wages that they get paid. You could think of alternatives. You could think of it running through utility or something like that. It could be utility costs. But I'm thinking of some of these issues of like, you know, if you're in a country where the norms are such that women don't work, and then all of a sudden you want your wife to work, that's going to come at a cost for you. How you model that cost is sort of an interesting thing that we still need to work out. But so that's sort of like why we're taxing female employees. And it's going to vary across countries, and that's going to be something we're trying to pin down with some data in a second. All right. So let me talk a little bit about human capital. So if you're not employed, human capital is going to depreciate with some probability delta. So you're going to lose you're going to lose some delta amount of your human capital with some probability gamma. And then there's only going to be human capital growth in job one, and the probability that it grows by delta is going to sort of be a concave function of z, and that's going to be sort of that we can get the life cycle earnings profile approximately right. So job one, you can accumulate human capital. Job two, you cannot, but you don't lose it. Okay, and then if you're not employed, there's the possibility that you're going to lose human capital. Okay. All right, so all right, like any of these models, the economics of what I'm about to show you is not so hard, but the algebra is sort of annoying to look at. Yeah, Rachel.
Very clarification. Where does the tau s go to? Who get the tau s, or it's just a loss from the economy?
It's thrown in the ocean.
Sorry.
It's just thrown in the ocean. It's just a
okay. So it's the disappearance from the economy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good. I mean, my sense is that actually matters here, but I'm not entirely sure. We can think about rebating it back and see what happens. But yeah, for now, it's getting thrown in the ocean. It's just sort of...
Can I ask you?
Oh yes.
Is there a margin in a world where women kind of work at a equally certain and so that I don't say at home and the recession will have been solved?
Sorry, say that once more.
So if I'm a kid, I know that if I lose my job, my parent work, so I will try very. Is it gonna happen in the model?
Yeah. In a bit of a stylized way, but I'll show you that on the slide. Okay, so how does the timing work? So you enter with your employment states from the last period, your human capital, your assets, and how old you are. And then you're going to go through 4 steps. The first 3 are all just about adjusting the employment state. And then the last step is sort of like a more standard consumption savings problem. So the first thing that happens is that jobs get destroyed. And again, this is sort of like annoying to look at, but these are just the probabilities that the wife loses her job, potentially the husband loses his job. You multiply both those together, and you just get the evolution of these employment states here. You can also quit your job if you want. So you then, conditional on what happens with the job destruction, you can sort of choose to move either to U or N if you want. So to your point, if you lose your job here, you have this choice. We're going to let people search within periods because it's a quarterly model. So we don't want to like force people out of employment for 3 months. And to your point, you know, if you lose your job here and you know your wife can't work, that's going to have implications for where you want to search from and also the types of jobs you want to search for. So that's what I mean. It's a little stylized, but that sort of like intuition is in there, and it's actually going to be sort of central to how we think about this. It's like, to your point, if I know my wife's not going to work, and I lose my job, well, chances are I'm going to try and find like an easy to find job. And so that's going to be the spillover on the husband's wages, because these jobs are easier to find but don't offer as much human capital.
Sorry, you can go to the second one. Because the destruction rate is lower for the high income capital, and that reduces my risk. I thought that if my wife is not going to work, I will have an incentive to be in this. I mean,
it's sort of a trade-off, right? You would certainly conditional. If I just picked you up and said, which job would you like better? You would take the one with lower exit. But then conditional on losing a job, you're trading off sort of your need for immediate income. Right, and so like, what is a borrowing constraint? Like, what is a borrowing constraint doing here? It's shifting your incentives towards the present, right? And so that's going to sort of like push you towards these other jobs. Okay, then you can search, and again, search is just sort of like choosing where you want to move around, and these are just the probabilities of success for men and women. And then finally, the last one sort of like looks like the standard sort of incomplete markets consumption statement decision. Okay. I have like 12 minutes. Okay. Equilibrium. So what are we going to do? We're going to calibrate this thing to the United States. I'm going to sort of skip that in the interest of time. There's like 23 parameters. Most of them sort of go through sort of obviously, but I just want to show you one thing. Oops. I want to show you one thing related to Jargon's point. These are transition matrices for men and women in the United States. And if you look at where men go when they lose their jobs, these are these two, this sort of like 2 by 2 matrix right here, 1%, 2%. If you look at women when they lose their job, they're much more likely to go to inactivity than men are. And that's going to be the thing that gives us the gender differences in the fees, the utility benefit of being inactive. That's going to be sort of calibrated to this. We're going to hold those fixed across countries, but then as we make people poorer, that sort of small difference is then going to become much more important for how people make job decisions. The second thing I want to show you is that if you look at the added worker effect over the life cycle in the model, or sorry, this is the data in the United States, it looks something like this. Forget about 16 to 24. We started the model at 25, so I just put this up here to sort of be. If you just look at 25 onward, this thing has a negative slope. This is saying the added worker effect is larger among young people than it is among old people in the United States. Yeah, right.
So this is the previous slide. So you said you clarified. Not job to job.
Not job to job. That's correct. This is like conditional on leaving employment. Where do you go?
Okay, because I was going to say, in the model, you also don't have that.
So sorry, I just want to clarify one small thing. We don't have on-the-job search. We do have people moving E1 to E2 and E2 to E1, but there's like an intervening view.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. But there's also an intervening view, and the data you're also thinking about is negative shock, which is unemployment.
Yeah.
Where what you basically also think that shock is moving from an E1 to E2, and then that will have like a potential.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. Yeah, so like I said, like we will have E1 to E2 moves in the sense that like if I see you in E1 today, there are a non-trivial number of people who are in E2 3 months from now. So we could look at that, and then we could also sort of we're playing around with the model right now. Maybe we should think more seriously about job because you're right, that would sort of have like smaller in magnitude but similar mechanisms. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks. All right. So, added worker effect decreasing over the life cycle in the United States. Here's what the model predicts. It can't quite get all the way there. And the reason for this is that like this is entirely in the model. It's entirely about asset accumulation. So people start with like few assets when they're young, and then as they accumulate assets, they don't need to use the labor market anymore because they can just run down assets when they want. We can't quite, this is like a lot of curvature for the model to get. And the way you get this curvature in the model is you need people to accumulate human capital very, very quickly. That would get you more curvature here. When we do that, we sort of miss the life cycle earnings profiles. And so there's some tension that we can't quite get all the way. But at least we get the patterns. Okay. Now I want to think about what's different between a rich and poor country in the last, say, minutes. I'm going to think about two. I'm going to think about poor countries being sort of less productive everywhere. So they're just TFPs are lower in both jobs. Productivities are lower in both jobs. And I'm also going to think about like taxes on female employment. And again, this sort of like reduced form gender barrier to employment. Like I said, we can also think about like savings distortions in here, but I'm going to sort of set those aside for reasons that hopefully will become clear in comments. So I just want to show you what happens when you take the calibrated US economy and you do either this or this to it, and show you how the patterns change and how we can use that to sort of think about the value of these jump.
So it seems to me there's no answer.
I'm sorry, there's no.
There seems to be no number statistic development. Why the TFP?
Yeah, good question. So we've been sort of playing around with this. So it seems to be something about either like the utility function or the borrowing constraint. So there's some non-homogeneity that shows up via the borrowing constraint, but then also like it's not so obvious to me where it comes from. We haven't sort of like figured it out. Because if you just sort of like natural borrowing constraint, log preferences, TFP should just net out of everything. So it's coming either from like the fact that we calibrate the CRA parameter to some number that's not 1, or something in the borrowing constraint, and we sort of don't know yet, and we should know it. It's the short answer. Yeah.
Non-employment.
Yeah, exactly. So there's also a bunch of discrete choices, but I sort of don't know yet. Because there's a non-homogeneity in the model via the fees. Yeah, exactly. So that could be driving it too. All right. So let me skip that in the interest of not talking about interest rates. There we go. Okay, so here's the baseline economy. And then what I'm going to do is here's the added worker effect. This is that slightly decreasing line you saw in the United States. And now I want to lower TFP. And I'm going to lower TFP to exactly get this number here, which is that earnings drop from, it's called 100%, 45% lower than they were in the United States. Two things worth noting. One is that if you lower TFP, female employment goes up. This is sort of people needing to work more to earn enough money. Or sorry, I should say down here, labor force participation goes up. But if you look at the jobs that women are going to, they're going to these like easy to find jobs. And this is women as sort of insurance, or I should say like wives sort of being the residual claimant of insurance. And like I showed you at the beginning, you're also seeing higher both entry and exit rates relative to the United States. You're seeing more turnover. What happens to the added worker effect when you drop TFP? It jumps up like this. Why? Well, this is sort of like a classic Heidegger intuition. You make people poorer, and now they want to do more of all of the smoothing technologies they have access to. So part of that is coming from asset accumulation. Part of that is coming by women entering these easy to find jobs and earning some money. You'll notice here that the slope later in life is a lot steeper. That's from the asset accumulation. That's sort of giving you like excess slope here. And I'm going to show you that like when you look at the data, this point at like above age 55 is basically the same for every country that we have data on. And so that's going to suggest to us at least that it's not something about distortions in the interest rate. Okay, so this is what happens to the life cycle worker effect. But notice also that average earnings for men drops as well. That's in part obviously just coming from the fact that TFP goes down, but also they're shifting a little bit from job 1 into job 2, right? So the share in job 2 goes from 57% to 62%. This is because men also have to sort of respond in this way to think more about like keeping household income. All right, so now let's say, well, what happens if we just tax most of female wages? The first thing, again, this is sort of chosen by design, so these are the same. Notice what happens to the share of women in job 2. It like plummets. Why is this? If you tax female employment, the only people willing to work, well, the only women willing to work at all are women with really high human capital. And so that sort of selection means that like the jobs that women are taking are going to be mostly the good jobs. Labor force participation plummets. So if you're thinking about, like, again, the difference between, say, Philippines and India, roughly the same income level, but sort of very different sort of along these margins here. And if you look at the life cycle added worker effect, what are you going to find? As you might expect, it's basically going to be flat and zero, right? If you tax women's income away, they can't respond in any sort of serious way to their husband's changing employment status. Okay, so this suggests two different types of poor countries, places where it's driven by TFP and places that are driven more by distortions to women. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at these patterns in the data and see if they sort of line up with sort of the countries we think they should line up with. Okay? All right, so let me show you what this looks like. Here's just 4 countries that I just picked out for sort of usefulness. This blue line again is that United States graph, sort of decreasing slightly over the life cycle. And if you look at the Philippines, it sort of looks exactly like the low TFP. Added worker effect is huge when they're young, and then it sort of converges down towards the United States, and the model's telling us that that's something. If instead you look at Egypt, it's basically zero everywhere. And that would sort of suggest to us that this is a country that's where the low TFP is being dominated by the gender distortions. And you can do this more systematically. This is the added worker effect for young people. Again, sort of looks like the aggregate here, where there's sort of a pattern, and then there's some outliers. And then as you increase the age, which are these red lines, it gets flatter and flatter. This line right here is telling us that it's really hard to make the model sort of like run via savings distortions, because by the time everyone's in their 50s, they've all got enough assets to sort of use assets as their means. Okay, so let me show you one counterfactual in the last 2 minutes. These numbers are wrong because it's the wrong slides, but the patterns are right. The patterns are all correct. So this is an economy where I'm sort of calibrating things to, I think it's gonna be, oh no, sorry. Yes, okay. So this is India. Yeah, okay, good. Because that's the right, So this is, I take the US economy and then I just slam on the brakes in terms of female taxes. And then when we remove the tax, notice you get 2 things. One is you get a huge increase in female earnings, which is sort of natural, right? Because like we could tax over. But the other thing is that earnings for men go up by 27%. So that's certainly dwarfed by the direct effect, but this is a non-trivial increase in earnings for men. Why? Because, well, notice 74% of them are working in this sort of crappy second job baseline, and they can sort of, some of them can leave and go work at the better job now that they have this other student technology available to them. So I'll sort of like stop there and just say, the point of this paper is to say that, incentives for insurance within the household differ a lot across countries. Empirically, this seems to push women toward lower paying jobs with high turnover. The model sort of suggests, if you're willing to take it seriously, that you can link this to talent misallocation and the complementarity between, say, TFP and gender differences across countries. I'll just sort of briefly mention one of the things we're doing right now is we're pulling in a bunch of longer term panels where we can track people for 10, 15 years to try and see whether what we see here lines up with what the longer term data would suggest. And then we're also doing some other stuff. Some of this is done already, like other diversification I talked about. But one of the things I didn't vary at all is initial conditions for the household, which turns out to matter quite a bit. How people match sorting patterns in marriage and things like that are going to have natural consequences for the life. So thanks for all your comments and stuff.
So that was actually the end of our session on gender and work. But we had a ton of papers in this general space. So our second session is going to be on gender and social transformation. We have two presentations, 30 minutes each. Sarthak will take us for the first half, and we'll give you 25 minutes. And please only clarifying questions, very short questions you have during the presentation. We'll say Q&A 5 minutes at the end.
You want to this work? You hear me fine? Check, test. No. Is this good volume? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Great. So thanks for having me on the program. This is a great opportunity. I'm Sarthak. I'm a University of Warwick PhD student. I'm on the market next year. This is probably my draw paper. But it's still very early stage, so these all comments are very welcome. This is joined with Raghav, who's just joined Leicester in AP. Paper is entitled The Geography of Structural Transformation, meaning I'm going to talk about the spatial distribution of economic activity and how that changes over time, and how this can have different effects on women and men, depending on their kind of living costs and mobility frictions. That's the idea. Just to set the stage, this is a paper set in India. And in India, women's therefore participation has declined since 2004 or 5. That's the red line here. It fell from already a very low level of 30%, as we've seen in the previous talk, to about 20% in about 10 years. Men, very high from 90 to about 80. They also fell, but this is a relative share of men and women. So women left relative to men as well. So they left the labor force. This has happened exactly when, now I'm showing you the kind of the bodies that have kind of changed structure in the course of structural transformation. Exactly when people started leaving agriculture and going into services, manufacturing is quite flat, is when you see this happening. So the literature has shown that this has happened mostly in like rural areas. Rural married women have left labor force. That's also what Thielen's work shows. So the real kind of question is, okay, women have left agriculture, but they've not joined modern sector as well as much as men have. And why is that? That's the kind of question we'll think about. So whenever you think about female LFP and structural transformation, this keeps coming up, the U shape. So I'm also in the camp of, is it like a real kind of law of nature or not? Maybe not, but it is actually, you can see it in some places. So this is showing you both the cross section and a panel for different countries. So you see that the U shape appears for Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam. You can see U shapes very nicely. India is acting in the downward path, so already very low, 1990, going towards the downward slope. But there's also countries like Bangladesh and China which don't have a U shape. So there's some nuance there. But I'm going to focus on India. Good study to kind of to see what this is. So I'm going to try to explain why this downward is very steep in India, particularly. It's very steep and it's kind of still going down. So the kind of literature explains this U shape. Roughly in this pattern, the first kind of initial decline is due to an income effect, which is as households become richer with structural transformation, they implicitly buy up women's time. And then the kind of rebound happens because of the substitution effect. So there's a strong service sector, and then home production can be marketized, and that's why women come back. I'm going to say, you're going to put down another explanation for why it's very steep in India, like another complementary explanation for the downward part. We're going to say that what's happening is economic activity is becoming very concentrated in certain areas. The expanding sectors are not everywhere. They are in urban areas. And women and men face different commuting frictions or mobility frictions. And this could kind of create spatial mismatch to where people live and where the jobs are. This impacts women more. And this could be explaining why women are living more than men, especially in India, where we know there's kind of these commuting frictions that are quite important. So that's the paper. So we're going to ask what's the effect of the changing spatial distribution of economic activity on women's employment, especially in modern sectors. We're going to focus on modern sectors. And to do this, we're going to propose a new method. These community zones look like an urban center surrounded by like a rural hinterland. That'll be my commuting zone, labor markets. So focus on these individual kind of pieces. And I'm going to use a great shock, China's entry into the WTO, to kind of shock these commuting zones. And what I'll find is the shock destroys jobs in the peripheries and adds jobs in the center. So it's like an exogenous shock that gives me this experiment, which loses access in the periphery and gains jobs in the center. And I see that men and women react differently to the shock that destroys jobs. Yes.
Just a clarifying question. In the stylus facts, you show that it's also non-farm employment here, or is there for all?
This includes all employment, yes. So I'm gonna use that shock. I'm gonna show that women are affected more than men by using job access. And there's also a model, but I'm not going to show that today. The idea there with the model is to kind of quantify how much of this is income effects with a downward slope, and how much of that is our kind of mechanism that we're proposing here. So that's coming later. And just to kind of, yeah.
Sounds like the shock is the second one looks like the shock that you're using is an increase in availability of non-farm jobs in commuting zones. But then the third bullet point says something about losing job access in a non-farm job.
So this shock, right. So the shock is actually the China shock. It is a negative shock. So it destroys jobs. It's not adding jobs. Yeah. And just to kind of set expectations, we're going to think of a model where there's no migration. Okay, we're going to think of only commuting. So this is the world where households are fixed in space, jobs are moving around, and then people choose whether to commute or not. And or you can just leave the day over. Right? And the assumption that households are migrate is kind of not too bad in the Indian context, I would argue, because there's been some studies which show that India has very low rates of kind of internal migration. So there's this kind of cross-country study of 80 countries, which shows that India is like the lowest internal migration rates by some measure. And there's also other work showing that people would rather pay a lot than go to the urban center. They want to stay back in the rural areas. Many reasons for this. But that's the assumption we're going to make. Focus on commuting. Just more kind of motivation. India is very kind of still very rural. Okay, people are still living in mostly villages. So the urban areas are seeing lots of growth in modern sectors, but people are still living in urban areas, rural areas rather. Let me skip this. I have a lot of slides. Okay, so just some motivation, more motivation for facts. Okay, so first, distance to work is a larger friction for women in India. You can see this in the census data, which kind of asks every worker, do you travel for work? How far do you go? And what mode of transport do you use? So if you look at men versus women tend to not travel at all. And even if men and women travel, they go maybe up to like 20, 25 kilometers. That's the max they travel. But they do travel a lot. There's lots of commuting happening in the data. Okay. And within kind of what kind of mode of transports they use, women tend to either walk or take the bus. They don't have access to their own bicycles, their own cars. So there's also that kind of this asset angle. So if women are traveling, they're either walking to the job, which is kind of, they can't walk too far, or the bus, which you have to wait for the bus. It's kind of hard. The second fact is about where economic activity is expanding. So as you would expect, okay, so this data is census data. So this is including every town and village in India, so municipality level, about 500,000 observations. And what I'm doing here is I'm putting all of the kind of municipalities on the x-axis by how much agriculture share in employment was there at baseline, 2001. So then all the villages are here and all the towns are there. And then what I'm doing on the y-axis is I'm showing you how in each village and town, the number of jobs in modern sectors is expanding over time, right? Between 98 and 13. So what you'll see is there's lots of job growth in the towns, in manufacturing, especially in services. Not so much here, okay? So the economic activity is kind of concentrated in urban sectors. This is very stark for manufacturing, the slope, less so for services, but you still see this kind of negative slope if you look at all non-ag jobs. So it is concentrating here. Of course, population is also growing. Account for population growth, these things are actually looking even worse. So population is growing everywhere. The account of manufacturing is actually lower than population growth in these areas. Still something there. So lots of kind of agglomeration and expansion is all happening in urban areas. Not all of it, but most of it. And in the data, what you see also the correlation I'm trying to show here is on the y-axis now I'm plotting the change in the share of men and women who work in each town and village. So again, what you see is areas that are kind of losing these modern sector jobs, there women are leaving a lot. Where areas that are gaining a lot of modern sector jobs, women are entering a lot. So this might suggest again that there's something about the spatial distribution that might be changing this law. Right. Okay. Yes.
Do you have any sense of how much of this is driven also by the difference between formal employment and informal employment? Or presumably women are more likely to go into informal employment, which is why you might see these declines in rural areas.
Right. So good question. So this is the census data which captures all employment, informal, formal. And this could be mostly, I mean, so my story is about if your village loses jobs, women will leave, regardless of informal, formal. I think that's very important. I will have something to say about that later, but I'm going to go that now. Yeah, it's a good point though. Yes, it will.
Yeah. Hi, just a quick question. You know, this is a long period, 1998 to 2013. Doesn't the definition of rural urban change for area itself? Like, can a rural area itself become urban, or can job actually move into this rural area? Say in China in the 80s, there's quite a lot of non-farm job moving into the rural area. So it's just my lack of understanding in India.
That's a good question. So I fixed that on the x-axis. I take the 2001 census definition. So, and I'm not kind of making stand on rural urban here. It's just the share of population that's employed in agriculture in 2001. I fixed that on the x-axis. And on the y, I'm just showing the change for that fixed definition over time. But yeah, of course, these things might be changing from rural to urban all the time. But I'm fixing that on the x-axis. Cool, so that's the pitch. So the data I'm going to use is a municipality level panel of all villages and towns in India using census data. So I know in space where workers are and where the firms are located. So from the population census on these 2001 and 11, I can know for every town and village how many people live here, how many workers work, and men and women. And then I can also know if these workers work in non-ag or ag. So ag is presumably jobs that you do not have to travel for. And non-ag, you can either work in your village or you can have to travel to the urban center. And then I have firms data from the economic census, which is again at the municipality level. And I can know in every village and town how many firms exist, how many people they employ. And I also know the industry code of these firms. So I can kind of build some shops that I'm going to show you next. It includes all firms, informal and formal. So it counts it like a household survey, where you go to every household and you ask people. And because I'm using admin data, I have some kind of drawbacks. I don't have any prices or wages. I only know the position of these things in space. I'm going to kind of try to argue that that's kind of telling you something. And then I'm going to use GIS data, which you see, the location of all roads. And I'm also going to use some trade data to build my shop. Okay, so I think one of the kind of contributions of this paper is to build commuting zones in India for the first time. So people usually use districts, which are quite large, about 2 to 3 million people, and they use that as a de facto commuting zone. What I'm going to do instead is try to build some real commuting zones in India. So there exists no commuter flow data at the moment, which is what you need to kind of build these commuting zones. So the UK statistical agency or the US agency would kind of run these surveys. They would ask people, where do you live? Where do you go to work? They would build this matrix from all the regions to all the regions. We don't have that for India. So what we'll do instead is use the census data to kind of, in space, locate where the jobs are likely to be. So where do people want to travel if they want to travel, let's say. And then how far they live from these places. That's the road network. And then I'm going to use this to kind of construct these catchment areas as commuting zones. So let me show you how we do that. So let's focus on this kind of little square here, kind of, that's 3 states. The dark borders of states, these are districts, which people use as de facto commuting zones at the moment. We're going to go to a final level. So that's now these are village boundaries. That's about 7 km across. What we can do is we can rank all villages from the 98 economic census data, the start of our study period, and we can know where all the jobs are located. So the dark areas is where all the jobs are at baseline. okay? You can rank, we get the top places in each district. So let's say the top 0.5%, these are where the job centers are, where people would maybe want to go. So if I live here, if I want to get a good job or travel, get a non-ag job, I may want to kind of travel to this place rather than other places. Yeah. So what I need for that is the road network. So kind of travel times. So what you can do is you can overlay the road network. So this is these are national highways, state highways, local roads which have like the paved and other unpaved roads, and then other spots you can just walk over. Okay, so we can kind of get these travel times. I do this by kind of rasterizing this work. It's a very high dimensional problem to get every travel time along this network. So you break this up into kind of little pixels, 2 by 2 kilometer pixels, and you can get this cost layer. So then you can get what's the fastest way to travel across the square. That's the cost layer. And then you can kind of get travel time distances across any 2 points. So using this kind of algorithm, well known, to kind of get the optimal in a weighted graph, you can get from A to B in the most optimal point way. You can get these catchment areas as commuting zones. So the idea is, if I live in this village, it's optimal for me in terms of travel time to go to this job center rather than here. So then you can get this kind of partition of the space, which is my catchment areas now, as commuting zones. What's nice about this is you can get, for example, this district, you see these 4 areas kind of fit nicely in that roughly. And that's just by the virtue of how the road network is laid out. That's nice. And you also sometimes get these things, because the catchment area classes for state boundaries. So someone lives here, there's no real kind of borders across state. People are going to travel across district boundaries, state boundaries, and that's allowed. Okay. And then finally, once you have these catchment areas, you can kind of, each of these dots is the centroid of the circle of the village boundary. You can allocate all workers and all jobs to each commuting zone, right? And then that's your kind of total local labor market. I'm going to treat these as kind of mutually exclusive. They don't interact at all. And this is one local labor market, urban center, and then rural hinterland. Okay. Then these kind of mini things I'm going to focus on. So this kind of gives me about 2,500 commuting zones. That's much more than a district. And this brings it in line with roughly what the US and the UK commuting zones look like, about 500,000 people. And there's some descriptives there, and we'll skip over that. Yeah.
Hi, so a quick question, besides distance and like also travel time, are there other differences that would be important to impose costs of the community that particular time? Like I'm thinking, we were talking about the differences in language and stuff like that.
I think that's important. We don't do that yet, but I think that's a thing to look at for sure. Yeah, we are thinking about that. That's very important indeed. But we haven't done that yet. We can add some weights, I think, to kind of help with that. For state boundaries, exactly. Okay, so, and then the last thing we do is, given that we have these commuting zones, for each village, so this is now one commuting zone, let's say, we give each village a travel time score. How much time does it take you to go to the job center? The darker the blue, the easier it is. And the further away you are, the harder it is. So we're going to look at heterogeneity within these local labor markets. We're going to shop these, destroy jobs in some areas within this local labor market, and see how people react in these villages. So then we can kind of have within commuting zones, these travel time quintiles. So the urban center is 8 minutes to get to the job center. The further away is like 70 minutes on average. Goes up to like 300 minutes. That's how it kind of rings around each job center. So now we're ready, some more descriptive. So this will kind of convince you we're capturing something like an urban center in a rural heartland. So in like baseline data, you see that in the rural kind of urban center, only 29% people are employed on ag. You go away, it's 41%. Population density also falls like this. So we are capturing something like an urban center with lots of jobs, and then the rural kind of hinterland in the outside. If you look at how jobs are growing over time in these places, you can also see the patterns that you would expect. So population is growing. So they start off with roughly kind of more population on average in the center. They're growing at about 1.6% per year. But the manufacturing jobs are growing at 1.3 here, but only 0.7 here. So twice as fast the growth in the center as opposed to the rural hinterland. Services is slightly less kind of stark, but still you see this kind of slope. There's more growth in the center and less outside. Okay. And the shock we study generates the same pattern like this. Okay, exogenously. Okay, we're going to study what happens to men and women. So the shock is China enters the WTO. India starts importing a lot from them, and we can track over time. In the short run, what happens to jobs? In the long run, what happens to jobs? And then we can track what happens to men and women's work using the population census. So China enters the WTO, becomes very quickly India's top import partner, and India is not exporting a lot back to China in the meanwhile. Okay, so it drives deficit down. So India is kind of getting cheaper inputs, but not exporting a lot. So that's kind of a concern that people often have. I'm not going to spend more time on this, but okay, we just follow the kind of the usual Otter route. So we have variation over industry level, change in import penetration, which is how much imports are you doing across 115 industries at the national level. And we map this to the commuting zone level using these weights. So the initial kind of industry makeup of the commuting zone is our weights, and then we can kind of sum over that and get this measure at the commuting zone level now. And they have an IV for using other countries rather than India. That all goes through. I'm going to show you OLS straight away. This is the kind of regression we're running. We're going to see this at the commuting zone level. So it's all aggregated at the commuting zone level. Change in outcome at the commuting zone level as a function of how much were you exposed to this import penetration. This is at the like aggregated level. You can run these things. But what we really care about is this second regression, which is at the village level. So we're going to now look at what happens to village within the commuting zone I if that zone is shocked. And we care about heterogeneity within the commuting zone. Okay, that's the kind of key driver of our exogeneity. And I'm short on time again. I'm just going to go to the results. So what happens with the shock is you find this kind of real nice pattern, not really interesting pattern, that the shock destroys jobs in the hinterland, but not so much in the center. In the short run, it's quite stark. Long run, less so. And if you look at the share of jobs in each village as a share of the whole total number of jobs in the commuting zone, the job share moves from here to the center. So it kind of naturally causes this agglomeration in the urban areas. If you look at like what's actually happening, this is the beta Ks relative to the urban center. The total impact is actually interesting. What's happening, if you look at the net impact, manufacturing gets destroyed here, but services expands, the non-tradable expands. They have cheaper inputs, and in the short run, in the long run, again, you see this kind of slope like this. So there's more economic activity in the center, but less in the hinterland. And then finally, and this is caused by kind of small firms, okay? So it's burning the dead wood, like the low productivity, it's like a Melit's kind of world. If you face competition, the low productivity stuff, which is in the hinterland, gets burnt away, and the center expands. And this is the kind of key result that we have. So let's focus on this side for now. This is showing you the impact on the share of women who are employed in non-ag, the change in that because of the shock. Men is in the empty, and then that's solid. So women's impact is more negative than men for non-ag jobs. So these are the areas that lose job access, and women leave these jobs more than men do. This kind of this slope is, so that's what women are leaving more than men, the more further away they are. So we think this is something like these areas lose job access in non-ag jobs. Men are able to kind of travel to these areas and get other jobs, but women are not, and they just leave. This is because of community frictions. They both go back to ag, okay? So they all pay like poorer, so they have to work. Men and women both go back to ag in the same share, but you see this kind of difference appearing in the non-ag jobs. And this within non-ag, this is driven by jobs which are not household-based, okay? So the non-ag jobs you can break up by household-based jobs and other jobs that may require traveling. And that is the kind of job that is driving this result, the difference in the blue, not the red. Okay, so then we kind of want to see some mechanisms, and we can kind of see, so you know that India has sort of missing women phenomenon. So we can kind of rank commuting zones in the number of, in the share of under 5 sexual ratios. So commuting zones with poor sex ratios, so fewer female babies than male babies, then you see this difference appearing. So again, I think this is some evidence for kind of commuting frictions or norms that against women commuting a lot. Similar with schools. So if you have less schools, women, this kind of difference appears. If you have lots of schools, this difference doesn't appear, the gender difference. Skip over that. Yes, I'm just going to conclude. So we show that this kind of trade shock, first we build this commuting zones, then we shock these zones. It turns out that the trade shock creates this nice kind of heterogeneity. And this correlates with the fact that women leave bad areas that lose job access, but men don't as much. And we want to argue that this is a kind of gender community fiction story. We haven't clinched that yet. We start to work on that a bit. But that's the kind of overall idea we're working with at the moment. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very interesting. So I do admire that you're making the CZ, the commuting zone for India, because I think it's going to come very handy. But let me ask you a few things about it. One, if I'm thinking from a gender point of view, then commuting zone should also be gender, right? So for a woman, it should be a different zone, especially in this context. So do you have something that you could potentially utilize that can be part of the construction of the commuting zone? The second question I want to ask is that, using these road network and all those things, over time, this is also expanding, and yet it had a lot of programs where the road expansion has taken place. So how are you, like, which year are you using, and like, how does this change over time as well?
Right. I mean, for
And just to add to that, I think the caste and ethnic, those barriers also could matter, right? When you think of these things. And did you control for village fixed effect?
Wondering if you're able to separate what might be an income effect on employment from the mechanism that you're proposing.
Sorry, just a very quick question. What are the non-ag jobs that women in these fairly rural areas do? Clearly, and why are they affected by the shock?
Okay, let me start from the reverse. So indeed, at baseline, it's the men who are employed in manufacturing, and they are the ones who are shocked by the China shock, really. And at baseline, you don't see a lot of women working in non-ag. So all the results I've shown you are in percent terms, they're log. So they start from a low base, and they hit by a shock, and yeah, that is true. If you look at percentage points, it's not that stuff, right? It's all elasticities. On fixed effects, so we have district fixed effects. The shock is at the commuting zone level, so we can't have levels before that, like fixed effects below that level. But we do control for a bunch of like village level, caste makeup, other things. We're always fine at the village level. At baseline, we control for that, and it goes through. Your point about road building, I think, is excellent. That is indeed the case. The road network we use is at 2001, as on 2001. There's lots of road building that happened after that. We are thinking about how to deal with that. There's papers on that. Like Sam Asher has a paper on road building. That's important. We're still working on that. And on building different commuting zones, I'm not quite sure. So like a local labor market is defined for all genders together in my head. It's like, this is the market that you are potentially have access to. And that's the same for both men and women. Right. I see.
Go there and then come back and stay there.
Right.
That's what.
But even there, so it's not differently defined for men and women, right? So they have data on men and women. Right. But like just conceptually, I want to come up with like a local labor market definition akin to everything else. So I think that's important. Surely women have a smaller kind of access. They can, but let me think about that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Other questions we'll have to hold. Oh, Rachel has one last question. Maybe while you're getting set up, Rich.
Yeah, should I go?
Yes.
Yeah, just quickly. It's very nice paper, but the shock, why would it generate a continuous decline in female labor force participation? Because the process was continuous. It wasn't a jump. That's the part I think I didn't figure out the intuition.
The graph I showed you with like Chinese import penetration, it kind of shoots up in 2001. And I'm looking at the impacts until 2005 and then 13. and it kind of compounds. So it's the average kind of people have 300% increase in import penetration. And I'm looking at this and like difficult cross section 5 years and 10 years down the line. But does that answer your question? Not sure if I think about well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to talk, Rachel. Thank you.
So Brett, you get to take us all the way to lunch.
The audio, is that okay? Sort of, I can speak up. Is that better? Okay. Okay, well, thanks so much to Taryn and Rachel for having us on the program. So this paper is about two of the fundamental processes which characterize economic development: the demographic transition, the decline in fertility and early life mortality as income per capita increases, and then structural transformation, which we're characterizing as sectoral employment. So an interesting fact, around the world, fertility is falling everywhere, with the exception of Chad, according to this recent work. It's also happening more quickly, the demographic transition, and earlier in the development cycle. This means that fertility rates are actually converging across countries. This is what we show in this graph. In the dashed red line, since about 1980, the standard deviation in total fertility rates across countries has been falling pretty significantly. Now, this is in contrast to per capita income convergence, which has sort of plateaued. You know, maybe it depends on how exactly you measure this. This is the most recent Penn World Tables data. But you don't see nearly as strong of convergence, however you measure it, as you see with total fertility rate. Now, the reason why the fertility rate falling is important for economic development is that the population size is an important input into economic growth and structural transformation. So our key question here is how the demographic transition affects structural transformation and industrialization. The challenge to answer this question are twofold. Number one, we want exogenous variation in the two components of the demographic transition. And then number two is a data challenge, which is that we need to be able to measure labor markets over a long span of time, because we basically have to wait until affected cohorts who have differences in fertility age into the labor market. We're going to take two approaches to answer this, to deal with these challenges. Number one is what I would call a semi-credible approach using cross-country panel data and, kind of a semi-credible instrument. I think the more credible stuff is going to be in a case study in a district in Bangladesh called Matlab, actually. Although we're using Stata for this mostly. And it's got really rich data over a long period of time. I think the cross-country you can think of as motivating external validity for what we can tightly identify in the Bangladeshi case. So what we find, the key conclusion, is that a faster demographic transition slows down industrialization. We find that both in the cross-country estimation and in the Bangladeshi quasi-experiment. So in particular, in the cross-country data, we see that a one-child decline in total fertility rate 30 years ago raises agricultural employment share by about 7 percentage points. So pretty significant effect. And then in the Bangladeshi quasi-experiment, we see that where there was a reduction in population because contraception was provided, treated households, which were smaller, spent less time in agriculture and more time, less time in manufacturing and more time in agriculture. So there are two key mechanisms which we think are driving this effect. Number one is population or household size. The logic is, if you think about a simple model, which I'll show a bit later, two-sector model with a fixed factor production land in agriculture, then the population size is pretty crucial for structural transformation in sectoral employment. And this is because the program, which again provided contraception, about one child. Second key mechanism is on human capital. And there we see that higher human capital sons were more likely to work in the non-agricultural sector, but we actually do see differences by gender in terms of the affected children. We also see that the farm is becoming more sophisticated in response to having less labor available, which is that high yield variety seeds are adopted in greater quantities by affected farms. So in terms of the contribution, as far as I know, there's macro literature which looks at the effect of demographic transition on structural transformation, but we're the first ones to provide credible causal evidence on this. So really simple model to provide some qualitative predictions. Then we'll get to our what I call a semi-credible test of those predictions, and then we'll dig deeper into a case study. So briefly, the model: small open economy, some fixed population L of households. And then we have two sectors, ag and non-ag, and then three factors. So we have labor, imported intermediates, and land. The key thing to remember here is that land is fixed and only used in agriculture. We also have human capital, because demographic transition may also affect human capital, either through improving health and or through changes in quantity quality trade-off. And this human capital only is used in the production of the non-agricultural good. We choose Cobb-Douglas in non-agricultural sector, where human capital appears here, and then a CES hybrid with Cobb-Douglas in the agricultural sector, where, again, we have land here only in agriculture. So the key logic in terms of population size is just based on this fixed factor of land, that you have declining marginal product of labor in agriculture as population increases. We're going to think about it. What are the effects of a reduction, a relative reduction in population and an increase in human capital? This is because on net, in the long run, demographic transition reduces population growth. And then in terms of human capital, as I mentioned before, it should increase. So the predictions here are pretty clear for population size. That is, if you have a shrinkage in the size of your population, then the share of people working in agriculture should increase. Okay, but then things are a bit more complicated when it comes to human capital. So it's, it depends on the exact parameter values, but with some reasonable parameter values, actually the effect goes in the opposite direction of the population size. And so the predicted effect from this simple model is ambiguous, and that's why we're going to take the predictions to the data and test them. Yeah, Rachel, please.
Sorry, and doesn't the impact of reducing L, increase LA over L depend on preferences, or does it not?
Well, so here I've just waved away preferences by making a small open economy assumption. But you're right, if I was, so I don't have to model demand. But of course, if I was having a closed economy, then yeah, that would be a concern.
I see.
Okay, so now on to the cross-country evidence. I feel sheepish about coming to STEG and not having a newly harmonized cross-country data set. So we're just taking off the shelf the women gender data. We're gonna, I'll keep talking and then you can answer. Then we're gonna append onto it some more recent ILO data by way of the World Bank and fill in some blanks where possible. So fertility from the UN. Not going to defend this abortion policy index. We're taking it off the shelf from this Bloom et al. Journal of Economic Growth paper. It's not worth my limited time to defend it, but we're trying. And so we're just going to estimate a two-way fixed effect model. Yeah, Julie.
So coming back to the model for a second.
Sure.
I would have imagined that where the declining fertility comes from is relevant in terms of is it coming mostly from less educated women or from more educated women. So I guess if I think of my capital and some of it coming from some intergenerational transmission of it. I think that's relevant. There is a huge link in the US looking at this is sociology, looking at differences by education goals in terms of administrative effectiveness.
Yeah, no, that's a totally fair point. I mean, in the model, we're just everyone is homogenous. There's no differences across people. But we could try to introduce some richness with differences in human capital and the effect of contraception or something. I mean, we also here have just exogenous population change. There's no endogenous fertility decision, which might feed into what you're talking about, but that's consistent with our data exercises where we're going to have plausible exogenous shocks to fertility.
I was thinking then in the context of the data whether you could do something about it, because it looks to me that the more less educated are the ones running this thing, and potentially generate more or less lagging in the structural transformation. I think it could help the story.
Yeah, sure. No, so we can look into that. Rachel, yeah.
Yeah, it's also for the mechanism. Would you consider the role of physical capital? Suppose there are two types of agricultural technology. One is a mechanized one is a labor intensive. So the demographic transition could induce people to adopt a more capital intensive one. So in that case, it might be a good thing with the. I know you provide empirical evidence, but I'm just thinking about the mechanism.
Yeah, well, so in the Bangladeshi case, I'll be able to say something about physical capital. Basically, we don't see too much going on. For the cross-country data, I mean, I think part of the issue is that we need a very long time span of capital data across many countries. We haven't looked into that, so we could. But it's a fair point that we can try to do some more work on. Okay, so we estimate this. We regress agricultural employment share on total fertility rate instrumented for this abortion policy index. What's really important here, total fertility rate subscript for time is tau, so it could be simultaneous, tau equals t. But this really matters, right? Because if you're reducing the fertility rate today and looking at the effect on agricultural employment share today, that's more about freeing up. It's more about changes in female labor force participation, anything, right? Whereas if you're looking at the lag of total fertility rate, then we're looking at sort of cohort size effects. And this comes through in columns 1 and 2. So in column 1 is the contemporaneous relationship, it's actually positive. So higher fertility rate, higher cultural employment share. But if you include both the contemporaneous and the lag, then on the lag term, we see a negative effect. So this is consistent with the marginal birth child going to the non-agricultural sector. So column 4 is our preferred instrumented specification. It's still negative, so the same relationship going on. Not an amazing F-stat. This is illustrative, motivating, and so forth. Let me get into the meat of the paper, which is this quasi-experiment in Bangladesh. So the quasi-experiment that took place started in 1977. It was called the Mother and Child Health and Family Planning Program. And it started with contraception distribution and advice on how to use it by in-home visits by community health workers. Vaccines for children were started in 1982 with the measles vaccine and bolstered in 1986. And so the way we're going to think about this when we look at the individual by cohort effects are sort of a population size effect from 1977 to 1989, and then more of a human capital intensive effect, in addition to the population size effect. That's a bit hand-wavy, but it'll be more specific later. In 1989, the program was deemed a success and rolled out to the rest of the country. And then what we have is 2 surveys. So we have a panel with 2 waves. In 1996, the MATLAB Health and Socioeconomic Survey, wave 1, and then 2012 through 2015, we had a second wave. So the second wave is kind of what we need because we can observe people when they're between age 24 and 34 among those who were born into the experimental program. And so they're already very much in the labor market. So the program worked like this, where you had a treatment area in green and a non-treated area in yellow. So the RCT crowd gets really nervous about this figure because it's not randomly allocated in terms of the villages, where each block is a village. So that was deliberate, right? Because if you're trying to understand the effects of a vaccination program, we want to see what happens with herd immunity. So we need to cluster villages together and choose them such that there's not too much spillovers across villages. Most importantly, however, pre-intervention controls based on the 1974 census are balanced. And we're going to use that to motivate just a conditional mean comparison empirical strategy. Now, let me say a little bit more about the data, which are fairly exceptional in a developing country context. So these are just surveys, but attrition was very low. One of the reasons why it was so low is that there's been a demographic surveillance system in place in MATLAB since 1974, which means that for all 200 or so thousand residents in MATLAB, every birth, death, marriage event, migration event is recorded on a monthly or quarterly frequency. So it's a really incredible system. And this means that if you migrate, we know that you migrated and we can try to follow where you went to. The result of this is that despite a 20 to 30% emigration rate amongst men born during the experimental period, we're able to follow about 90% of them, including if they came even to right here in Abu Dhabi, which is a non-trivial share. In fact, they're often kind of isolated in a place like Abu Dhabi, and they're really happy to have someone call them on the phone and talk to them about their life. So, you know, we have pretty good attrition. And like I said, we have the censuses to give us some pre-intervention control variables. Super simple empirical strategy, like I said, is conditional mean comparison. Two things to note. We're going to aggregate to the household level and fix the household at 1996. That's to avoid endogenous separations of household members to drive any of the results. And then secondly, because we have the DSS, we can trace an individual household head back to their location in 1974 or to their antecedent's location in 1974. And that location will determine treatment status for the household. So it's an intent to treat effect. So about 10 years after the experimental period ended, almost 20 years after the program started, we basically see nothing statistically significant. And this is like already the super long run for an RCT, and we don't see anything, right? We have to wait until the second wave, 2015, to actually find our results. This is the importance of having really long run data. Now, for this, so our dependent variable here, we actually measure hours by sector. So we have we're taking care of people working in multiple sectors, multiple jobs. And the dependent variable is the fraction of household work time spent in each sector. So we see that the program, which again shrunk the size of households, increased the share of work time spent in agriculture and decreased it in manufacturing. This is consistent with the earlier simple model that I showed. We don't really see much going on in terms of services at the household level. So what's going on here? We have the two mechanisms that we're arguing are driving our results. Household size, where you have the marginal household member going to manufacturing, and then human capital. So my co-author, Tania Barham, has a few papers showing that as of 1996 and as of 2015, treated individuals experienced higher cognitive test scores and higher education, years of education. And so what we see is that vaccine recipient men are more likely to work in services. A couple of additional notes on our results, which I won't go into, is that number one, treated farmers are going to substitute for having a smaller household size with leveraging more high yield variety seeds, but only in crops which we categorize as being labor intensive. Most of our effects are mediated by rural to urban migration. And the amazing thing, because we can follow people if they emigrate out of the country, we don't see that our results are driven by international immigration.
Can you explain why the small households do more to use high yield varieties and labor? Because they're less laborers. I'm surprised at that.
Well, I think the argument is that they exogenously have a smaller household, and so therefore they substitute by having a labor-saving high-yield variety seed.
Oh, but high yield is labor-saving.
Right, that's what we would argue. Yeah. Thanks, good question, though. Okay, so in terms of household size, we just run a 2 SLS regression of share of work time in each sector as a dependent variable on the number of males born during the experimental period, instrumented using the treatment done. And so here we see that this marginal male is less likely to work, it's going to spend less time in agriculture and more time in manufacturing. So that's kind of our key evidence for that first mechanism. The second mechanism, we're going to leverage individual level variation. And so, you know, as I mentioned, we have this human capital effect of the program. So we're going to stratify our effects by cohort. So in particular, the cohorts born in 1982 to 88 are the ones who we consider to have the most human capital benefit from the program. They got the measles vaccine, the other vaccines, relative to those born at other times. So what do we see? So let's start with men, because patterns differ significantly by gender. For men, the most human capital improved cohort works a lot more in services, which have a higher return to human capital, actually less in manufacturing. We don't really see anything going on in agriculture. Now remember, at the household level, the net effect was an increase in agricultural employment share. So this is being driven by the cohorts that were not affected, their human capital was less effective. I have to be careful here because this cohort, there's the 77 to 81, maybe no vaccines, but the parents might be investing more in those children with the quality trade-off. So there's still probably some human capital effect, but the biggest human capital effect is here for the 82 to 88. And so, for these cohorts, we see the big positive effect on agriculture. Now, moving to women, the only statistically significant effect that we see is actually for agriculture. And here, it's actually the highest human capital impacted women who are working more in agriculture. Why might that be, given that agriculture is usually, we often think of it as being the more brawn intensive sector? Well, the farm just got more complicated and sophisticated because high yield variety seeds are a new technology. And so potentially, this is me speculating, but potentially this is what's driving this result. You still need someone smart to run the family farm as it's getting more technologically advanced. Okay, so I think we've shown the first well-identified causal evidence on the effect of the demographic transition on structural transformation. And what we see is that the demographic transition slows industrialization. An important caveat to these results, however, we are not saying that one should not vaccinate children and provide women with contraception, because we haven't shown anything on welfare here, right? Migration costs may be quite large, and urban disamenities may also be quite large. And so clearly there's a revealed preference of households who, in both cases, both treated and control villages could have migrated to work in the cities and manufacturing, but they chose not to. So that's for like this generation's welfare. I think there's interesting intergenerational questions one could think about, like if it's kind of helpful for one generation to face these disamenities in order for subsequent generations to benefit from the economic growth from greater industrialization, but that's kind of outside the scope of this paper. So thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I'm wondering if you checked out migration patterns out of the villages between treatment and control. But you could also think that the size of the villages have changed and therefore that might have an impact on the shares. Thank you.
Hi, I wonder whether you know if the cross-country evidence that you showed, how much is driven by teenage pregnancy? And if so, how do you square that with the fact that in your data you have people aged 24 or older, so you're not capturing the teenage pregnancy?
Hi, Felipe, thank you. I was kind of wondering if you control the role any of this agricultural productivity for these different regions, because it could be that they have different rates of agricultural productivity between the two districts. It might be driving some of the effects.
Very interesting paper. I was just wondering, after the vaccination, if the parents only send boys to the school and not girls to the school, so boys got immune capital, but girls just got more physically healthier, which made them more suitable for agriculture. And another question is, because this intervention was about the contraception, do you know the desired fertility before and after the intervention? I was just wondering if the before the intervention is off equilibrium in terms that women were not achieving the desired fertility level, and after that, they're like achieving the desired number of children.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so migration patterns out of the village, that's super important. So there was greater outmigration in the control villages because there was more population pressure. And so that is indeed one of the endogenous effects of the program. Cross-country driven by teenage pregnancy, I don't know. We haven't looked into that. It's a good question. I worry about the data because we already, getting this large panel is already challenging enough, but we can see if there's if they stratified by age the pregnancy, but I'm not super. I'm a bit concerned. So in terms of agricultural productivity varying across villages, I mean that is plausible. We're controlling for 1974 baseline controls, including anything that we can get in terms of whether the household was working in agriculture or some characteristics of the household. It's not perfect, but I also want to emphasize that this is a very, very small study area. Like in the map, the legend showed like a 5-kilometer distance. It's 200,000 people, but it's a very geographically isolated area. So there's not going to be much difference in terms of climate and so forth. But it's still pretty well taken. And then the last point, I don't think we have any data on desired fertility before or after, so we couldn't directly test that. And it's totally plausible that the program disproportionately benefited boys in terms of human capital because of how parents invested in their children differentially. That's a plausible outcome.
Okay. There are no other questions. Well, thank Brett. Thank you. Our lunch break is up next. So I wanted to, just before we go to lunch, say something about this evening. You should have got the email saying that you're on your own for dinner this evening, for those of us who are still around. I think there were some people who were trying to mobilize to take a trip out to the Louvre after the last session of the day. So chat with people at lunch, and I think we can decentralize our activities after the end of the day. Do come back for session 3 on exports, FDI, informality, and low-skilled services. We'll start at 2:15, so see you in just a couple minutes before that. Thanks.
Interesting. In terms of the model, how are those sectoral PFP?
So static. Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Maybe here. The pointer and the presentation. Everything. Can you just check the pointer ones? Okay. Let me check. No. This one. Switch it off. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We should probably get started with our last session. We have 4 papers. We'll have a break after the first 2. I'm very happy to introduce my colleagues from Notre Dame, Alejandro and Stefan, and we're going to have an hour. We'll pause with questions until Alejandro's done with his introduction, and then you can go with the questions at every time.
Okay,
perfect.
Thank you so much, Taryn. Thank you, obviously, to Taryn and to Rachel for taking this paper and accepting it into the conference program. Today, I will talk about when work appears, export manufacturing, economic prosperity, and demographic change in Mexico. In the way of motivation, previous research examines the impact of trade and family structure in the US. Okay, so the idea of the paper by author Donovan and Hansen, published in 2019, is that as import competition with China rises, that leads to a deterioration of labor market outcomes in the US, therefore reducing marriageability of men, as well as fertility, and increasing child poverty and adult mortality. So overall, the argument goes there's a deterioration of labor market outcomes and vital outcomes in the US as a consequence of trade. However, evidence regarding the family and mortality impacts of trade in exporting economies are missing. Okay? And this is important because these impacts are far from obvious. To begin with, developing countries have different family structures, cultures, and economic outcomes. So based on that observation, it's not clear that the effects on these outcomes will be symmetric to those observed in the US. And a particularly important difference is that rates of female labor force participation differ quite a bit from those of the US in developing countries. So we've seen throughout the day and income, okay? And we think that because female labor force participation is low in developing countries, that may in turn lead to a differential set of impacts of trade on family outcomes and mortality. And it's crucial to have that evidence from developing countries to have a complete diagnosis of globalization's redistributive impacts. So the debate in the US and in other advanced economies is circling around the negative consequences it has had on the economy and on families and so on and so forth. But if we really want to have for a policy recommendation a complete diagnosis, we need to know what happened with the same set of outcomes in developing it. So what I do in this paper is ask the question, what are the family and mortality impacts of trade in exporting countries? And what I do is I aggregate Mexican data on individual and event level labor market and vital outcomes from 1990 to 2019. There's the word data repeated in here.
And I used to say that to estimate the impact of demand for export manufacturing on local labor markets and demographic outcomes using a Bartik tab strategy. So it's fairly simple. Now, the question sort of to justify here, the first question I want to answer is why export manufacturing? What I will argue here is that export manufacturing programs have played a fundamental role in the policy strategies of low and middle income countries to attract FDI. How do these programs work? Well, they hire unskilled labor workers, unskilled labor at low wages, and hire women in mass. Okay? And examples of this programs include the special economic zones in China, the exporting processing enterprises in Vietnam, and the maquiladora program in Mexico. And then the second question is, okay, why Mexico? Well, to start with, Mexico offers a very nice source of exogenous variation in employment in this export manufacturing programs, in particular in the maquiladora program. As I will show you in a moment, turns out the key determinant of employment in the maquiladora sector is US demand. Okay, so as US demand shifts, employment changes in Mexico. And if we think that changes in demand for Mexican imports are exogenous to what happens locally in Mexico, then we can safely say that we have a sort of food variation in the independent environment, in the independent environment of Sarthak. So to do that, or to argue that, let me just, or to convince you of that, let me just show you the trajectories of over time of maquiladora jobs in millions. This is the blue solid line you can see in the graph, and then the orange line here are US imports from Mexico. So as you can see, they are somewhat correlated. Interestingly, though, I wanted to focus on the blue line. You will see that it has ups and downs. And these ups and downs are rather interesting. So after NAFTA was signed in 1992, maquiladora jobs increased nonstop until the year 2000, 2001, when China enters the World Trade Organization and the US suffers a mild recession. Then jobs drop, the number of maquiladora jobs drops over time. Then there's a subsequent increase up until the year of the Great Recession. In 2008, 2009, there's another drop. And then after the American recovery starts, maquiladora job or maquiladora employment recovers soon after. Okay. To formally show this, I use a very simple differences in differences strategy to test the impacts of three major US demand shocks on maquiladora employment in location S at time T using an event set. So this is just the workforce specification for a different dish. Namely, I regress an outcome on a post set of dummies with interacted with exposure measure at the location level. So this exposure measure is still based on the geographical proximity of a location to the US and its previous location for manufacturing, controlling for location or state fixed effects and time limits. So there's nothing special about this. And so I then show that using this specification, three major shocks to demand in the US have important effects on maquiladora employment. In particular, I show that with the implementation of NAFTA, maquiladora employment grows without interruption. With the entry of China to the WTO, there was a permanent decrease in employment. And then with the Great Recession, there was a reduction, then followed by a recovery and in employment in the maquiladora sector. Now, what I want you to take away from this is that within the decade of 2000 to 2010, two important shocks occurred in the Mexican manufacturing sector, right? So first, with the entry of China to the WTO, and then with the Great Recession. So if we were to take decadal differences in outcomes, so very long differences in outcomes, we would perhaps miss some of the effects of these shocks, right? So, and that would provide me with the rationale for using a Bartik instrument strategy with a slightly shorter differences, not slightly,
quite a bit shorter differences. The second reason why Mexico is ideal to conduct this study is that of the geographical proximity. Okay? In particular, Mexico borders with the US, and exposure to the maquiladora program is quite markedly higher in the states and municipalities in the north of the country as opposed to those in the south of the country. So we have a natural measure of geographical exposure to changes in US demand. In particular, the closer you are to, because of the location to the US, the higher exposure will be to shifts in demand through the maquiladora sector. And that's an important comment. And the further away the location is, the lower the exposure will be. Finally, Mexico is the second most important trading partner of the US. So if shifts in US demand are going to have an impact anywhere, it will be in Mexico. Right? The second reason why Mexico is a good lab for study is variation in the outcomes of interest. The first of these outcomes is female labor force participation. In particular, participation of women in the labor market in Mexico is among the lowest worldwide. However, things are changing. In this graph, I show you that when comparing the life cycle profile of participation over time, we see a continuous improvement for women. Here in 1990, we have denoted by the blue line. Then for 2000, we have the participation profile for women in 2000. Then in gray, we have for 2010, and then in black for 2020. So non-stop female labor force participation has continued to rise in Mexico in productive age. In contrast, for the case of men, participation has remained roughly the same in prime ages of employment. Okay, so this is to say that there's important variation in the outcome of interest of participation of women in the labor market. Second, there's also important variation in vital outcomes. And to convince you of this, I brought this two slides, the first of which shows in panel A, marital outcomes expressed relative to the rate prevailing in 1993. We have divorce, marriage, and birth. And what you can see here is that as time goes by, divorce rates relative to what they were in 1993 have gone up, not in contrast, for marriage and birth, you can see both are declining. Panel B, you can see mortality rates for adult women, maternal mortality in particular, and fetal mortality. As you can see, relative to their levels in 1990, these three rates have suffered a decline over time. Okay, so there's important variation both in marital outcomes and mortality. The next thing I want to show to convince you that there has been an important shift in this vital outcome is this slide. In panel A, you can see marriage shares for 4 different types of households. Okay? The first type of household is the household in which only the husband works. Okay, and I will call this type of household a traditional household. As you can see, the share of traditional households in Mexico, the formation of traditional households has declined over time. And in contrast, the formation of households in which both spouses work has increased. Okay. The other two types of households, the households in which only the wife works and none of the spouses work, have remained at very low levels. So we have this trend whereby traditional marriage, as I will call, quote unquote, has declined, whereas more modern marriage has increased. And something similar we can see with birth rates, okay? Birth shares, sorry. With birth shares, we have a decline in the number of births involving families where only the father works. The number of births involving families in which both the father and the mother works has increased in contrast. Okay. So there's definitely interesting variation in the outcomes of interest, and we also have changes, exogenous changes in demand for female employment through the maquiladora program. So the thing I do in this paper is I essentially ask the question, okay, how do these changes in demand for Mexican manufacturing affect vital outcomes, family outcomes in Mexico? Okay, and this is what I find. I find that a 1 standard deviation shift in U.S. demand for Mexican imports increases maquiladora employment by 3.5%. Okay. And then I explain by looking at local labor markets what this shift in maquiladora employment causes in other sectors. So beginning by looking at employment outcomes, I find that the increase in maquiladora employment comes through an increase in the manufacturing employment share, as opposed to through a decrease in employment in other sectors of the economy. So essentially, an increase in U.S. demand for Mexican manufacturing increases manufacturing employment, and it does not affect employment in other sectors of the economy. Thus, it comes through a reduction in unemployment as well as a reduction in inactivity. Okay? I find that the increase in manufacturing occurs in its majority in the formal sector. So formal manufacturing jobs increase when U.S. demand increases. And I find that the reductions in unemployment and inactivity are explained by a reduction in unemployment for women and men, and a reduction in inactivity for women exclusively, respectively, right? So, whereas the reduction in unemployment pertains to both men and women, the reduction in inactivity only happens for women. Okay? And finally, consistent with what we would expect, I find that there is an increase in employment for the non-skilled. Then when looking at average earnings at the local labor market level, I find that these earnings increase for both women and men in the formal manufacturing sector. So what happens with these shocks, these U.S. demand shocks in local labor markets is, okay, formal jobs in the manufacturing sector increase, there's a reduction in unemployment and inactivity, which is in its majority favorable to women. Then for the vital set of outcomes, what I do is I first define traditional marriages as those where only the husband works, and then modern marriages as those where both spouses work. And to begin with marriage, I find that there is a reduction in marriage rates arising as a consequence of increases in demand in the U.S. for Mexican manufacturing. And this reduction is explained by a reduction in the frequency of traditional marriage. So traditional marriage rates fall, whereas modern marriage rates do not change. So it seems like when the number of marriages declines in Mexico, what's happening here is, well, traditional marriages are no longer occurring, and modern marriages continue to occur. Second, I find an increase in overall fertility. Okay? And this is explained by an increase in traditional fertility and no change in modern fertility. So apparently, traditional households are responding to positive employment shocks by having more children, whereas modern households are not responding to shocks.
Your interpretation, is it possible that traditional marriages are just becoming modern marriages? And then,
right.
I mean, do you want to rule it out? No.
So no, I think that's a great question. And the answer is yes. I mean, I cannot observe the views of a single individual over time, so I cannot see how an individual changes his or her views regarding marriage, right? What I do know is that the marriages which occur in both a man and a woman who are employed or who work for pay in the labor market, right? And I also know that the reduction in the number of marriages pertains to those marriages where only the husband works. So it could perfectly be that the people who continue to marry used to want a traditional marriage and now move on to want a modern marriage, right? It's just that I cannot observe that. So this is a limitation in observation, I guess. I don't know if that addresses your question. Yeah.
You have
Rachel.
And I have a question, maybe you can defer it later. Basically, this interesting finding that increasing in manufacturing export increased female labor force participation, I think it's very much depend on what type of manufacturing is being export. So I think in early stage of development, most of the export in these countries like China, Vietnam, you gave example, there's a textile industry. So the same thing we observe in Korea. In the early stage, they were focusing on exporting textile. So there is such positive relationship. But export in Korea continues to stay very high. Later on, we don't see such positive relationship on female labor force participation because they started exporting different type of good. So the question is, what decide the type of export that is happening, and would those type, the selection of which export to export depend on, the change in female labor force participation itself, and that change could be induced by other reason other than trade. So, it's a little bit about causality, but I think something about the type of export we'll also have to think about it, because you see the message has quite, the paper has a quite important message on policy, especially say industry policy, etc. So I stop there.
Thank you, Rachel. That's an excellent question. So the way I will answer that is, I think that the maquiladora program differs from other types of industrial policy in other places, because it depends, for the most part, on foreign direct investment from the U.S. So, and U.S. companies tend to like equality and employment between men and women, right? If you look at the data, it seems like not only in, it doesn't seem like, but it is the case that employment of women is higher both for light industries, as the ones you mentioned, like textile manufacturing, but also in heavy industries like cars or heavy machinery, where traditionally men have higher employment levels. Turns out that in U.S. led foreign direct investment, employment of women is higher than that. So because of a peculiar aspect of this export manufacturing program, increases in U.S. demand, these female employment is proportionately across all industries, across all manufacturing industries. So that's the way I realize that this is something that's specific to the case of Mexico, and precisely because of that, I think it's an interesting case of study. As a normative, if you want to put it in those terms, as a normative judgment of these U.S. companies, women are always hired at least as much as men. I don't know if that addresses your question. I'll talk about the program in a bit more detail in a moment. So if you could be one of the slides, I'll try to explain a bit better. Okay, so then moving on, with respect to divorce, I find evidence of a reduction in divorce when the demand for export manufacturing in Mexico increases. And this is explained by a reduction in both divorce in traditional marriages as well as in modern marriages. So that's the first part of the vital outcomes, of the effect on vital outcomes. Then moving on to mortality effects, I show evidence of reductions in adult female mortality, maternal mortality, and then fetal mortality. And the mechanism I find is that there are reductions or missing deaths, if you want to put it in those terms, involving people without access to Social Security. So it seems like this expansion of formal jobs in the manufacturing sector comes with access to Social Security, and therefore with the provision of healthcare services for workers that for reducing mortality for women in particular. This is a literature slide. I will skip this for the sake of time, but just to mention that there is a vast literature about U.S. Mexico manufacturing as well as on trade shops and deliver out. So to give it a bit more pertaining context, the Maquiladora program allows free of tax temporary imports of raw materials from the US for final assembly in Mexico, and then posterior exports of finalized products. So literally the only productive input used by the Maquiladora program in Mexico is labor. Okay. And it comes with a bunch of attractive aspects to it for US companies. In particular, it comes with VAT exemptions, zero trade duties on temporary imports, as well as the simplification of administrative procedures and the provision of industrial parts. Okay, so it provides a big advantage for American companies to locate in Mexico. And finally, employment entry requirements are less than in the national manufacturing industry. So really, anyone who applies for a job will at least get a fair chance at getting. So here's my empirical strategy. What I do is I follow the literature and I request differences in time for allocation S in time T on a measure of change in demand for Mexican imports in the US, location S, and time period T, controlling for location fixed effects and time domain, as well as time varying, a set of time varying controls. And my standard errors are here corrected using the methodology by both Siaka and Phuoc. So the measure of changes in the demand for Mexican imports at the local level is constructed as a sum across industry, okay, of changes in industry-wide demand of the US for Mexican import, okay, from one period to the next, weighted using local exposure to the Maquiladora program. And I think, and the exogenous part of this variable, I will hope to recover is the difference in the demand for Mexican imports from one period to the next. To do so, what I will do is I will implement an IV strategy with two instruments, and this is where I depart a little bit from the literature. I use first an instrument for changes in US demand for imports from the rest of the world. Okay, that's this part of the instrument, mainly the period-to-period change in imports from the rest of the world to the US at the industry level, and weighted by exposure to the Maquiladora program in that same industry. And this instrument seeks to reflect changes in the overall demand level of the US. So that's the first variation, the first sort of exogenous variation I seek to recover. The second one is this instrument. This instrument is the change in US demand for imports from China. Okay? And on the right-hand side, what I have here is the change in the share of US imports coming from China for industry J, and weighted by local exposure to the program, to the Maquiladora program in that location, some across industries. Okay, so there are two important sources of variation in US demand for Mexican manufacturing in this strategy. The first of which is changes in US demand for overall imports, perhaps due to the US business cycle. And then the second source of variation is an increased reliance of the US on China as a trading partner. Okay.
Can I ask a question? So I was saying earlier to the graph where you showed the effects of NAFTA. I was saying about the pace of devaluation, which occurred simultaneously. And that could be something where you have reallocation in US sourcing decisions based on the value of currency. So they might reallocate from China to Mexico. And so that would still be, I think, affecting the instrument. Have you thought about that?
Short answer, but I wouldn't be able to tell you how I think that would affect things at this particular moment. What I do know is that NAFTA wasn't implemented at the same time as the peso devaluation. The peso devaluation occurred in December of 1994. NAFTA was signed in 1992, so there are 3 years of difference between the two events. You're right that it may have an effect on the exchange rate and therefore may increase the reliance of the US on Mexico, right? As a trading partner as opposed to China. I guess when you look at this, at the construction of this part of the instrument, you see that in general, these shocks are positive. So over time, the US is relying more and more on China as a trading partner. So those positive differences are coming through this part of the instrumental strategy. Whereas for this instrument, we see changes in the demand of the US for imports from the rest of the world. They suffer ups and downs over time. So that they increase, so there's an increase in US demand for imports from the rest of the world from 1992 to the year 2000. And then there are negative shocks after the year 2000, then continuing up until 2003. There's an increase subsequently, and then again a reduction after 2009. So that's the variation I'm using, or the identifying variation, and an increase in the reliance of the US on China as a trading partner, and then it's up and down in the business cycle of the US. The extent to which that is affected by changes in the exchange rate, that I don't talk about in this paper. There's a paper by Thien, who's a professor, I think, at Cornell College, if I'm not mistaken, who looks specifically at the question of exchange rate. I don't look at that in the paper. Okay, so then data. So the data that I use is the maquiladora census, or plant level data from all maquiladora plants in the country from 1990 to the year 2019. I use US imports for 288 months of data from the trade tables of the US Census Bureau by industry and partner country. I use also labor force survey data, similar to the data that Kevin uses in his paper, for 120 quarterly waves. And I use this data to construct the state level mean labor earnings and employment share. Then I also have access to administrative records from civil registries involving all events of marriage, birth, divorce, and death in the country from 1990 to the year 2020. And finally, I have other data sources for control. So here are the results. I have the first stage estimates here. The way to interpret this is a effect of a $1 increase in the demand of the US for imports from the rest of the world on the demand for Mexican imports is 0.88 cents. Okay, so as the demand of the US for imports from elsewhere increases, the demand for Mexican imports also increases. Then the effect of an increase in the demand of the US for Chinese imports on Mexican imports is of 7 cents for each dollar of demand. Okay. Then when I look at import on maquiladora employment, I find a positive and strongly significant effect of 0.05 percentage points. So as demand for Mexican imports increases, maquiladora employment also increases, and it's stays the same as I put more and more control in these institutions.
Yeah, another question. Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is not really a threat to your identification, but maybe a mechanism, which would be immigration resulting from these demand shocks. There's a paper in Journal of Development Economics showing that China shock causes immigration out of Mexico, and that would change your denominator because maybe there's disproportionate immigration out of farming or something, and then got me try some of these effects.
Right. So your concern is, if I understand correctly, that when demand when U.S. demand for Mexican imports increases, then that increases employment opportunities in Mexican urban locations. Therefore, increasing immigration away from rural locations into these urban locations because jobs are available, and that will mechanically affect all the vital outcomes and so on and so forth. So the answer to that question is I look at migration effects in the paper, and I need to find what you're referring to, that there's an increase in migration into these urban locations. However, that doesn't change the result I have for fertility or any of the vital outcomes for that map. So next, I don't know if I explained it, but continue, I did explain. So continuing with effects on local labor markets, focus just on the first panel of this table, right? On the first the first row and the first 5 columns. This shows the effect of the 1 standard deviation shock to the U.S. and Mexican imports on overall employment here in column number 1. So it decreases overall employment by 0.1 percentage points. And when decomposing the effect into effects on the manufacturing sector and effects on other employment sectors in the economy, you can see there's only a significant impact in manufacturing employment. Okay, so these two coefficients add up to the coefficient in column number 1. Employment is increasing only in the manufacturing employment. There doesn't seem to be much action here in the other sector column. And so this effect on employment comes through reductions both in unemployment and in activity. And in particular, these reductions are 0.05 percentage points in unemployment and then 0.048 percentage point in inactivity. Then if we decompose the effect on inactivity by gender, that is between what happens with women and then what happens with men, we find that the whole effect on inactivity is coming through a reduction in inactivity for women. Okay? There's no effect on inactivity for men, and these two coefficients add up to the coefficient in the first row of column number 5. So then what I do is I examine effects on marital outcomes by female working status, and I look at effects by the frequency of the difference, right? So here number 1 denotes a quarter-to-quarter difference in marriage rates. The number 2 refers to a 2-quarter difference in marriage rates, and so on and so forth. The blue lines represent effects on marriage rates involving women who work, and then in orange we have the effects involving women who don't work. And so you can see that over time there's a reduction in marriages involving women who do not work or pay in the labor market. Then for birth, what I find is that there's no effect on the birth rates involving women who work or pay in the labor market, okay, for any of the frequencies examined, but there is an increase in the birth rate involving women who do not work or pay in the labor market. For divorce, we see a significant reduction in divorces for both groups of women. Okay.
Excuse me. Question.
Yeah.
So I'm having trouble understanding version 9. So that is, so women are gonna get matched with the lower rate. So matched are gonna be one at a lower rate, but then they're gonna choose to, or at least they're gonna get birth more. So is this coming from single women? This increase in birth, or is it those women who are already married that choose to have more? Can you explain a little more?
So the administrative records, thank you, that's an excellent question. So the extent to which these two alternatives are happening, we can examine through the data I have. And so because I know the marital status of the mom, right, I can see whether these increase in births accrues to women who were already married at the time of delivery or women who were not married. And what I find is that this increase accrues to women who are already married. So it seems like even though matches are happening at lower rate, the existing marriages now have more children, at least those marriages a traditional.
And so if you would get to divide divorce by
those families that did not have children, but those who had, I mean, then I would be expecting those did not have children should be driving that effectively went down, I presume. It would be nice to explore that thing.
Yeah, I thank you. So I've seen that as well, and for that I actually don't observe that. I observe that there are effects on divorce for both marriages with children and marriages without children. I guess if you think about it, if things are going better now, say you have a job, and that will reduce economic stress, right? Regardless of whether you have children or not. So that's the explanation the intuitive explanation I can give to it. Then moving on to effects on mortality, I conducted a similar exercise for effects on adult female mortality, maternal mortality, and then fetal mortality. I find that there is a significant reduction in mortality or marginally significant reduction in female mortality for women without access to Social Security. So we have missing deaths involving women without access to Social Security. Something similar we can observe in maternal mortality, particularly the first 4 quarters after the first 4 quarters after the employment stop, and then for people who already have occurred similar reduction involving mothers without social. Now I conduct a bunch of robustness checks.
Can I ask a question about the Social Security status divide? So this is Social Security status to your own employer or through anyone else? Because as you pointed out, like a lot of the positions in Mexico are the man works and maybe the woman doesn't. That wouldn't mean that she doesn't have Social Security access. So how are you defining this?
So yeah, the answer to that is access to Social Security through her husband, right? So that's the answer. Exactly. Yeah. Anyone in the household. Because employment increases both for men and women, right? So it's not like employment increases only for women, right? It could be that mortality drops because now the wife has a husband who has a formal job in the manufacturing sector, or because she has the job with access to Social Security. So either could be happening. Yeah.
Alejandro, does the entry of maquiladoras, does that bring in any public investments? Like, could there be like a new hospitals or doctor's offices or something in the places where they built like maquiladoras?
Thank you. I mean, I don't have any empirical evidence on that. I can presumably use data on hospital openings and so on to look at that question. Informally or anecdotally, the answer is no. So these program only adds a bunch of facilities to US companies, but does not increase the provision of local public goods. So you have openings of industrial parks without necessarily openings of new hospitals and schools. But that's a great question. I can look into that using the data. Okay, so then for robustness checks, I knew that this question was going to come up, so that's why I have a button for it. So I look at the effects on internal immigration of a shift in U.S. demand for Mexican imports, and then we find I find positive and significant effects for the first 2 quarters. So it seems like a shock to employment increases immigration, but only in the short run. The way I justify this effect myself is I think, okay, if you're moving into an area, perhaps it is because you think you will find a job, or because you have found a job and then you move to that thing. So if there's an increase in demand and it increases, that will increase immigration to the area, but not necessarily for employment opportunities, as I have mentioned, may fluctuate up and down in the business cycle in the US. Okay?
So you never looked at immigration, international immigration to the United States? It's only internal within Mexico?
It is all internal within Mexico. I do not observe immigration to the US or immigration to the US. I have tried to do that using data from the consular offices in the US. I don't find anything. I don't know whether that is because of a legal limitation. Perhaps this consular IDs that policy parties in the literature do not capture all types of illegal immigration to the US, or perhaps there is no effect. But I cannot tell you the difference, but I show those. Okay. Okay. So then also when you look at population counts in the very short run, I find no changes in the number of regular residents, right? Indicative of no immigration to the US, if you want to see that. I do find a positive significant increase in the number of internal immigrants, so that happens in the very short run. And then I conduct a bunch of other robustness checks involving alternative vital outcome definitions to capture only populations at risk. The way I was defining this birth rates and marriage rates and so on was by dividing the number of events in a particular year by the population of the location per 100,000, right? But you may argue, okay, this does not fully capture the fact that only women can get can become a mother, right? So then you may want to use as a denominator in that ratio, just the number of women in the age of reproduction. When you do that, you find the same result. Similarly for all other outcomes. I test alternatives to the construction of the instrumental variables. Namely, I drop the China instrument, which is also the full. I vary the frequency of the shocks and the length of the shocks from quarterly basis to a decadal basis. Things don't seem to change that much. Although the strongest, of course, the strongest indication is the one using quarterly and annual data. Then I test alternatives to the construction of location. In the main paper, I use states allocation, but you can use, of course, commuting zones and municipalities. It doesn't really matter how much of a disaggregated labor market you use. You continue to get the same results. And finally, yeah, I think that's that. So to conclude, I find that short-term expansion in U.S. demand for Mexican imports increase employment rates in formal manufacturing in Mexico. This result is driven by an employment reduction for unskilled workers and by women being drawn to activity into the labor force. Export manufacturing disrupts marriage markets through reduction in the frequency of marriage, an increase in the frequency of birth, and a reduction in the frequency of divorce. And export manufacturing also reduces maternal mortality as well as adult female mortality and fetal mortality through an increase in access to Social Security. The implications of this result, are, I think, very important. The first of which is that we have causal evidence of the effects of trade in the middle of the U-shaped relationship of female labor force participation with GDP. So basically, as a country moves from the bottom of the U to the higher part of the right-hand side of the U, there's an increase in female labor force participation. Okay, and I show how that happens through trade. My results also yield new insights into how trade helps shape marital institutions. So essentially, through globalization, local marital institutions are changing. And in particular, my results explain why fertility was pro-cyclical in developing countries in the short run, okay, but decline in the long run of the second half of the 20th century. And so the idea here is, okay, fertility is pro-cyclical in the short run in developing countries because as more economic opportunities arise, then traditional families tend to have more children. But what's happening in the long run is that as a country prospers in the long run, marriages are formed at a lower rate, and therefore fertility also drops in the long run. Finally, my results show that there's an important role of formal employee jobs in reducing mortality by raising access to healthcare services and social security. And that's about what I have to say. Thank you.
So I was wondering, why are you focusing on the mechanism of maquiladoras instead of just thinking about trade more generally? Because I mean, I understand that maquiladoras need to hire more women, but so some of your effects seem to be through access to security, for example, which, as you pointed out, could even happen through like men's employment. And maquiladora jobs are very specific type of trade, right? Which are like very low value added. So I'm just wondering whether the takeaway is this is like a lower bound to what trade can do, or maybe an upper bound when you focus on women. Like I'm trying to understand what the context should be.
Yeah, so that's a great question. The reason why I choose to give them maquiladora syndrome is because they're the source of exogenous variation in employment is very clear. So say US demand increases, then employment increases in Mexico, right? So it's a very mechanical source of exogenous variation. The extent to which we believe that locations or states or municipalities in Mexico can influence what happens at the industry level in the US will be the extent to which my instrument has credibility, right? So if we think that, say, like the city of Tijuana kind of really influence what happens in the car manufacturing industry in the US, that's the extent to which we have credibility. So there's a very direct source of exogenous variation there, as opposed to what happens in the studies of import competition in general. Then you have both ways, right? So you have, Mexico exports things to the US, but with trade, the US also exports to Mexico. So that, I think, obscures it slightly when the variations come from. Whereas in this case, of maquiladora employment, I think of a very straightforward source of variation in employment, right? And the second reason is one related to the question of Rachel earlier today, namely, because the maquiladora sector caters to US companies, employment of women is a priority for the maquiladora sector. Whereas in the national industry, if you look at the data, a very low share of employees are women, right? Whereas in this case, we find that, or I find that, maquiladora employment disproportionately improves the conditions of women. So for that reason, for that fruitful reason of shifting employment rates of women, as well as providing a clear source of exogenous variation that I use as opposed to the woman.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so you mentioned you have municipality level data as well. So you know the location of that place and then pull event from like far away, close by, and I'm just curious for that. And do you also know what happened to wages? Like, did it have any positive spillovers for other wages around the area? And
right. So I mean, I love your interest. That's a great question. So what I find is I don't know if this is whether this is an accurate question, but what I find is that there is no spillover to the local manufacturing sector, right? So I do know the location of the plants, so you can see that as employment increases in this particular company, it's not like they're not trying some sort of technology or employment effect to other manufacturing firms operating in the local manufacturing. There's no much interaction between the two. So these companies are just taking raw material from the US, they use Mexican labor, and they ship the final product to the US. And then what the second part of your question was about
general raising the data, like the dogs and how they don't have to pay more.
The way, so I find only pieces in wages in manufacturing. So there's evidence in pre-literature of changes in informal employment occurring as a consequence of formal employment expansion. right? The manufacturing sector. Some of that informal yes, but you can see minor effect on informal employment in the services sector during the labor markets. The way I identify this effect is okay, I have more formal manufacturing workers, perhaps they find more services, more restaurants and so on and so forth. So that impact is increases. But certainly that effect is in magnitude less important, less significant than the primary effect.
Alejandro, I'm gonna exploit my privilege for the last question. Have you, I don't know if you've done this in the paper or not, but you showed us really strong trends in the beginning with respect to marriage rates and labor force participation. And I wonder if you have thought about to what extent you want to tell us what share of those, overall trends that you can kind of, that's caused by the globalization that you're able to measure. Because one of the motivations before was we need to understand more about the distributional consequences of globalization by understanding what's going on in developing countries. But there are these really strong trends that are anyway pushing the society in certain directions. So I don't know to what extent you want us to think about, or your export shop actually accounting for some share of the long difference in those changes or not.
Yeah, no, that makes a question. I'm glad I don't have such a good answer. Let me just mention what I've done before. So what I've done before is if you look into the marriage shares and birth shares and divorce shares, they tend to more and more involve women with education. So as time goes by, right? Female educational attainment is increasing in Mexico, right? And that seems to be the main driver of increase in divorces and the reduction in fertility and marriage. So, I don't think that my instrument is picking that part up. I do think that there is a interaction between the demand for jobs coming from women in Mexico and the supply of jobs coming from the US countries. So the best way I can have to address that is, okay, there's a long-run increase in female educational attainment that will drive some of these outcomes, right, to the extent to which there are jobs. But I don't have a very good answer to your question. Sorry if that's not satisfactory. But I'll try to do that next.
I'm not sure you want to do it. I just wondered if it didn't come up with any referees on the paper or not. But thank you. Thank Alejandro. Thank you. Okay, so our next presenter, Marco, will be talking about FDI and structural transformation in Africa. And Marco, you have half an hour, so 25 minutes plus 5 minutes for questions.
Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so yeah, similar problem No, it's okay, I mean, it's even more practical. So, okay. So let's not waste too much time. So first of all, thanks for having our paper in the program. Thanks, Karin, and thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Doug and Joe for putting together this. And thanks to all of you for staying here until the almost very end. So this is a joint work with Bernardo Ekman from the UI and Margherita Tambusi, who is a PhD student at the University of Torino. This is a project, the outcome of a project on the foreign direct investment and structural transformation in Africa. I start with a caveat. So in going with me through the next slides, not until when, because it would be long. Be aware this is a descriptive project, okay? So we try to convince you that we take on selection, which is of course there, we are aware of it, but we wanted actually, the aim of the project was to go a little bit through the granularity of the relation between FDI and local labor markets in the context of Africa. And exploit the heterogeneity that is there, both in the different types and models of FDI that are actually there, and in the different modalities through the local labor markets can change subnational, okay? So, I think I don't have to convince you that FDI are a major instrument that policymakers are quite eager to use to promote local economic development. Especially nowadays, industrial policy documents all specify attracting FDI, good FDI, or whatever, quality FDI. And there is indeed a huge literature that tells us that this is the case. So especially when they establish linkages with local firms, FDI provides positive spillovers on many dimensions. At the firm level, in terms of upgrading on many dimensions, and of course on the local labor markets, directly and indirectly, okay? So the story that we know about this relation between FDI and local labor market is often mediated by the characteristics of the firms, no? So, and the literature is huge on this. There is less literature, at least to the best of my reading, on the implications that are, the implication of having an FDI in your local labor markets, okay? And on all the types of jobs, those directly created by firms and those clearly indirectly generated by firms. Okay? And even the more so, again, to the best of my reading, there is very few works that go and granular enough to exploit the huge heterogeneity that we have, both in terms of FDI and in terms of the characteristics of the local labor markets. And this is true, especially in the context of Africa, which is in any case, the context that I selected, I chose it originally with this project a few years ago, okay? So based on this, I mean, the project is descriptive and mostly empirical. So, and so it's straightforward to some extent, no? So what we do is to try to evaluate what happens to the local labor market once they start receiving FDI projects, okay? And to do this, I mean, I think this is important today for an audience like yours. I mean, the ambitious to be descriptive as a cost, no? In terms, we don't have an exogenous job, okay? So you will not probably trust that this is a causal effect. But the side effect, which I see very positive, is that we were forced to construct a new data set on subnational labor markets in almost 50% of African countries, more relevant in terms of GDP and population in the region, that I believe will be, that I will try to publish release in the next few months, that I believe will be very useful to understand local labor market dynamics in the region. Okay, I will tell you something more about it. And so everything we do is combining geographically at the local labor market level, FDI projects with all their characteristics attached, to data on over 40 million individuals, spanning like almost 30 years of data in 24/27 African countries. And then another thing that I try to push a little bit now is that this is a supply side story, okay? But there is, of course, a demand side story that we try to add in the paper through the addition of data from the World Bank Enterprise Survey of 26K firms in the same 24 African countries, in the same local labor markets as we study in our analysis, to show that the effect that I will show you in a while can also be explained by the traditional channel that FDI push upgrading of local firms in actually the same local. So mostly source, country of origin, sector, but mostly the business activity that the firm actually play in. It's this kind of global value chain type of analysis. Heterogeneity on the labor market side, we try to measure dynamics in the local labor markets by accounting for different models of structural change. By sector, the traditional way, by skills, and also, you will see probably this too much ambitious informality. Okay? And then we try to address, to match the supply side story with the demand side. Okay? I will anticipate now because I'm pretty sure I will not get here. Okay? So what we find is that the location that we receive FDI, we see evidence of FDI activating some sort of dynamics of structural transformation at the local labor market. This is a local effect. Away from agriculture towards modern activities, so manufacturing and services, probably as a consequence of these, towards more skilled types of occupation. We don't find much on the informal, which is mostly self-employment, sorry. Except that when we go by type of activity, we show that most of the findings are explained where the project is a project in which a new plant start settled there to produce. Okay. However, we find also quite good effects, especially on the skilled upgrading of workers, when FDI projects are in the services, and especially in high skilled, high value-added services, financial, business services, even logistics. Okay. And then we have some weak evidence that FDI and extractive industries are correlated to a bit more self-employment, at least in the first. Then we try, adding some mechanisms. One is new, which is about migration. So FDI enters, there is a sudden increase in migration in the place where FDI has been settled, and then the other one is the supply side. So basically, we match spatially the FDI data with firm level data. We run analysis, try to account for potential selection. This is mostly in the paper. I will never get these into this, and we see that both horizontal, so competition, FDI in your own sector, and vertical, so FDI linked through an input-output relation, in this case we use input-output tables from EORA, are able to stimulate an upgrading in domestic firms. And our assumption is that this upgrading is what drives also the demand for structural transformation in this local area. Okay? Now the data. So the data is basically the usual suspect, but if you have in mind just try to go a little bit more to the point. If you have in mind these Jobs of the World project by Isa, Oriana Bandiera et al., this is kind of an attempt to do the same thing, but subnational. Okay? So we take as much countries for which we can combine census level data from IPUMS and DHS data, okay, for which information on the participation to the local labor market is there and can be harmonized, okay, also geographically, we'll see later. We restrict this information to the population between 15 and 49 years of age, which is due to DHS being limited to this. So we do this for a total of 24 African countries, and these are where we have information on both male and female individuals. And then we have information on 3 more African countries, only from DHS, only for women. And this includes, it's important because it includes Morocco and Egypt. So we end up combining 79 DHS weights, 49 IPUMS weights into 2.5 subnational units, okay? And these are geographically harmonized. So we take shape files, not change over time, and we try to fit everything fixed, okay? We use then some of the criteria that the Jobs of the World has been using, being representative at the national level, to do the same exercise of the subnational. These are the 24 countries. So the subnational units within the 24 countries that we construct, for which we construct data. And these are the outcomes related to the local labor market that we are able to construct. Employment by skilled, so skilled including white collars, skilled individuals using ISCO codes versus low skilled. Sector, which is basically due to DHS, it's agriculture versus non-agriculture, and then self-employed. For self-employed, we have more limitation in the data, so the sample will be quite smaller. FDI data from FDI markets, which is a private source of information which actually feed the World Investment Report by Annika that's been used by in the last IMF economic outlook this year and also in many academic papers. What is the strength? It comes with strengths and weaknesses. The strength is that it provides very detailed information at the project level, including the location. which is the lowest location available is a town that we can match to the subnational unit that I showed you before. The sector, the business activity performed by the firms. So it's not only manufacturing or which will also be related to some distribution center, etc., but it's exactly production there. And we end up having a little bit, a few projects not that is not possible to geolocalize, and so we end up geolocalizing these 5,000 greenfield. Sorry, other important thing, these are greenfield, okay, which theoretically matter more than M&A, and then since we are in Africa, probably are also, no, probably, they are the most relevant modes of entry of foreign investors, okay? So I will not show all the details, maybe during questions, but just to give you a clue on how we, especially match the data. So these are the markets before, and then in each market, we include information on FDI, and then on the type of information that we process. This is not really easy for but you should interpret the other way around. So the yellow is the higher value, the blue is the lowest value. But in any case, this is the share of agricultural employment in Mozambique over like 3 different waves. So one is the IPUM census, the other 2 are DHS. So you see in 1997, no FDI. This is mostly agriculture. Then in 2007, some FDI, which is the black dots here, especially here. And then in 2011, a lot of FDI, relatively a lot of FDI, and then more blue. So less agricultural employment, okay? So this is extremely descriptive, but just give you a sense of what we do, okay? The type of correlation that we are looking at. So let's start with descriptive analysis. So these are super descriptive stuff. Another 2 caveats here, which are important to interpret the results here and later. First one, so we use the entry of the first FDI project. We will run an event study. So this as an absorbing state. So basically you receive your first FDI and then you are treated all over the time. Each subnational entity is observed on average like 4 or 5 times over time, okay? So we have normally 2-3 pre-sample periods and a couple of post-sample periods, okay? And the second important thing is that each wave of DHS/IPUMs is observed every 4 or 5 years, okay? So T to T+1 means 4 years later, okay? So why IT is an outcome like agricultural, the share of agricultural employment in a district or province high at time T, in wave T. FDI is equal to 1 if this location at the same time and district receives at least 1 FDI project. Location and time fixed effects, okay? And then this is what you have. So basically, okay. You have basically correlation, this broad correlation without considering, yeah. You repeat because I couldn't.
So I'm guessing that there's a lot of variation in the size of the very first project that occurs. So
yeah, this is why I told you about the limit. Yeah, a limitation of the data set we didn't mention before, but it's useful to know, is that it only it provides information about the capital expenditure and the employment generated, but unfortunately, this is all in 80% of the cases of the project is an estimation. And this estimation is run, I was talking to Thien yesterday, is run by an econometric proprietary model of the Financial Times, which is almost close to credit, okay? So I would never use this, which is a limitation, pretty sure, but I prefer not to bias in the other direction my results because I don't trust that kind of information, okay? So this is clear in the paper, several footnotes, etc. Okay, yeah.
So just 2 quick points. Wrapping my head around the fact that the DHS is relatively unbalanced, right? So Sometimes the same country, you have the new HS 2 years after, sometimes it's 5 years after. So I'm kind of, is this an average of all the horizons somehow? How should we interpret this number, given that the horizons are changing?
Yeah, you're right. On average, we have like this 4-year gap between one wave and the other. So we don't, yeah, you're right. So I have a table I will show at the end probably. So we don't account for this difference so far, but this is a good suggestion to try to account for the fact that there are waves which are closer one each other. So there are for sure waves of VHS and icons that are consecutive. But here, in what you see, we don't account for this. Okay, so we take an average between the two periods. So you can interpret this like the average length between any two waves.
And another super quick thing, do you know the origin of the FBI?
Yes.
So you see something in China, the USA, counterpart of China, it's an airport for Malawi, also the FBI, China.
We have a test on this, which doesn't provide a strong difference between OECD and non-OECD. China is too small to run just a China regression, but we have it in the paper and here in the presentation. So just to give you a clue, the correlations say you start getting FDI, you get more employment, more skilled workers, and more workers outside the agriculture. Okay, we trust this? No. Okay, for the reason I told you. So and especially for this reason. Okay, so this is like between subnational units characteristics at T-1. So one period, so maybe 4 years before the first FDI received, and the controls. So all the other subnational units, you will see that there are, so these are the outcomes up to here. There are many differences, and these are some potential controls that we have from our data. So age and female are quite balanced. Urban, which is the share of urban population, secondary school, the share of individuals with at least secondary school and being a capital city are not. So there are big differences, okay? So this is evidence of selection. How can we try to fix this, taking advantage? And then of course, all of you know that in these sort of settings, there is negative weight, so I don't go through this. Okay, so what we do to tackle these two issues at the best of our possibility is to adopt the W robust difference in difference indicator, which controlling for some of the things that I showed you before. So for the average age, the average share of female, and especially for the urban population, the secondary population with secondary education, for being a capital city or not. So being a district that hosts a capital city or not, because there are places where there are more districts. We account we use this method, which should at least adjust a little bit pre-trends, okay? And then we go into the results. Okay, so this FDI and employment, okay, you see, more or less good on the left-hand side, some increasing trend, and there is like an increase in employment, but the comparison before was showing you that control location had an employment rate which was higher than the treated location, okay? So then the story looks a little bit more interesting here. So this is the share of skilled workers on total workers. So no pre-trends, and then you have some increase over time. These blue colors, which would be like the low skilled, there is no much action there. Agriculture, non-agriculture. So you see some decreasing trend in agricultural employment in that area, and a mirror increase in non-agriculture.
What's the definition of the timing of FDI entry?
It's whether in between any two surveys there was at least one FDI process there. Okay, so assume there is
operating. Sorry? Some of the things it looks like there's an anticipation, but could that be the extra jobs coming in from time to build, basically?
Yeah, could be, except that if you consider that the average distance between any two waves is like 3-4 years, you take into account this. But But this is part of the selection story that I was also, I think. At self-employment, there is very few action. Remember that we are on a smaller sample than the other. Let me just show some of these heterogeneity, okay? Not all. By gender, we basically find more or less the same picture, except that we have more evidence on a drop in agriculture compared to men. What I wanted to show you, even if it seems a little bit patchy, sorry if you don't see very well. Okay, this is, you don't see it. Okay, so the cross is manufacturing, the X is mining, so extraction, and the triangle here is high value added activity. So trust me, and so manufacturing, so production FDI are mostly related to the structural transformation in most of its dimensions. So no increase in skilled and non-agriculture. High value added services activities, which are basically a combination of projects in the financial sector, in the business services, in logistics, and so on and so forth, are responsible for an increase in skilled workers. And the other thing that's probably makes some attention is that the mining projects are responsible, at least at the entrance, for an increase in the share of self-employed population. Since we consider self-employment as sort of proxy for informality, this is something on which we are reflecting a little bit, even though the results again here are a little bit less proxy than probably in the others. We have a lot of robustness check, but I will just show one because it probably takes into account some of the potential concerns. That is, on this one, we drop the location that are not treated in the following year. So it can happen in my definition that a location is treated just one with a very small project, okay? And so why we should expect such a long-term effect, okay? So the best proxy that I have is counting the number of projects or trying to see whether a location is constantly treated over time, okay? So by dropping the location that just received one FDI at some point, you see that something becomes a little bit, so some of the findings before become a little bit more evident, okay? So employment all the time increase, skilled employment increase all the time, as well as non-agricultural employment, nothing really on the agricultural sector. I have 2 minutes, right? So a couple of things for these 2 minutes, but I almost start. So the first one is migration. So the icons in DHS allow you to know whether the actual residence is the unique residence of the individual which was interviewed, or if any, like in the past, like 3 to 5 to 10 years, this guy has been moving from elsewhere, okay? And this can be harmonized also between DHS and so this broad definition of migration seems to show that there is like an important increase in both the number of migrants and the number of migrant workers, so the migrant that get a job at some point in that location, and then nothing else, okay? And the next thing, I'm not going through all the discussion. I will maybe give you some more details on the methods that we have adopted here, which is slightly different also because we have less data and also we have less temporal coverage. So by the way, I mean, it's accounting for selection, comparing basically location that have received FDI with location that will receive FDI in the future, okay? We find that being treated result in domestic firms being more productive, larger, paying higher wages potentially, and hiring more high-skilled people in terms of their educational endowments. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's really nice, especially the database is fantastic and great. A couple of things that I wanted to ask or suggest perhaps. Firstly, with it's one benefit of having subnational data, I often think is to also then see how things change from what the picture looks like when you just work with national level data. So with regards to some of these descriptive statistics, at least in terms of correlations and maps and things like that, it might be nice to see them at the national level first and then see how much change this or doesn't change as you go to the subnational level. Similarly, increasingly with some of the patterns that have been discovered with this kind of data, the patterns have changed as the country samples have increased, and it's often been the case that there's been quite a big difference, for example, in the rich countries, relatively rich African countries, the industrialization there, and not so much in the other ones. So as your sample has now expanded to quite a large number of countries, it'll be interesting to see how the trends change as you move from the richer to the poorer countries. And finally, for now, is the potential for spillovers between regions, because when we have this increase in employment, if it's whether it's putting employment from the neighboring region to come and work there, or whether it's creating employment out of not out of nothing, but out of subsistence, is a very important distinction. And there are some spatial techniques that can be employed with, bringing the neighboring regions into the regressions, which would actually work quite nicely in this kind of simple regression framework. And I'm thinking also kind of the Nathan Nunn work on herdsman pastoralist versus agriculturalist conflict and things like that, where they do some very nice pairings of some national units looking at those spillovers. So those would be my, I don't know if there's any questions in there, but.
And sorry if you did this and I just missed it, but it'd be interesting to think a little bit about the interaction of the introduction of FDI with the local initial conditions of the local labor market. So how much skilled labor is there seems sort of critical to thinking about whether you have to pull out of agriculture or whether there's already a stock of workers available. So I'm just curious if you've done that, you could say something about it.
This is more of a comment, and I stepped out for a minute, so maybe I missed it, but did you look into the different kinds of FDI because you talked about did you look into the different kinds of FDI? Because especially when you talked about the mechanism like migration, I thought about like how now there are many road constructed projects in not Senegal only, but in Africa, and how not only would that increase employment because of the project, but also people are able to commute more easily between regions. And so just looking into the different kinds of FDI might also help you understand different mechanisms.
Okay, so first 2 points.
Oh, sorry, one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to add that I have a paper where we look at the impact of World Bank construction projects and other type of projects on farm performance, and we do find some substantial impact. So I was wondering whether that kind of factor could play a role in your head. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, even one. So first of all, this is an exercise that we did. Actually, the purpose was to see whether there is an issue of representativeness with the weights that are valid at the national level, but less so whenever you go down. And then there is an issue of putting together DHS with icons, no? So what we have done is to take a country, Cameroon, for which we have 2 consecutive years. There are many others, a few others, not many, for which we can do this, and compare basically first wave 2004 DHS with second wave 2005 icons, and then comparing also these with national data, which was coming from the other project, the Jobs of the World, so using nationally representative weights and to find out whether, first of all, they were aligned, and second, whether there was kind of dispersion probably you were thinking of. Of course, we can extend in your direction a little bit more, but this was a kind of robustness check. The second thing, we have actually a test in which we analyze spillover effect on neighbor provinces. So there are like a few a big chunk of provinces in which, so there are provinces, a larger part of the province do not receive FPI, but 35% of them actually neighbor one province with FPI. We replicate the exercise considering all of them treated, and we find similar results, even more patchy pre-trends. So probably the next step is to do something a little bit more elaborate at geography level. Initial conditions, this we didn't do yet. So my idea was to include information on initial conditions as controls, the pre-treatment controls in the event study. Another thing is to interact, probably what you have in mind is also interacting there. No, we didn't do that. But it's clearly a good point, it's something to do. And type of FDI, we disaggregate. We don't have much action on the construction sector side. So I don't have a clear answer on this specific dimension, except what I showed you in terms of heterogeneity, in terms of business functions. Happy to talk about this later.
Okay,
thank you.
Michael.
Thanks a lot.
All right, we have our last break before the last session. It's 3:48 on my clock, so if we can get back here in 12 minutes, we can stay on time. Thanks.
I'm gonna put this here.
Do you want to check this or do you want to have?
I'm gonna grab some water and I don't care. Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to spin. Okay.
This should
So just like stick it somewhere here. Maybe not there, because I think that's gonna move around.
Just test once.
Hello? Can you all hear me? Yes? Okay. Okay.
Hello. All right, welcome back. For those of you who've been here since Wednesday, we made it. We left some of the best till the last. So I'd like to invite Brenda to give her talk. You have 25 minutes, and we'll take 5 minutes for questioning. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I am very honored to be here. I wanna, commend the organizers on putting together such an amazing program. It's very exciting when I leave a conference, and not only am I, excited about the feedback that I'm about to get, but importantly, seeing what the PhD students and recent graduates are doing, honestly, it leaves me with a sense of the state of the profession is strong. We're doing good. So anyway, thanks again. Really. So today I'm gonna present this paper that is joint work with Byambasuren, who is a PhD student that is in Santa Cruz, and she's gonna be on the market next year. So if you take nothing else away from this presentation, is to look out for Byambasuren on the market. She's a big reason why this paper is, was able to be pushed forward, especially on the technical side, which is amazing and amazing point. So since I have gotten that out of the way, I want to say, please feel free to ask me questions whenever. I did my PhD in Chicago, so if you haven't asked me questions by the time that I change this slide, I'm gonna feel like I lost you. So yes. All right, so Here we go. A little bit of context so that you get a sense of what type of informality we're going to be talking about, because as many of you know, informality is a very complex phenomenon, right? So I'm going to focus on a particular type of informality, and let me show you what that is. So in Mexico, employers are supposed to register their wage-earning employees within 5 days of hiring. And once they do, these employees get access to a wide range of benefits. It includes things like the retirement fund, free healthcare, free daycare centers, sick leave. You know, they're also protected by labor regulation, like minimum wages and restrictions to firing and whatnot. So that's what in theory should happen, but of course, in practice, enforcement is very limited, payroll taxes are high, and actually they're regressive. So it's more expensive relative to the wage to hire a low-wage worker in Mexico than a high-wage one. So as a result, over half of all employment in Mexico is informal. So it's a very large phenomenon, but it's also very persistent. So crises go, crises come, pandemic comes, pandemic goes, and this share of informality in Mexico has remained very stable. Right, and one of the things that I actually documented in my job market paper, which is now published in ABJ Applied. Yay! Pause for applause, okay? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just wondering, so if you are in the informal sector, can you still independently contribute to Social Security on your own?
You can. You can.
And you would be able to, you can accumulate it at the end of your retirement, you get that.
You get a pension, yes, that's right. So you can do that. It's very rare, very few people do. And we can, I can tell you about all the reasons why, but this paper is actually not about self-employment. This paper is about wage earners who are employed in the formal sector, but who themselves are hired off the books. So this is there's little work done on this. So Gabriel Lucea's paper was one of the first to explore that. So in the case of Mexico, 1 out of every 4 workers who's employed at a formal firm is informally employed. So this is a huge sector. This is a huge part of the formal sector. And then also this accounts for 1/3 of all informality. So when we're thinking about informal jobs and informality, a lot of people have had a lot of focus on the firm side of things. We talk about like why does the firm choose to be informal or not? And the usual answers are like, well, you get access to credit, you get access to international markets, you get access to like the government contracts. So these firms have all of that. So that's not the trade-off that these things are facing. They hire some workers on the books. And I've seen a lot less work done on the worker side of things. So theoretical models usually assume either that the workers are indifferent between the two, or that they're kind of like trapped or in one sector and they can't really do much about it. But we don't really know a lot about what is the welfare cost of having a formal or an informal job. Policymakers talk like, oh, we need good jobs. And good jobs usually is synonymous with formal jobs, according to them. But we don't really know. So that's what this paper is. Yes.
On the other side, once they're formally registered, they have full access to all those treats, 100%, or there's also that degree on whether they have access for real or no.
That's a great question. So I think I have some background slide here about this, but let me just tell you the answer here. So they have access to all of it, but then there is heterogeneity in the extent to which you in practice have access, right? For various reasons. For example, maybe you live in like a very dense zone and there's like one hospital, right? So then you show up and then like, of course, we'll see to your, I don't know, cancer, please come back in 3 years with your appointment slip. So there's like very long wait times. So that's one of the things that people have started to think about, including the person that used to run the Social Security Institute. So Santiago Levy has now for several years argued that the benefit of a formal job is basically negative. Because he says like the value has been decreasing through time, it's very crowded, fewer and fewer people are contributing to the system. And Mexico, as a result, created like a parallel system. So they created a parallel system for everyone that was low income and non-formally employed that offers very similar benefits. So when you as a worker are facing the trade-off, like, should I go take a formal job or should I take an informal one? Why should I pay taxes if I can get a lot of these benefits through the Seguro Popular, which is that's the parallel system name. So yeah, okay, great. So then the question here is, what is the value of a formal job, specifically from the worker's perspective? And it's relevant, like I said, to welfare calculations, quality evaluations, and to get a better sense of like what might be the causes and maybe even the consequences from the employee side of informality. That's the goal. So what are we gonna do? What we do is we write down a model of joint labor supply. There's gonna be search frictions, there's gonna be voluntary and involuntary separations, and it's gonna explicitly incorporate a parameter for the value of a formal job. So we're gonna allow for not just there to be like differences in terms of like labor market trajectories, depending on whether you have a formal or an informal job and differences in wage profiles, but also there's gonna be like an extra parameter value that we consider the utility function that says something about like both how much utility you get from getting access to these benefits, but also maybe there's like a warm glow of formal job, and maybe people just like being in a formal job. So we're gonna allow for that, and we're not gonna restrict that to be positive or negative. Okay, now afterwards we're gonna estimate the model using moments generated from joint decision making, and those moments are gonna include labor market status, transitions in and out of formality, accepted wages for both a worker and a partner. It's gonna be two-person household. And we're also going to target responses to an exogenous transition out of informality. So I'll talk more about what exactly that exogenous transition. So these are like our first two sets. And then, yeah, I forgot that this is a new version of this, but yeah, they already said, yeah. So then the next thing that we're going to do is when we've estimated this model, how do we extract from that a value of formality? We're going to compare the value function of two households. One that where one spouse is informal and transitions to formality, and another one, no, sorry, that's the answer. We compare the value function of a household that moves from an informal to a formal job. And we're going to do that across different sections of the income distribution, so to allow for heterogeneity in that value, and then subtract the cost of formalization. We're going to compare that to how much it costs the employer to formalize that person and see what that looks like. So that's the plan. So the version of the paper that some of you here might have seen, instead what we were doing was, and I would love to get some feedback about which approach you think is best. And I'm sure like half the room will say one thing and the other one will say the other, and leave me in the same position that I did for the past year. But so what we're doing right now is that we're using this exogenous variation as a target. Before, what we were doing was we had one estimate that was based exclusively in reduced form estimates where we identified the effect of this exogenous transition. So we had reduced form estimates. And then separately, we had some structurally estimated model that also produced a value of formality. I like that version because then I would compare the two values and they actually look similar. So I thought that was neat. In this version, that's all we're doing. We target the reduced form response. So anyway, once you see exactly what that reduced form response is, you can tell me what you think. So because in this version of the estimation, we kind of lose this ability to test the model based on its ability to produce a value of formality that is similar to this other very different approach. Instead, what we do to test the model is we're going to compare it using cross-sectional variation in non-targeted joint transitions. So for example, if we see an added worker effect, can the model predict the added worker effect that we see in the data? Or can the model predict a change in reservation wages like the one that we see? That's kind of idea. All right, great. So I'm going to give you a little bit more institutional details, tell you a little bit about the data. So I think a big contribution from this project and other related projects that I have in this area is that we constructed these units. Data sets from Mexico. So I'll tell you a little bit more about that. And I'll show you some things about that. I'll tell you some things about the model, not the report. That's today. Okay. So I already said employers must register their workers. This is a slide that I'll talk about effective access permanent jobs and health. We already talked about that. So you get all these benefits, whether in practice you actually get them or not. I think again, an open question, so that's why we don't take a stance on whether the value is positive or not. But the takeaway here from this bullet point is that the set of benefits is actually quite wide, at least in theory. paper, you get a lot of things. I recently found out that you also get formula and diapers, like you get a lot of stuff if you're formal in Mexico. But again, the employer contributions are large and regressive because they include a lower bound. So you at least have to pay 20.4% of the minimum wage, regardless of how much the worker earns. And then there's also an upper bound at 25 minimum wage. So these two components make it very expensive to hire a low-wage worker as a formal employee. Okay. Now, there's two institutions in Mexico that are in charge of enforcement. One of them is the Ministry of Labor, and the other one is the Society. I want you to think of these two things as a good cop and a bad cop kind of setup. The good cop is the Ministry of Labor. So they go around, they create an annual schedule of establishments to inspect, and importantly, they select them at random. So they have this list of establishments. They have a computer that like throws out a bunch of names, and they're like, okay, these are the establishments that we're going to inspect this year. And they do a lot of them. Every year they do around. So during our sample period, which goes from 2005 to 2016, they inspected around 50,000 per year. So they select them, they show up, and then they look around and they say like, oh, well, you know, that ladder over there looks kind of unsafe, and those blocks over here, maybe not. And then they tell them like, listen, this is how you should fix it. And they help them out. They give them a list of like contacts to maybe get them fixed for cheaper. They also give like training to their workers for free. So there's a lot of that. But then if they see any informal workers, they're like, you really shouldn't be doing this. And they don't have the capacity to find a firm. Instead, what they do, they say like, well, now, since you have these workers, unfortunately, now I have to tell the bad cop. And if the bad cop shows up, then there'll be fines. There'll be fines. You can even do jail time because they can charge you with fraud to the Social Security Institute. So the consequences of the Social Security Institute showing up and you still having informal workers are high. So what that does is that it increases the ex-post or the after inspection cost of keeping these workers in your establishment. Right, so in a different paper, we show what happens at the firm level and at the establishment level whenever this inspections show up. And the result is you have a high, if you are a formal worker employed at an inspected firm, that increases the probability that you move out of informality. And that's the exogenous variation that we're going to be using to identify some of the moments from the whole. All right, so what data? How does the data look? So the National Employment and Occupation Survey, this is a rotating labor force survey, like you've seen the other talk about. So it's a rotating panel of about 120,000 households and around 400,000 individuals. And it has a lot of information about the people, the household characteristics, the labor market status, how many hours they work per day. So not just how many hours they work on average, like in the month or whatever, but like how many hours they work on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. There's a lot of information in there. And then importantly, it has questions about what is the current employer and who and what are some characteristics set for them. So by that, you pick, I mean, I'm not saying that this is an employer-employee panel because the people that go into that, you don't see all of the workers, but you can track, among other things, so job-to-job transitions across time, formality transitions across time, and you can distinguish between the formality transitions that occur with a job-to-job transition and those that don't. So that is really important because in the informality literature, we very rarely, but first of all, we very rarely see informal workers in general, right? They're hard to find. And then whenever you see someone become formal, it's hard to tell where they came from, right? So one of the things that we document is that actually most of the informal to formal transitions occur within the same firm. So if you're going to be formalized, the most likely thing is that your employer is going to formalize. Okay, so that's part of the data. And then the other data that we have is the Ministry of Labor's inspection logs. So we have the list of firms that are eligible for an inspection at any point in time. And then we have the list that actually got selected for an inspection and the exact date when they were inspected. So because the household survey includes the firm. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Great. So let me give you a few statistics. We've already talked about how female labor participation in Mexico is quite low. In this sample, because I'm going to focus only on people that are cohabitating or married. So there's at least there's a head of households, whether they're male or female, and a female partner as well. So in this case, it is actually very likely that the woman is not working. The most common configuration is the man, the head of household, the man is employed, and the female is not. So that's the most common thing. We also see some formal, and the woman is employed. It tends to also be formal. So this mean monthly wages in pesos, more or less divide by to get dollars. Okay, anything else? I don't want to overinterpret this means for now. Okay, so something else that we look at is joint labor market status and transitions. So this is just for the head of household. So like I was saying before, so this is if the head of household is formally employed, formality is actually a quite a persistent status. It's 88%. 88% of the workforce are formal, remains formal the next 4 quarters afterwards, so a year afterwards. And there's also a non-negligible share that goes from being informal to formal. And like I was saying before, most of these people get formalized with their same employer. So over 3 quarters of this happen in the same person. Okay. What else? This is similar to the head of household. Like I was saying, for the head of household partner, and it's a woman, the most likely outcome is not employment, and they tend to remain unemployed. And even formal jobs are slightly less persistent. Informality is also a lot less persistent than for men, but that's because they transition out of the labor force. So now we're gonna do another interesting moment. It's something kind of similar to an added worker effect. And this is why I was saying before, like, well, usually we think about the added worker effect as something that happens when the man or someone in the household receives a negative shock. Right? So a negative shock can also be your partner had a formal job and all of a sudden that person loses that job. And then we can also have a bit of like a reverse worker effect, I guess. What happens when your partner gains a formal job, right? How do they respond? It's of course like challenging to answer because these transitions to formality are not exogenous. So that's where the inspections come in handy, right? So we're gonna say, suppose that your partner is employed at an establishment that was eligible for an inspection, they get inspected, how do you respond to that, right? So we're gonna basically do a different test, so we construct a control group for every spouse, really standard thing there. Yeah, so our outcome of interest is, what is the labor market status of spouse not I, who was interviewing with W after the spouse I is treated, where the treatment is their establishment policies. Yeah, so this is what, and this includes person fixed effect, time fixed effects. More here. So what we find is this is consistent with formality or like inspection really. So we're interpreting this. Notice that this is not, you went into a formal job. This is, you were informally employed. So the partner was informally employed, and then their establishment got an inspection. So that increases the probability of formalization, but not everyone is going to be formal. It also increases also by a much smaller fraction the probability that you become unemployed. So there are these 2 forces at play. Okay, and I'll tell you a little bit how we use that in the model. But for now, we think about this as the effect of an inspection. And we call it a formality shock because that's almost like the outcome. Those 2 forces. So this is our effects. First of all, we do it for different printouts of the distribution. There was another reason why we did that. We don't need this to print out anymore, but Notice first of all that the effects or the probability of being formal declines across the way. Okay. So this is consistent with there being some sort of like positive income effect in the house. All right. Now, what are we gonna do with it? So we're gonna have a fairly standard partial equilibrium search model. Two spouses, they can be either formal, informal, and not employed. There's some exogenous job arrival rates, which differs by the gender of the partner and by the current labor market status and the type of job that they're going to get afterwards. The separation rates, the exogenous, and then there's wage distribution that also differ by gender and the type of job. And then with a probability eta, the government is going to inspect the establishment. If they do inspect it, then with no probability, you know, the match is going to be formalized, and then with a probability kappa is going to be restored. So this is why we don't separate the things in the reduced form. We're going to target the effect of the aggregate effect. All right. We have some utility functions that utility users. You get your wages, you get some leisure if you're not employed. There's some risk aversion parameter. And then on top of that, the utility function has these additional values that differ across genders that arise if you get a formal job. All right. So there are some value functions. This is very, very standard. So because I don't have time, I don't want to get into a lot of that. But I will highlight about it. There's some probability of getting into a new job, and which of course, what type of job to accept depends on the market status of your current wages. So nothing extraordinary there. The only thing that I would add is that condition, if one of them is unemployed, then here is where the inspections show up. So if you're informal, some probability to go to formality and keep your wage, by the way, so this is what happens. You get inspected and your employer formalizes you because of an inspection, they don't change your wage. Or you separate. So standard, more value functions, nothing abnormal there. We allow something else that I will mention though is that if your partner is inspected, this is going to be crucial because it's one of the moments that we identify, right? If your partner is inspected and they're now have a formal job, I'm going to let you, for example, choose to quit your job. Like here, this person is spouse who was employed in formal state, we're going to let them quit. All right, so we simulate the moments with a lot of parameters. We do this, Babia, I say we, but that's not true. Babia estimated this. She simulate an annealing moment across the parameter space, enter some fancy other words, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what to Babia about? Here's the reservation wages. These are consistent again with this income effect. I'm not going to show you because I definitely don't have time for that, but the model, even though we're not targeting that, the model is able to predict the changes in the reservation wages, different income brackets, so that's nice. So this is what we get so far. So if the female worker is the one that gets a formal job, this is what the value of formality looks like across the income distribution. There's different levels. And then meanwhile, if the man is the one that gets a formal job, then we see very little overtime. I wouldn't throw this drop here at the end much. Ignore that one. The fact is that it's very close to zero. Okay, so I'm gonna conclude with that. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what we do, we combine this positive exogenous variation that comes from the probability of having access to a formal job with a structural model. And this is from the old version. The root form model doesn't well for like some populations. This is a lot of conclusion. So I guess maybe let's ignore the slide for a second and instead just say that so far what I want to like highlight about the conclusion so far, because the results, at least in terms of the value, are preliminary because we finished estimating that literally 2 days ago. Is that I think it's important that there's heterogeneity and that we allow for that. Another thing that I believe is important is that there's this heterogeneity not just across income but across genders, which is as well important. And Yeah, so something that those graphs don't do yet is we haven't subtracted the costs of formality, but then what's going to happen, because we see in the graph, is that at lower levels of the value of formality, we're going to get net negative values of formality. But that's not because low-income people don't value a formal job, it's because the practice are too high. So yeah, we'll get that.
I was gonna ask you to explain more of the graphs.
Yeah.
On the previous slide, like why is one going up and the other going down?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we didn't expect that one, but it makes sense because of the estimation priority. So. Oh yes, of course. Yes.
It was not sure how it matters to the model, but I would be interested in knowing if the firm has a decision of who to give a formal offer to versus lay off. And then the people who get the offer for formal employment are maybe those with the better outside option, and maybe that biases the estimates of the good version. I would like to probably make condition on this framework because I can see the case. There's a shock, there's an inspection. Oops, you're informal, you're out. But how it is like there's an inspection and then you get formalized. Are these guys giving like a warning, or is the inspection something that is coming ahead of time so they can prepare and formalize these people? Thank you.
Is there any difference in access to credit when someone is formal versus informal? And is that going to be after the training and maybe for the position in the distribution after they become formal, actually?
Okay. So if they're different in access to credit, so I haven't looked at it at the individual level. My expectation is that maybe, I guess it could be, and if there is, then this would be in a sense the value of that we're capturing.
Yeah, so it should be a little bit
yeah, that's fair. So the reason in which I say that it's including the value is just that if you as a person really like, well, now that I have a formal job, the household is gonna get credit, and then the spouse responds in terms of labor supply accordingly. So it's a little bit like this, like labor supply smoothing thing, right? Like, so you realize that now you have credits, and now I need to work less, or something like that. So it will be captured there, but we don't have credits specifically in the budget. The question about the institutional detail, why is it that after an inspection I formalize someone afterwards? Because of this good cop, bad cop interaction, right? Like they show up and they don't find you on the spot. They don't, because they don't have the authority to do so, which is something that's nice for us, because then otherwise, yeah, it's the inspection and then you don't know any formal or Ricardo had a question about, oh yes, who get formalized? Does the firm have a choice? Arguably, yes. Really what we see is that the Grubener market is either they formalize you or they keep you as informal. So there is some evidence that actually women are more likely to get formalized than men. And I guess we could look further if we get formalized or not, to the extent that what we're doing here. So these parameters here are calibrated based on, like, these parameters here are calibrated. So in the data, we see the probability that you get separated and the probability that you get formalized. And then we see how we can see how that varies by income. But to the extent that to the extent that we're just here measuring like the average, and in the model we're doing the same, then I don't think it would matter. What we were trying to do is just say like, oh, this is the response, and this is like a causal implication. There might be some bias. What we're trying to do is just say that some average effects of people are going to be formalized, others are not. Then I don't think it would matter for the purposes of sorry.
Okay, sorry, Joe. You guys can book
sorry.
offline. Thanks.
Sorry, that was definitely not me.
Okay. So Matthew, we're very glad to have you here to give your talk, I want to say, I want to echo something my friend said, which is like, you know, all the grad students who are here presenting work, it's been really fantastic. It's sometimes hard to know the difference, like when you are a grad student versus not. It's been lovely to have all of you. And I should say you're all very dedicated. Matthew, probably being the most dedicated one of all, has come directly to Abu Dhabi from his honeymoon. So congratulations, Matthew. And you have 25 minutes.
All right, so thank you very much, Karen, and thank you to all the organizers for having me. Thanks to all of you for showing up here and sticking around to the end of the conference. And in light of what Taryn said, I'll hold it. Is that better? Yeah, in light of what Taryn said, I think my wife, Maddie, might be listening on the live stream. So if she is, I'll thank her as well for taking this dog leg to Abu Dhabi with me. Okay, so yeah, this is a project about structural transformation in low-skilled services. And I just want to start off with some motivation about why you should care about low-skilled services. So this first graph, what I'm talking about is the transition from self-employment to wage employment, right? So I think we all know, most of us in this room, that this is a transition that takes place over the development process, the key part of structural transformation. Now, what you might not know is that this kind of takes place in really two things that drive this quantitatively, right? So the first is in this graph on the left, right? We have this green line. There's this massive movement out of agriculture. Okay, so agriculture has a lot of sort of owner-operated farms, right? And so by moving people out of agriculture, you sort of mechanically will reduce the self-employment rate in the economy. But the second thing that drives this is low-skilled services. All right, and when I say low-skilled services, what I'm referring to is a specific set of industries. So this is retail, construction, food and accommodations, transportation, and then some other personal services. So things like cleaning, haircuts, stuff like that. All right, so these are kind of non-tradables that are blue collar in the sense that you don't need any formal training in order to enter these sectors. Okay, and what you see in this graph on the right is that, you know, even as workers exit agriculture, at low stages of development, most of those non-agricultural workers are still self-employed, all right? So the non-agricultural sector still looks very different in developing countries than it does in rich countries. And as you get richer, it looks more like what we have, you know, somewhere in the US, where there's very low self-employment. But quantitatively, most of that decline is actually driven by self-employment within these low-skilled services, all right? So if you see on this plot, around 50% of non-agricultural workers in the very poorest countries are self-employed. Well, about 40% of workers in non-agricultural countries, sorry, non-agricultural workers in developing countries are self-employed in low-skilled services. So quantitatively, this is mostly accounted for by those sectors, right? So in order to understand how we get from like a self-employment economy to a wage employment economy, we have to understand what's going on in the low-skilled service sector. Now, if you're familiar with the literature, I think there's maybe three different explanations that we can think of that would drive this transition that we see on the right, the transformation of low-skilled services. The first is that labor market frictions tend to decline over the development process. So this is in line with theories of self-employment as sort of disguised unemployment, right? You can't find a job or you can't keep a job working at a firm. And so instead, you just work in self-employment, sort of supplement your income. Second explanation is a consumer demand-based explanation. So I started thinking about this project as a project about retail. And, you know, there's several papers in retail, you know, for example, the work of David Lagakos, where we see that richer consumers tend to shop more from like more modern retail firms, right? So because they have cars, because they have fridges, they're going to consume a different type of service, right? So demand for these different types of services that are provided by wage employees versus self-employees is going to change over the development process just because people are getting richer and that's what they prefer. Third reason that could drive this is just something like TFP growth within the modern service sector. So productivity rises within modern services, and this could be things like ICT or logistics. As those get more developed, you're able to actually have things like supermarkets, things like bigger restaurants, fast food chains, right, that are going to kind of replace the more traditional form of services that are being done by the self-employed. What does this paper do? This paper proposes like a development accounting method for the service transition. So I'm going to develop a model that accommodates all three of these forces. All right, the first is these labor market frictions, as I said, and I'm going to model these as sort of search and matching frictions. And I'm also going to have heterogeneous workers that are going to sort between these sectors. Right? Second, I'm going to have this consumer demand channel. So I'll have non-homothetic preferences over services, where as you get richer, you'll tend to prefer to consume more from this modern service sector. Right, and then the third thing I have is sector-specific DFP. Right, so we can also have productivity growth that's specific to the modern service sector. So we developed this method. In order to use this method and apply it to data, we're going to need some estimates of structural parameters. So it's not going to be a main focus today, but I do estimate the structural parameters from Brazilian microdata on workers and consumers. Right, and then I'm going to apply these methods to try to decompose the modern service share at the level of Brazilian municipalities into local fundamentals that sort of represent these three forces. Okay. Rachel, yeah.
Just a quick question. Do you look at the data on home production? Because I think they are Brazilian time use. Because home production has a very specific role with the low-skill services that you were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good question. No, so currently, so the goal of this exercise is to understand this at the level of, to be able to use census data to decompose these. So we don't have like time use data in the census. And the other thing is that the model currently has like two employment states, which are either working in traditional services or working in modern services. So I think to do that, that would need probably an extension to the model where you have like a non-employed state in which you're also producing low-skilled services at home. And then that would be something that's like unobserved to the econometrician, but that you have to take into account quantitatively. Sure.
Can you explain a mapping? You start with low-skilled services and self-employed, and now you're using the modern services and nutrition services. What's the relationship?
Sorry. Okay. So low-skilled services is just a set of industries that produce output, right? Which is so things like retail, things like restaurants, stuff like that. Okay. I'm thinking of two modes of production for that. All right. So one is the traditional mode of production, which is provided by the self-employed, and the second is like modern mode of production, which is provided by wage employees at first. Okay. So that's the distinction. Thanks. Okay. So once I've done this like decomposition for Brazil, I run some counterfactual exercises to try to understand what's actually driving variation both across Brazil and over time. So I find that these frictions explain most of the variation across municipalities. But the modern service TFP is important for explaining panel variation from 2000 to 2010. Something like 50% of the rise in modern services from 2000 to 2010 in Brazil comes from this modern service TFP growth. All right, and I find limited scope for income effects. And then the last thing I do is because I have heterogeneity in the model, I can actually understand what are the effects of these different fundamentals on different kinds of workers. All right, and so I can see what happens to the distribution of earnings when we change some of these fundamentals. And I show that even though reducing frictions and raising modern service TFP are both going to tend to increase the modern service share of employment, they actually have opposite distributional effects. And what I mean by that is that reducing frictions will tend to reduce inequality. Raising modern service TFP is going to increase inequality. All right, and we can talk a bit more about why that happens at the end. Okay, so here's an overview. I'm going to give just a quick flavor of the model, talk about the key ingredients, and then I'm going to talk about the accounting methodology of how do we try to disentangle all of these forces in the data. And then finally, I'm going to talk about these counterfactual exercises that I've done and some results. Okay, so in the model, first, let's start with household preferences. Okay, so household preferences are like a nested CES, all right? So basically, households consume two things. They consume services, which is S, and then they consume everything else, which is X. So X is like some external sector, all right? But within services, there's like a second nest of the CES, all right? And consumption of services is actually a non-homothetic CES aggregate of traditional and modern services, right? So it looks like this. If you're familiar with the Comines Lashkari Messieri paper, you've probably seen this kind of thing before, all right? So what's the key here? If you've seen maybe CES before, but you haven't seen non-homothetic CES, the key is these epsilons. These epsilon parameters are what capture non-homotheticity, right? And so the key parameter condition for modern services to be a relative luxury is that epsilon m minus epsilon t times 1 minus psi, where psi is the USSC substitution, that has to be positive. And as long as you have that parameter condition, all right, that basically means that as people consume more services overall, they're going to shift the consumption of those services towards complete sector. Right? So that's really these epsilon. Aggregate production is going to be linear in efficiency units of labor in all sectors. Okay, so efficiency units are going to be H, labor is going to be L, all right? And we have sector-specific TFP, okay? So in the external sector, there's some external TFP, all right? And then in both of these service sectors, there's a different TFP. So there's a modern service TFP and a traditional service TFP. So I'm not going to talk much about the external sector. I'm going to focus on what's going on in the service sector. All right, so we're going to have a share of identical households that work in services, but each of these households contains a continuum of heterogeneous workers. All right, so we're going to have worker heterogeneity in the model. And how does that heterogeneity work? All right, so service workers have this absolute ability called H, and they also are going to have a relative traditional ability called Z. So Z captures how much better are you at traditional services, or how much worse are you than modern services, right? And so they follow this joint distribution now, right? So we have these two sectors. The traditional service sector it works as an outside option for own account workers, right? So anybody at any time can choose to be working in traditional services, right? You don't need to like search for an opportunity, right? And while you're working in traditional services, you supply Z times H efficiency units, right? And as a result, your revenue product is going to be the physical product of your labor, which is AT times Z times H, and then times this extra price term, right? So that we're going to have prices of both of these goods, traditional and modern services, right? And while you're in the traditional sector, you're going to contact a modern service employer with probability lambda each period. So this is like a one search friction that we're looking at, right? And so then this modern service sector is produced by a worker-employer match. And it works somewhat like a DMP model, although we're going to have, similar to the last paper, voluntary and involuntary, both separation and match formation, all right? So if you're a worker of type ZH, Z doesn't matter in the modern sector, only H matters for production, all right? But in every match, you draw an idiosyncratic match productivity, which is this zeta, okay? You draw it from a distribution G. You draw it IID every period of the match. And so what does this mean? It means that you contact a firm, you draw this match productivity, and then you decide whether you actually want to form a match or not. So that's like endogenous match formation, all right? And then every period that you're in the match, you redraw this productivity, and you decide whether the match is going to continue or not, all right? So we have both endogenous match formation and endogenous match separation based on this. And workers are going to sort based on Z. Essentially, they're going to have different thresholds for this match productivity such that they're willing to form and stay in a match, right? So this essentially turns into a Roy model, right? Finally, while you're in the match, all right, you have, in addition to these like endogenous separations that happen from low draws of zeta, there's also going to be exogenous separations with this probability delta, okay? So that's everything that I'm going to tell you about the model. All right. Those are all the ingredients. All right. We're not going to go through the solution, but I'm going to tell you how can we separate out these different factors in data. Right? So this is what I want to explain. This is like the modern share of low scope services. This is a bin scatter across Brazilian municipalities. All right. And what I'm going to do is for each municipality, I'll allow 4 factors to vary, or 4 local fundamentals to vary. Okay. One is these frictions. These are the separation frictions, delta J, all right? And then the TFP of each of the sectors can vary across these municipalities. So what's hard about this? One, lower frictions. That means just that naturally worker-employer matches persist longer. And so, if you think of a steady state argument, right, you're going to end up with more modern matches in a steady state equilibrium. All right. And so mechanically, you just have a higher modern share of employment. Now, if you have a high level of TFP and modern services are luxury, right, which I find parameter estimates would suggest that, okay, then that's going to raise demand for modern services through an income effect, right? So this is kind of working through prices and making it more lucrative to work in modern services, even if modern services aren't actually physically more productive. Final thing that could change this, obviously, is like the relative modern service TFP. Okay, so what ends up mattering is this ratio of productivity in modern services to traditional services. Again, that's going to drive substitution towards modern services. So they'll kind of replace traditional services, both because they're more lucrative to workers and because they become cheaper to consumers. Okay, so how are we actually going to disentangle these? We're actually going to do this in two steps, right? So I'm going to define this W hat here as the relative modern skill price. Okay, so the skill price in the modern sector is like, what's the price of like a unit of individual times match productivity? That's PM times AM, right? So the price of modern services just times the aggregate productivity of modern services. And same thing in the traditional, PT times AT. Okay, so it turns out that the ratio of these two and delta J, those are like the only things varying across municipalities that are going to affect relative modern service employment. Yeah.
Sorry, can I give you back one time? So maybe it's clear, maybe it's a naive question. I'm having a bit of trouble understanding it, but that's frictions in the sense like firms disappear, recessions. So I was, in my mind, what I had is the friction being the job finding rate. Like it's hard to get there, So kind of flip that, and I'm just rubbing my head on.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. So this is like something about like firms disappearing, separations. It's going to capture all that, just a shock hitting the firm where there's like mass layoffs. Okay. So the issue, so I'm going to try to apply this to census data, which is cross-sectional. And so the weakness of that data is that I cannot separately identify the like job finding friction and the job losing friction. All right. So it's somewhat of a choice which one of these I want to say varies across municipalities. I'm choosing to make it the job separation friction. The reason for that is that it seems like cross-sectionally what actually varies more, at least with income, is the separation rate. This is based on work by Kevin across countries, but also even within like developed countries, there's been work that finds that actually the separation rate varies more across space than the job finding rate. So yeah, it's a choice, but it's based on this kind of empirical finding in the literature. Okay, so yeah, so this relative modern service employment, it turns out that we can understand this with only the relative skill price and the delta J. So all those TFPs, they only affect relative modern service employment in terms of how they affect this relative skill price. The intuition here is that you can think of having like a relative labor supply curve where this relative skill price, that's just like the price in the supply curve, and then delta J is like a supply shifter, right? Now we also end up with a relative efficiency unit supply curve. So that's this H here, all right? So relative efficiency units are also going to be depending only on the relative skill price and on this delta, the friction, all right? And they'll be related through sort of this Roy model where we've modeled the ability distribution of workers, right? So how do we disentangle the skill price and the friction delta, right? So it turns out that if we have one extra observable, so relative modern service employment, that's observable, all right? I can see how many people work in modern services, right, who are wage employees, how many people work in traditional services, that's the self-employed. I can also see total revenue. So I can also see how much money those people are earning, all right? And so the relative modern service revenue is something that's observable, and that's just equal to this relative skill price times like how many skills there are in each sector. the ratio of the skills in the sector. So that's W hat times H hat, right? And so it turns out that these observables, the employment share and the revenue share, these jointly identify the frictions delta J and the relative skill price. And as soon as we have the relative skill price, we can also infer what's like the actual mass of skills that are in each of these sectors. Right? So I'm going to try to illustrate this here, all right, to visualize how you actually end up identifying this in the data. Right? So these black lines, these represent the observables. So on the left, we have this HW space, all right? So this is like the massive efficiency units and the skill price, all right? This line is just a locus of points that's consistent with observing this amount, this like revenue share, right? So it's not a demand curve. It's just a locus consistent with the observables, right? Black line here on the right, this is just like the aggregate amount of service employment that we have. That's also observable. Okay, so you sort of solve this numerically, where you guess a delta, all right? Any given delta implies two supply curves, implies a supply curve in this H space and in this L space, right? Once we have the supply curves, right, the intersection of the H supply curve with this like locus of points, that gives us an implied W hat, right? And then the last step is we have to check in the like L space, is this actually consistent with the amount, with the labor that we observe? And so here, what we see is that the supply curve of labor is too far to the left, all right, where this W hat doesn't adequately explain the amount of labor that is actually in modern services. And so what it tells us is that we need to shift the supply curves further to the right and guess a lower delta, right? And essentially you iterate over that until you find a delta where these are consistent, all right? So in this final step, what happened is I found a delta that's a little lower, right? Where the implied skill price also exactly implies the right amount of labor working in the modern sector. Okay, so that's just a sketch of how this step one identification. Step two is basically I'm going to use the demand side of the model to disentangle this skill price. All right, this works a lot like, so in a homothetic CES, basically if you have P times A, then you can figure out what A is. All right, here we have to make an adjustment for consumption of services that I'm not really going to have much time to get into, but because you can observe average aggregate income per capita and the service share of employment, essentially you can get this CSJ term, all right? And once we have that, we can find what the AMJ is that's consistent basically with the skill price and the efficiency units. Basically, all you're doing is finding relative productivity, AM over AT, that like produces a demand curve that's going to go through the same point that we found in the previous, like 2 slides ago. Okay, so that's how identification of these fundamentals works. All right, and now we're going to take this to the data. Right, in order to take it to the data, this is all like subject to structural parameters. All right, so this is a whole other part of the paper, is like just estimating these parameters in data on workers, data on consumers. You know, it's important to get this right, to get the decomposition right. I'm not going to have time to talk about it in this talk, but yeah, I'd love to talk more offline if you have any questions or comments on good ways to do this. All right, but what I actually really want to get into in like my final 5 minutes is exercises that I've done after running this decomposition and showing you the results, right? So the first exercise is trying to understand what drives cross-sectional variation, right? And so in this case, I'm going to use some counterfactuals where I vary only some fundamentals across municipalities, right? So everything else is held at the mean level, right? So there's going to be a frictions counterfactual where I say that all of these TFPs, all this productivity is equal across municipalities. And then I only plug in for a given municipality. I plug in the friction that I find for that municipality, but everything else is held equal across municipalities. All right. I'm going to do an income counterfactual where I hold friction constant and I hold the ratio between TFPs constant, but I vary the level to match with like the external TFP that I find. So that's a way of capturing these income effects, but not directly influencing like relative TFP of modern judicial services. And then finally, there's like a relative service TFP counterfactual where now I hold the frictions and the level of TFP constant, but I allow like ratios between TFP to vary. Okay. So let me just take a second to explain the plot. All right. So on the horizontal axis is the modern share of employment. The green dots, that's like if I vary all fundamentals across locations, right? That's the full model. I can exactly match the data, right? The blue diamonds, that's what happens when I vary only frictions and I hold everything else constant across the municipality. And we see that it actually does like a decent job of getting close to the data, right? Just varying those frictions, right? We do, the red is just varying the relative service TFP, okay? That does not as good of a job. And then if we just like vary the level of income, would you explain almost none of the variation, right? So a lot of this variation, it looks like is coming from. Okay. Second exercise, I'm going to try to understand what drives panel variations. This is a very similar exercise, except now the counterfactual is I'm going to change a fundamental from what I find in 2000 to what I find in 2010. And then within municipality, I hold all other fundamentals fixed at the 2000 level, right? So what does that look like? All right, so you can see that like on average, there's roughly a 10% rise in the modern service share of employment, all right? And we can do the same exercise, right? If we vary the frictions, then we explain a lot of like the variation in the change, all right? Allowing the service CFP to change, it doesn't explain a lot of the the variation in the panel change, but it does actually seem to suggest like a level shift up of the modern service CFP. And again, we're getting very weak effects from just varying, right? And so if you average out like all these red dots, you get something a little bit less than 5 percentage points. If you average out all the blue dots, you get something a little bit less than 5 percentage points. And then like average out all the orange, you get something like 0.5%. So it's mostly the aggregate time series variation is driven by a combination of this like service TFP and the friction. Last exercise that I think is pretty cool. Oh, all right. I'll show it super briefly. Okay, so with the model, you can generate a histogram of earnings. And I just want to show quickly that, yeah, these generate opposite effects because when you reduce labor market frictions, you move people out of self-employment to like the more productive sector, you reduce inequality, increase modern service CFP, the opposite happens. Well, not the opposite happens. So you're making these people on the right side of the distribution are in the modern sector, all right, they're better off. Other people are stuck in the traditional sector. They can't benefit from that. In fact, some of them are worse off because they're being like outcompeted by the modern sector, right? So even though these have similar aggregate effects, they have very different effects when you look at heterogeneity. I need to wrap up there, but thank you very much for listening. And if you have to run to my flight, to make a flight, this is my email. So please feel free to email me. But yeah, thanks. So welcome your questions.
Yeah. Imagine needs for flexibility varies over the and flexibility is provided by self-employment. Needs could be driven by because my family is sick and hospital or it's like funerals, wedding, whatever. Where would it fit on 3 explanations, or you could add it as an extra 4th dimension?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So yeah, so right now, right, right now I'm modeling, oh, sorry, should I collect questions actually? All right, so right now I'm modeling selection into and out of the traditional sector as being based like just on ability, and that should be like observable by earnings, right? So if instead this is driven by selection on like some kind of time preference, or yeah, some like preference for self-employment, and that varies across municipality, right? That's gonna be something that drives variation in the level of employment across municipalities, but without like driving variation in like differences in earnings. And so that is going to result. So that's gonna be interpreted mostly as a friction. So I think yeah, basically anything that affects changes in employment without changes in revenue, that gets interpreted as differences in friction. So it's a good point. I have to think about how to model that.
Okay, thanks. Is there one last question?
A great paper. I think usually that reducing matching functions have implications on the beverage curves. So like in standard Thien, it's about that way. I'm just wondering, like, if you have some additional data to check on that, whether the patterns we have consistent with reducing frictions, if that is so important in using the tape.
Yeah. So, okay, in terms of beverage curve, that's gonna be tough because I mean, I don't believe there's any vacancies data in Brazil. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. So you would like need vacancies data to look at the beverage curve. What I think will be good for model validation is you can kind of apply the same model to like panel data, where you're actually able to observe worker transitions and see like predictions, whether predictions the model generates about worker transitions are replicated like in panel data where I can actually observe them. So I think that might be a good way to validate it.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Matthew. All right. So Rachel is still with us. I have a couple of things I'd like to say, but I'd also like to give her a chance just to weigh in here at the end. Rachel?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of thank you. Thank you everyone for attending the conference. I'm sure you all enjoy these few days interacting with people that are interested in the broad area that you are working on, especially for graduate students. So I also want to say thank you for Taryn for the last minute to take up all the responsibility. And I want to thank Joe and Doug to put this amazing conference. We have such a wide angle of structural transformation in terms of data construction, about the measurement of time use, worker flow rate, and many different dimensions from geography within the service sector. There was, so many things to take away. So I hope everyone have enjoyed the conference as well. So I just stop there. I don't want to delay the ending of the session. Yeah, Taryn.
Thanks, Rachel. I want to again thank Doug and Joe for giving us the push to be in charge of Theme 2 and stimulate some of this great work that we've seen today and in prior workshops. We will be having future workshops in some form or other, so continue submitting your work and to us. I want to thank Raul and NYU Abu Dhabi for facilitating the workshop. And I especially want to thank him for helping out the whole day today. It was very one last thing just about logistics. The bus, I think, is coming 15 minutes later, so it will be here at 5:45 p.m. for those of you who want to get back to the hotel. And everyone who's leaving or has safe flights, if you're going on to Barcelona, enjoy Spain. And we'll see you next time. Thanks.
Just very quickly to add our thanks to everyone, especially to Raul and NYU, Pranav, and the team for all the work, and to Rachel for tuning in under difficult circumstances. We really appreciate your taking the time and sitting with us from what must have been very early in the morning London time. So thank you, Rachel, and thanks again to everyone. We really look forward to keeping this community together, and so please stay in touch.
Yeah.